NASDAQ here gapping down, pushing lower here ahead of non-farm payrolls and unemployment data. That's going to be in just 30 minutes here. As you can see, the S&P 500 also gapping down. Let's take a look as well at USO. If I could type it correctly, we know that we do still have oil and conflict here in the Middle East on watch, claims being made by both Iran and the U.S. Specifically now, it looks like we're turning a lot of our attention towards this enriched uranium and the nuclear aspects of any potential Iran-U.S. deal. Let's talk here about Lululemon, LULU, one of many earnings names after the bell yesterday. This name getting hit, though, particularly hard. We know new CEO set to come in September of 2026. In the meantime, lots of struggles here for this company and some guidance concerns as well. DocuSign, IoT also reporting lots to talk about today. And again, guys, NFP at 8:30 a.m. Good morning, Sharif. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Adair. Likewise, happy Friday to you. There is a whole lot to talk about. It's a bad look for Lululemon, and this just gives Elliott Management more fodder for their activist shareholder or activist investor stance with the company. We're on the verge here of losing $100. We're down almost 10% here to start the morning on the back of what is a tough earnings report. But as Adair mentioned, lots to talk about. You have some SARA, IoT, down 2%, but there is some green. TTAN gapping up here about 15% to start the morning. You also have Planet Labs also down 5%. And now there is rumblings here that SK Hynix could be eyeing a North American listing. So I was looking at DRAM here, down 6% to start the morning. There's some Micron headlines as well, and NVIDIA headlines too, Adair. It looks like Jensen might be making his way to Capitol Hill.
Yeah, lots of NVIDIA-related headlines. Of course, he's also apparently in South Korea right now, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens here with Jensen. If he does go to Capitol Hill, he'll be testifying in front of the Senate Banking Committee, I believe. That's expected to be on June 11th, though yet to confirm if he's going to be attending. But I know who is attending our show this morning in these trading desks. It is Sean. It is Neil. Good morning and happiest of Fridays to both of you.
Happy. We got a special. You can name a special guest or something. Like,
I mean, we should have Michael coming.
We might have
about a half hour from now.
No, we're gonna have the NOS.
We have Randy here today. That's a special guest. We have Michael just arrived, so we say hello to Michael today as well. And we've got Andre, we've got Sharif, we've got everybody ready to rock and roll. And I mean, look, I mentioned that Lululemon was going to have a kitchen sink quarter, and that's, I mean, couldn't have basically said it any better, I think, anyways. And there's Lululemon, as Sharif just mentioned, down there, and it's a bad guide, and that's what we mean. That's what I mean when we say that kitchen sink quarter there. And obviously, they can't hide from the numbers. But yeah, throw them all out, regroup. As Adair said, new management coming. We'll see what winds up happening with Lululemon today. I think there's probably runway to get back to the upside here, down now. We'll watch out for the SSR rule here, down 10% on Lulu. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance for this one to get back up there. And then, you know, we'll watch out today. We talked about that breaking that $60 mark yesterday here on QNT off their IPO. Not very well received. We'll see if SpaceX has a red candle this way or a green candle the other way off their report, off their IPO, hopefully next Friday. So we're excited for that one. Only 7 weekdays away, but 5 trading days. So yeah, QNT today might be worth a look here, shorting in and around $60. But yeah, man, it's going to be a really, really good one here today, again on a Friday. NASDAQ finally, they battled back yesterday. I shouldn't say finally down. Yesterday we had pretty much the exact same feel as today. We'll see if there's a battle back like there was yesterday.
We'll also see a medical company with an eye on NView Medical, and it is Feed. That's F-E-E-D on the NASDAQ. They developed what it describes as a GPS-style guidance system for feeding tube replacement in hospitals, helping clinicians improve accuracy and patient safety. This week, the company highlighted an independent peer-reviewed study that found significant safety improvements, reduced complications, and meaningful cost savings across the 5-hospital health system. With its technology now being used in 40 hospitals, Feed is certainly a company worth keeping on your radar. FED over on the NASDAQ. A NASDAQ which, by the way, they're the ones that are now acquiescing to SpaceX. S&P holds firm to their rules and will not make any exceptions for SpaceX, which...
or any major IPO.
Yeah, which I think at the end of the day, like I respect that. Like the rules,
stick to rules.
The rules are the rules, and you know, and obviously the NASDAQ decided to take another turn. It'll be interesting to see if this has any real effect. There'll still be some passive falling, but to not be in the S&P enough to follow the rules, there will be some passive buying in the first couple of months that might not be there. That's a week away. It is what it is. If it feels like a replay of yesterday's, ooh.
There we go.
Thank you, Randy.
That's what I was telling Randy. I was like, he said no bananas. I looked over at Joe.
I didn't realize, oh yeah, because
Joe grabbed, well, these are like some hefty.
I was going to see what the breakfast
bananas.
is, but Joe's already finished.
Yeah, it's shashuka.
Oh, it is shashuka?
Yeah, it's one of the best ones today.
It is delicious. It goes there.
And now Randy's going to come back with a coffee.
Whoa, shots fired. So, okay, so Joe does not have his microphone on, so I will tell you what just happened. So he's eating a shakshuka, and he's like, go straight to the bicep, baby. And then Sharif, without missing a beat, what bicep? That's just how it is.
The bro show in full effect early here. Yeah, so.
I mean, if you're making a direct comparison, it's got to be like that, eh, Sharif? We see how it is. Joey will throw hands, though.
Yeah, they both have anger issues. Yeah, no, we're all good here. We have a great time, great atmosphere here, and thank you, Randy, for once again. Oh, everyone's on the banana train right now.
That'll be.
Yeah, look, is today one of the days where we get a flush that actually holds? I don't know. I mean, yesterday we saw Marvell, like I was saying, with a very, very similar issue yesterday off the open, and it was pretty choppy until it wasn't. We talked to Steve Tileman there yesterday, talking about the S&P 500, and he thought that it was going to, potentially be in the long there, and he hit that there yesterday. You could see Marvell yesterday 280 all the way back to 320. Today is not as dramatic, where we're going to be opening up at around that $300 mark. So that's the loss right there. If we can lose 300, then yeah, probably downside. So watch out for Marvell. I'm 50% on the week. It's been an absolutely monstrous week for Marvell. And over to crypto, and I look at the dollar right now, not really doing a whole heck of a lot. I mean, this is what the index looks like. We've been heading to the downside. Generally speaking, of course, that would signal a stronger NASDAQ, and we saw that happen yesterday, and right now kind of flat, so we're not really following too much NASDAQ-related issues there in the space. Let's go over to BTC. I mean, okay, so this is happening right here in the last 2 minutes, 61.5 up to 62, but that's not the story, man. I wanted to actually show you guys, obviously, what's been happening here to crypto. This is on the week. We're down 15%. 74,000, man, all the way down now to 61. It's not looking great here for Bitcoin. I mean, that's pretty nasty. And, it looks like, I mean, I know there's a lot of people that
See what Tom Lee said?
I don't care what those guys say.
But Tom Lee basically called ETH at the bottom the equivalent to Amazon at $6.
Well, he's
Amazon at $6.
Yeah, man, our calls.
Amazon at 6.
That's how you know it's getting ridiculous, because that makes no sense. 61.25. This is the low 53s. Like this is probably where we're trying to go right now to see if there's a slip up here in crypto. Like, what happens when we do lose that 60 flat? I think it's going to be pretty dramatic. So I have IBIT written down here today to follow through with that kind of a trade. And we're always waiting for a bump higher. Yesterday, I don't even think I might have tweeted it out, but yesterday we had a crazy. If we did, I just want to show you the levels that we. Oh yeah, no, I stopped doing it, but this is what we shorted yesterday, 36.50. We wrote it down on our note yesterday, 36.50 short, and that turned out to be, for me, the highest P&L trade yesterday. There's 36.50. There's the close. We got some out there, 35.70, ripped up into that level again, and then fell back into 36. So you're even below where we were yesterday. But we waited for that pump, right? There was the dump right there off open. Then everything came back. We saw the market really rally back, obviously, yesterday, but crypto was not part of that. So we'll still continue to watch downside action here in IBIT. And
remember, this was yesterday was IBIT's best day in a week in terms of strength. Like, it was, if you look at this, worse. And like last Friday had kind of an up day. Like, yesterday was its intraday best day, and it still stunk. So when your good days are bad, yuck, and more yuck. And by the way, Adam James Abroad, Where are you now? You still in Miami? Let us know where you're at. The guy's all over the place. CMND, STI, Lay's, Mask, Dara, small cappers out there for everybody. I know a lot of you guys were chatting about STI this morning. Saw you guys in there. Obviously, this was a crazy runner that's doing another gap. This is the one to be cautious with. It went from $5 to $35 and is gapped up against. The third day is the one that most people are like, that's the dump day, but you know, no one ever went broke taking a little bit of profit, and there are already some profit takers happening in the pre-market. Like you can sort of see, like it's gapped, it is just slowly sliding. There could be some trend breaks, but watch out for this one, man. Like if it loses the bid or loses contain, it didn't have any halt fests to the downside. It just had every time it would halt down, it would catch a bid, halt down, kind of catch a bid. It was very orderly. I suspect gapped up another 100%. It might not be as orderly if it loses a bid and halts down again off the open. But yeah, lots of small cappers to watch. Lay's, Mask, going to be a few of them. I know Sharif is probably excited to trade them, but STI's under VWAP, Sharif. That's toughy.
Rip yesterday, Neil, and this morning as well. I mean, I came in, I found it already up triple digits, dropping below triple digits now, but still up 95%. As you mentioned, though, trading below the volume-weighted average price. We'll have to keep an eye out on this one, but what an aggressive move this one was. I don't really like these day two plays, especially when they get into that, you know, double-digit, mid-double-digit territory, 30, 40 bucks where this one is at. The spread opens up and they're a bit harder to trade, a bit more volatile, Adara. So we'll keep an eye on this one for the midday.
Indeed. Now, in the meantime, this name's been discussed already quite a lot, but I think certainly worth getting into this again. This will be on our rundown as well. This Lululemon report, especially in context of what's going on with the company and the negative sentiment around it, which even the company addressed, not a good look here for Lulu with their guidance getting cut.
Yeah, they actually mentioned specifically the media really, you know, giving them a hard time. Look, I mean, anecdotally, I go into the store and there's barely any room to walk, but what do I know? I mean, the numbers speak a lot more. Let's talk about this. They basically beat a little bit on revenue here, and they matched EPS, 169 versus 168. Everybody knows that. That's easy. Let's talk about the brutal 410 basis point gross margins compression. The cost of goods sold spiked significantly. Their margins collapsed down to 54.2%, heavily weighted by a 330 basis point reduction. They're blaming it on tariffs, and they're blaming it on steep markdowns. Where are these markdowns? I don't see them in stores. I looked. There was nothing on sale. Let's talk also about the Americas versus the China revenue. They're really losing traction here in the United States. Comparable store sales down 6% year over year. Look at China. You got positive numbers on that side. Not good enough, though, to keep this one from dropping more than 10%. And then they also had products away from body. This is their new yoga line. Didn't do it at all. Completely failed to generate expected customer traction. Those were the words used on the call yesterday, not my own. And a staggering 37% operating income wipeout, guys. They're just down. Their operating margins now are just down to 11.2%. Again, blaming it on employee overhead expenses, aggressive brand activations, and again, an unexpected proxy competition. We know, of course, Elliott Management really coming at them hard. And they lowered, Adara, their full year guidance to 11 to 11.15 billion. If that manifests, that would actually be a 1% reduction year over year in revenue, I believe.
Yeah, rough look for Lulu, and also a pretty rough look here for QNT. This is Quantinuum, the IPO we had yesterday, priced at $60, and as mentioned here, I think right after the close yesterday, we broke below that $60 level. Did you take this one off the open yesterday?
I didn't. I played around with it for a little bit, but there's a lot to talk about here. There's one customer for Quantinuum that represents 90% of their 2025 revenue. A lot of single customer concentration risk there. Perhaps maybe why it wasn't met with the kind of reception that it thought. Also, the underlying financials look incredibly thin for a $17 billion company. Guys, they made $30.9 million in revenue in full year 2025, but you got to offset that on the $192.6 million that they lost that year. So $17 billion valuation, geez Louise. And then realizing, that standalone quantum processors really are not ready to go right now. They've kind of adopted this other strategy where they're trying to integrate their quantum processors as well as their software with NVIDIA's CUDA system. So they're kind of pitching this hybrid computing model. Let's see if it picks up traction, Adara.
Do you guys think this name is any continuation to the downside today?
Yes. But at least we should at least acknowledge the other IPO was quite good. INIO opened higher, opened up, went higher, held in the afternoon. It's down a little bit today, but that was actually the success story and a little bit bigger. And these guys are in the data center power space. So like ultimately, it's not like it was all bad. And again, this was the bigger of the two IPOs. So I picked wrong. And the weird thing is you didn't actually have to pick which one you wanted to trade. The gap between the opens was like an hour or so. You could have easily just taken both trades off of the open, and the first one would easily have paid for this. The thing about the fundamentals and how much money they're making relative to the actual market cap, you got to chuckle, but it just puts them in the same space as all of the other quantum names that aren't like an IBM or an Alphabet, where they're very, very, very light on revenue relative to their valuation, and that's kind of the norm. So the fact that it could not hold 60, that gives the line there to work with. That's the issue price, right? So if there's any defense of it, if it doesn't trade above $60, then to me it's going to be a short, continuation short. Above that price, I think you're waiting for like the 63 or the 65. But I paid for locates when I sat down this morning, so I'll be looking for the fade on this. And I know, like for me, it's a good lesson. Like if there's two IPOs that fit the bill, like realistically, there's not usually anything stopping you from taking both. It's a little bit tricky. I don't think I've ever seen them open up in the same time, so they tend to stagger them. Would be nice if they actually gave you a bit of a schedule, like this company between 11 and 11:30, and this one between 12 and 12:30, but that's too much to ask.
I have, so, QNT's on here at $60 short. I think that's a easy no-brainer look. So, we're going to take that short. If it comes back up to 60, I don't think there's any reason not to. I actually like Tesla today for a long. Tesla is going to be on my radar here at 418. It's right here, right now. Let's wait to see upgraded by JP Morgan. They're talking about their AI stack again, and that they're ready for, another leg higher. They went to, I think it was 475 or so on there. Here, it's on our watch list here. 475 on Tesla. Let's see what it says. Yeah, 475 from, they went from 475 from 145. So they were, this is a much ado upgrade right now. Vertical integration across hardware, software, manufacturing, and robotics. So, they're saying all the right words here for Tesla. So we'll see. That bottom is 417. We wrote down 418 for TSLA. So we'll get ready to go on this one. Going to be a long for me today on Tesla. Just like yesterday, we were looking at Marvell before. This one was choppy, though, until about 11 o'clock. And then it just got choppier all afternoon. So it might not be, that sort of runner that we're expecting. But if we do come back in, I think there's enough reasons today to hold this bid. The fact that it's holding right now with the NASDAQ down 1.15%, I think there's going to be relative strength in Tesla, just a matter of getting the right price. And that might not be 417.50, but these are the levels that I'm looking at here today on TSLA. We'll wind up seeing where that one goes. And then, it's like beating up on Lululemon. But the thing about Lululemon is it has a 9 PE. So I ask you, do you want to trade, would you rather own Lululemon down here at $100, or do you want to own, SanDisk up here? And maybe a lot of people probably say SanDisk, and I have a feeling they would be wrong. Up here at 1800 for SanDisk right now. Put that in your portfolio, check it out in 3 months. Or do you want to do a Lululemon that's down there at 110? And we'll take a look back after their next quarter. I don't think Lululemon's a safe place to hide, and I think you might be wrong on trying to buy any dips here. But with a 9 PE, what I'm getting at is I think there will be traders that come in to try to buy this up. Another flush today. So, 108 is down here. That's held. We'll see if it winds up holding again. Nice little bump up. And, we're already up I mean, that's not too bad. You know, if you were able to look at a bottom of around a 108, you're back up to 112 right there. So you're back up 3% just in the last hour. Let's see if the buyers do come in for Lululemon. I think with a 9 PE, it's worth a shot. And I may buy some. I mean, I sold some Target up here. And just to get into different space. I mean, I play with play money. Every single stock I'm talking about, other than basically an index, Mag 7 or Eli Lilly, is just money that I can throw around. And whether or not even that, Marvell was play money that turned into real money. And this is the kind of trades that I'm looking for. And Lululemon could be one of those ones as well. Yo, good morning, Birdman. We really appreciate that one. We want to say thank you to you. And, you know, it's been such a good run for us here at Trader TV Live with the great environment that we have and all the viewers that continue to humble us with those super chats for absolutely no reason. So we want to say thank you, Birdman, and we'll keep doing the show for you. That is for sure. We always say we put that, you know, into buying fish and chips, but then we don't get that done. So I'm not going to promise anything anymore about that. So, but thank you so much. Maybe we'll get some coffees on the house today. Thank you, Birdman.
It's Friday, man. Usually we'll do some. We keep having to wait for Sia to get these burgers going on. That's the other thing, too,
wow.
which we'll see if it happens. But she has to be here for that to happen. And we'll shout out to all of our viewers over on TikTok as well, and to getting the point. And of course, to the viewer to some of our viewers in TikTok, that point of it's not about Lulu versus SNDK. I think it's about, do you think this rotation is done or not? Right? Like one of these days, we're coming in down 1% with all the chips, because right now it's like the chips that are down. Like it's Marvell 3, Micron 3, ARM 5, SNDK. Like those are, like that's what's actually pulling back. If you look at everything else, like they're down a little bit, but those are the names that are really running. It's the stocks and it's the chips. And it's the day that they don't catch that bid. Like where you know what we have, like see every single morning for the last 4 days on ARM, down, down, down. Every day, 4 days in a row, every day this week, and then dip buyers galore. You have to ask yourself the question, what happens when they're not there that one day? And then we're gonna have like double digits across the board. And I think you're starting to really see signs of it. ARM is the one that stands out to me just in terms of, and I own shares ARM, just how crazy the turns have been when you catch these bids, and they're all random. Like it's not like it's doing it exactly at the same spot where like they're supported at an obvious price. But the dip buyers have been there, and if they decide to take a morning off, it could get real interesting. We're gonna go up to we're not. Oh, my bad. Let's head back up to this. I know we have Michael coming on in a little bit, but we'll let Joe get ready. As there's a lot to discuss, but I think the real theme today, regardless of earnings, regardless of SpaceX next week, and there'll be so many questions and so much chatter about it, and we'll continue to talk about it and discuss it. It's really the buyers that have been here. They've been there for Micron. They've been there for maybe not NVIDIA. They've been there for AMD. They've been there for ARM, and all of those companies have ridiculous moves that I can't imagine there's too many people that are, no, this is a good place for a long-term investment. You have to ask yourself, can the dip buyers last forever before you get a real correction? And this is only 10% off the highs, right? Like it's gone bear before. Like it went bear back in April before its last ramp. They can go 20% easy. Now we're ready for Joe. Get some options action.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the activity from yesterday's session. A lot of names here, guys, that I'm interested to talk about. We're going to kick things off with Robinhood. I know we are quite a ways away from this, but I do like the open interest and the volume within this specific $100 contract. That's going to be expiring in a couple of weeks, so keep that in mind, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a slow influx. Don't forget, PDT rule now officially lifted. What does that mean? Potentially more transaction fees here for Robinhood. Now Nokia continuing to climb here, guys. $15 sliding in the pre-market, but I do believe that $20 strike price is relatively attractive. Why? 46,600 contracts at that specific level, and then volume 5,380, opening closed on it yesterday's session. Now we're $10 off of the 225 marker here on NVDA, but look at the amount of size traded on yesterday's session. 151,000 contracts opened and closed. Open interest is sitting around 84,100 there, guys. So I like that. All of this is going to be expiring on the 18th. Moving forward, we are going to be looking at Meta and a potential floor. I like this specific strike price. Do I believe that we are going to be able to hold above this level? Yes, this is why I'm specifically bringing you guys this contract. Now, what I really want to get into here is going to be our open interest. 13,000. This is 13,000 contracts still open that expire today. Now, it makes a lot of sense. We want to look for that rollover, but what I do believe here is we go to that 18th, the 18th expiration cycle, and we look at the exact same strike price. Not as much size there yet, but what we can see is a potential rollover in contracts. So what am I getting at here, guys? It's really important to note that I believe that this could be a potential floor. Why? Because, oops, look where we're correlating with. Look where we're correlating with, right? We have a support level right here, and then we have a high level of open interest. Now, as for the bid and the ask, our spread sitting around $20 and our delta sitting around $23. Now, our gamma a 007, and then our at the money IV slightly cool. We've had a bounce over the past couple of sessions and one of the stronger, larger names. Moving forward, what can we specifically do with this? So what am I getting at here, guys, is a potential options writing situation. Now we have the $600 strike price and the $590 strike price. That's going to roughly collect $170 on the 18th expiration cycle that we were first talking about. And what is the scenario? All we need is Meta to close above $600 in the span of a couple of weeks. Now the bid, you can see 540 and then 370. So what you will be collecting is on the bid side if you're an options writer, and then what you have to pay is that $375, collecting a total of $170 per contract combination. All right, so not too bad of a look, guys. A couple of weeks, $170 collected from the credit side of things, as long as Meta stays above $600. Send it back to Neil and Sean.
Good look, Joe, and there are buyers there. There's no question about it. The question with Meta, I feel like, has been, can it do anything more than give you a small pop off that 600? Because each time it bounces, it's lower highs and lower highs. I think you know how the story goes. Like you can have that phenomenon, and it's great because it gives you these lower highs for potential wedge break. But if it loses the bid after those lower highs, it kind of makes that flat bottom break look a little bit nastier. I want to shout out to we had Mia is here with a super chat. So appreciate the super chat. No message, just the super chat. So we can't flash on the screen with a little fancy thing, but we can shout you out, Mia, and we appreciate you. All of our viewers for sure, and thank you for all the support. We also have Birdman with a sentiment about when the dip buyers won't be in, as we were discussing. And Birdman thinks the run isn't done until unemployment reaches 6%, and that will come around September. So you're thinking a little bit longer here. And you know, the elephant in the room also becomes, hey, well, if things in Iran don't change and the Strait isn't opened up, that continues to linger throughout the summer, and you might not have to worry about September. Like we could be a little bit sooner than that because you'll have other pressures. You got to be thinking about inflation. If you go another month with this, it's going to get really hairy. You're in Europe first, but like it's going to get pretty hairy. Some things need to break for sure. But it also the other thing on a more short-term sense is you have to every day come in with the mentality that, sure, fine, all this stuff looks toppy, but for now, the dip buy has been working. Like that's kind of how it is. It's like the one day, once like if 10 days in a row we're down and the dip buy works, and then on the 11th day it doesn't, you're still better off doing it every single day than you aren't, and then just losing on the 11th day. That's kind of how I feel about that QNT IPO. It's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, we have non-farm payrolls coming out and unemployment rate coming out now at 8:30. So watch out as we continue to watch the cues. I wrote that on the note. The note's out already. Right now, we're going to be patient. It's Friday. We want to short the market, but we're going to get a number in just about 30 seconds. Let's go back over to the desk and find out exactly what those numbers look like here at 8:30.
Non-farm payrolls here, guys. 89,000 is the forecast for the month of May. 115,000 prior. Unemployment rate 4.3% versus 4.3% prior. Do you have any thoughts on these numbers, Sharif, with 20 seconds to go?
We've been talking a lot about the interest rate environment. This is obviously going to play right into that, obviously, because that is one of their dual mandate. I'm talking about the Fed, of course. Low, higher, low, fire is where we've been. Let's see if that continues to be the same, Adara.
Yeah, we're just a couple seconds here now. Again, 89,000 is the number we're looking for NFPs. Just waiting for this to populate, seeing some Canadian employment data. Let's see where this U.S. employment data is, guys. Again, once again, 4.3% unemployment. So that's going to be exactly in line with estimates, and the prior unemployment rate exactly in line with estimates. Average hourly earnings, 3.4%, also in line with estimates. Non-farm payrolls, give me 2 seconds here, guys. Again, 89,000 was the forecast. These come in at 172,000. So well above the forecast here. You do get a spike higher in S&P 500. Better than expected NFP data, Sharif, though the rest of these numbers mostly in line with estimates.
Yeah, absolutely, which is not a bad look. I mean, we've been talking more about, the AI efficiencies, especially at the hyperscaler level, and not hiring and mass layoffs, quite frankly. So it's good to see, at least in the short term, that this can happen. But when you look at what analysts are saying, we're expecting, huge job losses until the end of the decade. And then, after the end of the decade, they're saying that we're going to start adding little by little. But these are interesting numbers here, too, from Canada, Dara. Look at this. Canada adds 154,000 full-time jobs, loses about 66,200 part-time jobs. That is a good look. The average hourly wages for Canadian earners as well, up 3%. And then this one as well, net jobs, 87,000 up from April, especially since we're apparently in a technical recession on this side of the border. Good to see some good strength in these employment numbers on this side of Dara.
Indeed, it is good to see some strength for the Canadian numbers. Good look here for U.S. as well. Let's take a look at Michael Noss. Always good. He's ready to go. Thank you very much to Michael Noss, CMT, for being here with us on another Friday. How are you doing this morning?
Thanks for having me. I was doing a little better than that before that number came out. I see we're dropping a bit, but that's just the nature of things.
Indeed it is. Let's take a look here at some RSP data. I know you were talking a little bit about rotation. So what are you feeling about rotation now? We know we've had a lot of tech weakness, and I understand you have some thoughts about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, it's only one day, so I don't want to read too much into it, but it was a very interesting day in which we had actually small caps and the average stock move higher, and then we had the tech-weighted indexes move lower. So this first chart is the black line on top is RSP, and then the line down below is just the Qs. So this is a simple way of looking at across the same universe, across the same large cap universe, saying, is it tech that's doing well, or is it anything else? Be up almost 1% at that point, and then we had the Qs down almost 1%. And that split has been very rare. Generally, you'll see them somewhat in line. Maybe one's up a little bit more than the other. Maybe one's down a little bit more than the other. But to see one doing really, really well and the other doing really, really poorly. So just to quickly explain the RSP, it is just the same S&P 500 we all know from looking at the SPY and all of that. But it is equal weight versus cap weight. So no longer does NVIDIA and Meta and all of the AI kind of centric entities make up the entire index. It's more of a split of what the average stock is doing. So we had great breadth yesterday where it was like 67%. So, 2 and 3 stocks were up yesterday. Everything outside of the Qs in the tech area looked great. And then the tech area looked bad. And there's been a lot of people I know saying that, hey, as soon as the AI trade stops, the market's going to fall apart and it's all going to be bad. But the next chart I just have is the S&P 500, and it gapped down and was able to close green. So not only are we seeing this rotation potentially happen, but we're seeing it happen and it's not affecting the overall market very much at all. And I think that is very, very positive. That's exactly what we want to see. Ralph Alcampora, who founded the CMT, they call him the godfather of technical analysis, just always had a saying that rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market. And when we say rotation, we just mean maybe people are taking money in kind of the semiconductor names, some of these DRAM names, and they're going to be rotating that money somewhere else. So as opposed to focusing on the high flying area that's, all over the news and it's what everyone's focusing on, I'm spending most of my time, and you guys have heard me mention this for months now, looking at different sectors. And a lot of these have worked out. Biotechs have been great. Some of these other names, the marijuana sector and psychedelic sector and all this kind of stuff. But I got some broader sectors to look at. But first, I just wanted to show kind of the culprit that, caused this QQQ versus RSP chart to look the way it is. And that's this chart. And this is just DRAM. Most of you have probably already heard of it. But if you haven't, this is just Round Hill. What a launch of an ETF. What a well-timed launch. It launched at $30 a share and then ripped all the way up to 70. This is a lot of these RAM type companies. It's got some Samsung and it's got some of the Korean names in there as well. And then it's got some of the local ones like Marvell and Micron and SanDisk and all that kind of stuff. And you can see gap down yesterday, and where the SPY gapped down and was able to go green, was able to close pretty much near highs. This one gapped down and just kind of chopped around all day. So this is a good proxy for the AI trade as a whole, the hardware side of the AI trade. That got hammered. Everything else was able to hold on fine. So that's the main thing that I want us to focus on, is that we don't really need. This is going to continue. Again, it was only one day, so we don't want to read too crazy much into it. But if this is going to continue the way it is, and we're going to start to see outperformance in RSP and IWM and all of that, it will feel bad for the people who are solely looking at and investing in the AI trade. But there could be a whole world where everything else happens. If we get this rotation, it might be a lot like what happened in .com. If you look at some of that, yes, the tech companies went down, but there were places to go and there were places to invest and there were places to make money. So I've got two that are super interesting for sectors that I want to look at. And the first one here is the XLF. And that's because it had this bear trap that I've highlighted here. Clean support at $51 for months. It kept bouncing on 51, and then we had this really ugly drop. It looked, this candle looks like a hammer now, but at one point intraday, we were down in that 50-50 area and things looked really, really bad. And then we closed okay, gapped up the next day and ran all day. I bought some, and just, I always want to talk about the trade if I'm in it. I bought some FAS, which is a leveraged version of this, so I could apply less capital to it. But you could take this and you could say, okay, well, financials are doing well. You could grab your favorite financial company, whatever that is, your Robinhoods might even be part of this, different companies like that are a little bit more speculative. Or if you want to trade safer, quote unquote, there's, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and all of this. But XLF, very interesting place, nice breakout on high volume and a good candle. Also a nice breakout is this next chart, which is XLV in the healthcare sector. This is something else that I've been buying quite a bit of. And you can see how far we are below all-time highs. We still have, another 10% or so to get to all-time highs. So if this low base highlighted here resolves higher at the same time that you have this selling in some of these tech spaces, and that's great. So the point of this is, just to use the Canadian saying, I guess, is a little bit of skate where the puck is going. You want to think and say, if they sell semis, what are they going to buy with it? If they're going to buy bonds and things like that, we might be in a little bit of trouble. But if they're going to buy other sectors, we want to focus on what they're going to buy next.
I have a couple questions here. Great presentation as always. Thank you very much, Michael Noss. In terms of sectors, when we're having this rotation, you've mentioned in the past that both XLV and XLF are perhaps better than most in a position to benefit from potentially a cutting cycle. Are there any sectors that you think are also worth watching, say we keep rates held or even raised a bit, that you think are maybe in a position to still do okay with this rotation?
Yeah, if we start raising rates, that's generally a move from speculative to non-speculative. It's a lot easier for some of these rocket companies want things that don't have any profits and they kind of live off debt. If the interest rate gets raised, a lot of these will likely probably suffer from it. But you can go to larger cap names that won't be affected. And I know none of this these aren't interesting names, but there's leverage ways to trade them and all of this. But I would think a lot of your, Costco's and Walmart's, like some of these retail names, just think the bigger you are, And the more access to capital you have, the less you worry about interest rates. And I think Google is actually, the recent thing with Google is a perfect example. They wanted to raise some money, and they were able to go to like Warren Buffett and Goldman Sachs and all of these and have the whole thing financed before they did anything. Your small ma and pa organization is not going to have access to that thing. So if rates are high, I think this was proven, during the rate hiking cycle, you want to go big.
Makes a lot of sense. I also have another question here, and I want to go back to this slide of yours, DRAM. I like that you mentioned this is a pretty new ETF. Now, another ETF that's fairly recent here, and you already mentioned this sector as well today, is NASA. Now, do you find that if we get a situation where you get these maybe new ETF or new sectors really popping off, does that sometimes precede these moves where you start to see RSP outperformance? And I know this is like a lot to ask without any research having been done here, but I kind of was curious about that trend, if you've noticed anything there.
Yeah, it's kind of a meme, but there might be some truth to it. So for example, there's no pure play coal ETF that does any volume, and it's because they delisted it. I think when Biden got in as president, thinking that coal would not exist, that was the low of coal. That was the very low. And so sometimes you see this where when people want to, put out these ETFs, the money has to come from somewhere. And that's the whole SpaceX argument that people are making right now. And if the money comes from somewhere, it would be a little bit of a top. It's the same kind of, I guess, joke or meme I make with the magazine covers when I bring those in periodically. I don't think there's anything like malicious about it or anything. It's just that it takes a long time to put out a magazine cover, and it takes a long time to put out an ETF. So often, by the time these things launch, I just think the story's kind of run its course a little bit.
That's a really interesting way of looking at it, and thank you for going over that for us, Mr. Michael Noss. Where can the people find you if they would like to learn more?
Yeah, statsedgetrading.com is my website, and Michael Noss, CMT, everywhere else in the world.
There we go. Michael Noss, CMT, thank you very much. Good friend of the show. Always great to have you here on Wednesday and Friday mornings around 8:30 a.m.
Yeah, have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday.
See you. Have a good weekend.
Fantastic stuff, as always, by Mr. Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with downgrades, as we typically do. At the top of our list here today, we have Walmart going from a buy to a hold. You're down about 1/3% here, guys. And then Fiserv also on the downgrade side of things, guys, going from a neutral weight to underperform here, guys, with a $46 price target by BNP Paribas. And then also we have CrowdStrike hitting the upgrade yesterday, guys, but now downgrade going from a buy to a hold, but we're increasing our price target to $720 from $525 at Bernberg. Now Suncor also on the downgrade, you're positive 2.4% here, guys, but going from a buy to a neutral weight with a $72 price target at Goldman Sachs. Now moving forward, we're going to take a look at some more positive things. Tesla at the top of the list here, guys, going from a sell to a hold. You're slightly positive here this morning. And then Form Factor, Evercore ISI, giving them the nod, guys, in line to outperform with a $155 price target. Moving forward, Chipotle Mexican Grill getting the nod by JP Morgan, 1.7% to the top side, guys, going from a neutral to an overweight here with a $35 price target, down from $38, guys, once again from JP Morgan. Now Tidewater also getting the nod, hold to a buy with a $90 price target. You're roughly flat here this morning, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Flat this morning isn't bad. So I wouldn't hold it against a Tidewater. CrowdStrike getting a downgrade. I mean, like, obviously, one of the themes that has happened when cybersecurity names, and a lot of earnings have come around, but specifically in cybersecurity, has just been the valuation. They've always been pricey. And so for CrowdStrike, for Palo Alto, the best of the breed, the pullback was heavy and swift. The dip buyers tried to really fill that gap in, but it didn't quite fill the gap on Crowd. So it's got the earnings low, right? Like anytime you're post earnings, you've got that earnings bottom, you want to see it hold for a couple of days. The jaunt to get down there, but at least for the next couple of sessions, that I think it's actually, on the open, it's like 670, but the pre-market low is like 665, 666. That'll be one to watch. I don't know if we can get there today, but it's certainly possible because we did the jaunt yesterday and just did it to the upside. But maybe on Monday, that'll be a nice place to defend over on CrowdStrike.
Look, the only long that I have written down here is Tesla. And as the market makes a move lower, Tesla makes a move higher. So, all right. Well, I mean, it happened in the pre-market again. This is such as life. You know, we wrote down 418. We talked about it. I showed you the chart. You know, next time maybe we'll do something about it. But yeah, there goes Tesla, as if there was news. It probably isn't. But there's 418 holding exactly at 836. 418 is what we wrote down. There goes 418. All the way to the upside. So anyways, there goes Tesla. We'll be on that name today at some point. Tesla here today, getting the upgrade. We just saw it there from, I think it was Evercore. We also had one there from JP Morgan today on the upgrade for Tesla, talking about the robotic possibilities, the possibilities with AI. And then obviously you get SpaceX coming next week. So, you know, I really liked Tesla today. It hadn't been on my watch for a while. And we just found a base. We got that upgrade, and there we go, Tesla. Look, let's not worry about it. This is just more like, okay, hopefully it comes back down. I mean, we've seen this name obviously move and rock and roll very dramatically every single morning. Seems like it goes up, goes down, finds a base. Yesterday we talked about, I mean, I was just doing this 10 minutes ago, talking about how choppy it was right there. And there we go, upside right now for Tesla, bouncing smoothly off that 418. At least we wrote it down. We'll see if it comes back in. Hopefully we'll be able to take it at some point. But yeah, dip and rip. Yeah, ASTC. We've seen ASTC. What's up, Birdman? Thank you for all your contributions this morning so far, Birdman. And yeah, ASTC, I mean, this is another one of those runners. I mean, this was like, you know, way down here. And now it's all the way up here. So ASTC, we're going to have to, you know, we'll look at this one more time. It's still caught in the middle here. Let's see if we can break higher into 48 bucks. That would be interesting if that ever winds up happening. Add 20% to this name right there. But going upside, I don't know if there was news on this, but thanks for the little look as what is the company name? ASTC?
Astrotech.
Astrotech, yeah, corporation. So I don't know, probably one of those low floater names. But yeah, breaking above that 40. 40 looks like here on the 5-minute chart. Looks pretty good. RMSK.
Another one.
RMSG.
Adam James abroad shouting out Bovin, the OG Bovin specifically. Kaboom on RMSG. Let's try to find the news on this sucker, and I didn't see a story for RMSG. It's not that it has to RMSG, Real Messenger. It doesn't have to have a catalyst, but pops like this, like at aftermarket right at 4 o'clock, and then another one here today. Usually I'm thinking there's something accompanying it. Only a 3 million float for this. So this is a super small float, and 9% of it is short. So it doesn't really take much. You can get maybe people on message boards, that kind of a thing does happen. Soak up a small float. It's already done 60 million shares and popping higher. Just always remember, some of these stocks have a bit of a profile, and only ever bring this up or show the daily chart so that you get an idea. You know, when you have stocks that'll frequently reverse split or pump and then last a couple of days and then pull back in, it's worth being aware of it. So this $4 the last time and $5 before that here on RMSG. Couldn't find a story. Maybe there's something floating around online, but there's no official headline for it. Great volume. Absolutely fantastic volume on this. And there seems like there's a lot of small cappers. I don't know, anecdotally feels like there's a bunch running this AM. Sometimes when the market's weak, the longer for the small cap traders, and you know everything else is going to be the shorts. Maybe it's one of those types of days, Sharif.
Be good, Neil. Let's keep an eye here out on this RMSG. Let's flip to the 5. Take a quick look at how this is trading. Yeah, this is trading right into 375. Volume weighted average price is around 2 1/3. 3 will be an important level here, especially with that 375 move. You feel like it's cleared 3 by a sufficient amount of distance that you should be looking to that whole dollar level of support. You know, when it gets up like this into these like kind of mid-single digits, 3, 7, I start thinking $5 area resistance, major area resistance. If we clear that, then, you know, I start thinking 10. So let's see how this one goes, man. It doesn't have a red candle here since around I think about 20, 25 minutes ago. So an aggressive move up here, up almost 200% a day in the pre-market.
Yeah, good look there. I did look into RMSG for news. I went in their press release website because sometimes it gives you a better sense. They haven't posted anything in terms of new press releases since December of 2024. So I have nothing here. for RMSG. I do have something here on non-farm payrolls just to go over this again. This visual you can find on X at TTV Research. But again, guys, NFP for May 2026, 172,000 versus 88,000 expected. That is well above estimates, also above the prior print of 115,000. Unemployment rate 4.3% in line with estimate and prior. Average earnings year over year 3.4% in line with estimate and below the prior print of 3.6%. We're going to talk oil in a second. I also just want to mention here the CME Fed Watch tool. So I'm seeing some people online saying that one rate hike is fully priced in before the end of this year. On the CME Fed Watch tool, at the very least, we're seeing a January 2027 rate hike. Now, a couple days ago, even yesterday, we were seeing a March rate hike. Sharif, do you think we get this rate hike before the end of the year or just after?
I can't really comment on that, Adara. It's such a, swing from day to day. We'll keep an eye, of course, on the FOMC. Obviously, jobs as well as interest rates as a result of higher oil, inflation as a result of higher oil will play a major part in that decision making. Let's see how those two variables kind of come to the fore when we come to the rate decision, Adara.
Indeed, and I think that first Fed meeting with Kevin Warsh could maybe give us a bit of a sense of the things he's going to be looking at as Fed chair. So that could be pretty insightful as well in terms of trying to predict a possible rate path, if that's even possible. In the meantime, what's certainly also not possible is really predicting the action on USO and a lot of the flow of news stories. We know President Trump making some conflicting statements last night about whether or not he'd like to meet the supreme leader of Iran. And now enriched uranium is really back in focus, I think, here.
It is, and so is Israel's role. It's becoming a lot more complicated here, especially with the belligerencies between Israel and Lebanon, really kind of putting pressure on the end of this conflict. We all know what the conversation between President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu was like. President Trump confirming the strong language he used with the Israeli leader in an interview with the New York Post. But separately, I saw this headline today. Israel actually had a foothold in Azerbaijan. Before the conflict even started, they had secret forces there within throw stone away from some Iranian cities. So a lot more angles coming out here specifically with their role and the continuation of this conflict. We'll have to see, if the cessation of belligerencies on that side of the conflict, Adara, helps ease perhaps the opening of the strait.
Yeah, I was seeing some comments just now coming out from the president of Lebanon. Earlier today, Iran was claiming, and I'm not saying anything to back this up, that apparently U.S. Navy was forced to flee from some drone strikes there. So just be aware, guys, lots to keep an eye on once again for oil. Are you watching USO or any sympathy plays?
Not as much as we usually would be. I think, like yesterday, USO basically didn't move. And you could literally rewind probably exactly 24 hours ago. And I sort of said to myself, well, I'm going to care about oil and maybe tracking how that's going a bit more if we break the top of the range at 37 here in USO or 135. And we stayed more or less range bound the entirety of the day. We're still in that exact same range for 2 days now. Usually we're gapping around and moving around, but that is, so unless something happens, I'm not terribly concerned about it, but just if we can take one step back, because I think this all does come right back into race and the direction of the economy. The fact that nothing's happening also means that there's no new progress being made, right? And we just recently saw what looked like, it seemed like we were getting a breakdown and progress and ceasefire and all that. Next thing you know, we're back with the 50, and you're trying to get back into another uptrend here with oil. The market seems to be writing it off. You have a 1 in 6 chance of 50 basis points higher, not one raise. There's a 1 in 6 chance right now of 50 basis points by the end of the year. And the market's only now coming off of highs. And the war isn't over. So there's certainly a little bit of a disconnect, and it's not to sound doom and gloom, but I would hope, look, a deal gets signed promptly and fantastic, but until then, there's a kind of an anchor, which is sort of sitting out there on the deck, which for some reason it feels like it could get randomly thrown any second now. Cheese and a chair. That's right.
That's a good one.
I like it. Every once in a while, the Girl Scouts deliver cookies to the wrong house. This morning in the pre-market, CNMD was briefly up 6% due to all the people who mistyped CNMD, who mistyped CMND, free cookie day. Yep. This used to happen like years and years ago. It used to happen a heck of a lot more often than it does now. There was what was the Tesla one? TLSA.
Yeah, and there was something about Twitter too.
There was an OTC Twitter thing
there was
once.
a few different things that happened. Yeah.
The fact that it still happens is a little bit more surprising now, though. Like that seems crazy that people would still ever make that kind of a mistake. Like there's that hasn't really traded. Yeah, like I mean, Clearmind. That other one hasn't really traded too much, but. I don't know. Like the best I would say is if you ever see a situation where it's blatantly obvious that has occurred, I just don't think it really is monetizable anymore. Where like you get like a random headline and someone's got it wrong. Every now and then, it can be worth taking advantage of. I mean, like I'll give you an it was like maybe this one only was 2 or 3 years ago. There was a small capper that was sort of gapped. It was gapped up and it was trading normally. And people were treating it like a small cap gapper. And this was like what we're doing, but this was in the pre-market. It was about 7 o'clock. But there was a story on it that I was reading, and I read it 3 times. I'm like, wait a minute. These guys are getting bought for $5. And it was gapped from like $1.50 to like $3.
Right.
And I'm seeing it trade, and it's at like 3:30, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And I was so sure that I was wrong that I didn't just immediately punch in. Eventually, I just punched in. I'm like, this is stupid. And it went to like 450 like a regular buyout would. It was so early in the morning, it's almost as if people or algos were trading it as if it was just some random biopharma and it was doing its normal like barcoding. And it's like, no, there's an actual deal here, and it corrected. I've seen that happen like once in 10 years. And if you get lucky, hey, take advantage of it. By the way, CMND is it really 420? Of course it's 420. It just broke resistance at $4.20. There's something about that number. It just always tends to be a thing. And I can use this segue because MSOS is actually up 8% today. I didn't see a reason why. There is a reason why MSOS was actually up today. I saw a few people in the chat talking about it. It's pretty interesting, MSOS. Like this has been a space that has been an absolute dog and has burned way too many people. But don't look now. It's woken up. You've got a long higher low, little bit of sideways action for a potential break here. Like it's actually doing a little something. And every time I see a spike, I'm like, okay, we get a progress here because the dip buys have actually been working for you if you've been playing this one to the long side. Long term, I really don't like the space. I just think, how are you ever going to make enough money? It's just too easy. It's just too easy of a business. Margins aren't going to be big enough. But it doesn't mean it can't ride the train for a little bit.
I mean, no one's trading this Tizania today. I mean, instead of Tesla, TLSA. This is, you might have thought, hey, man, maybe this is a ETF of some sort. But here's an example of that. TLSA is, of course, opposed to TSLA. And I feel like people are going to be going, oh, I'm buying some SpaceX today. But no, I'm buying some Virgin Galactic. That would be horrendous if that was a decision that you wound up making. Buy gold, everything gold. And we haven't bought some gold in a long time, but it's getting about time to maybe think about doing some of that as well as these numbers get hit, or it's getting hit here on the job numbers. And I just want to bring this to your attention because gold is right now at your 200 period moving average. So there's gold right there, making another move back in. You're worried about rates, you're worried about, sort of the world economy, you're looking to get into something that's supposed to be a little safer. Why not trust your hand in some gold today down to $400 and your 200 period moving average? And if we zoom this out a little bit, what an epic run this thing's had. Obviously, it was doing absolutely nothing for 35 years, and then all of a sudden just took out, and now it has outpaced the S&P 500 over that 35-year span now. So if you were in gold at any point instead of the S&P, you would have been doing well. Now, I don't know if that's true with this most recent pullback. Thank you so much, Randy. It was about a 1 a.m. night last night, so we're tired already. Right, yeah, I didn't get back till 10:30, and stuff happens. And then right into there, 400 and change right now for GLD. So we'll see what that's doing right now, back into the 200 period moving average. So yeah, watch out for that as that's coming back in there. Randy, you like gold or do you like silver? Silver has an industrial aspect to it, so I think short Ford. Yeah, I actually sold some Ford. Ford's been huge, man. That has been a good one. Look at what's happening with silver right now, straight to the downside as at 16 and change the other day. We got it Ford around this $15 mark, as well as, Ford had another huge move up, and really basing off of $11. Nice move up into $17.50 for Ford. Yeah, we got some out, like I said, 16 and change something, not at the very top, of course, but there comes Ford right back in, and this has been something that's been in the account for, I'm probably going to say 10 years. That's the one thing that I got to look at the broker, like it should say like initial purchase time, gives you the percentage up or down. But Ford, again, another stock that's been pretty much doing nothing for weeks and weeks and weeks and maybe months on end. And here we go. Let's call up a weekly chart for Ford, and you'll see that there it is, poking its head above. We haven't been up here since 22, so that's a good level. And as opposed to anything else, I mean, it's all about the timing of everything, right? I mean, we could look at Rivian now at $18, but are you still holding it from 108? There's like different aspects to every single stock, so you got to watch out. This was actually part of Rivian probably came public somewhere around 2021. Ford had a Rivian, and that was creating a huge bump in their name, and then they fell right back down in. Obviously, Ford did not fall as dramatically as Rivian, of course, but there it comes right back in right now into $10, $11, and now Rivian with I'm just waiting for that. I've already got the reservation. I'm waiting for the invite to say bye, and then we'll be getting an R2 and looking at Ford as opposed to Rivian right now. Ford is a story. I mean, they're already selling those hundreds of thousands of cars. Rivian, hopes to get to that level at some point, but it's been a pretty epic rise here in RIVN over the last 2 weeks, right? In anticipation, June 9th, I think. The first one actually rolls out, I believe, to the public there in the United States. So let me know if anybody in the chat is grabbing an R2 and what that looks like. And yeah, we're excited to do that in our house here, maybe depending on how SpaceX goes. Neil, maybe we buy 2 R2s.
Well, I don't want to. We had someone on the floor always say, like, before the big trades come, like, don't celebrate too early. You'd have the guys the guys on the floor would sometimes go to the LCBO getting ready to celebrate when they were anticipating a big trade. It's like, do that after, for sure. But hey, why not? Well, I don't know. I'm not that interested just yet in going electric. I think maybe in the next couple of years. But one point is, I think just to go back from Ford, GM as well is trying to go. Like this sucker on a monthly chart, this has been pretty steady. And maybe this is going to be a little bit of a something. But it is 9 o'clock, everybody. You know what we do around this time. We got to get into. We're going to get into some business, and then we're going to get into our watch list.
Yeah, this hour is brought to you by Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint gives you access to an extensive, and this is very key, an extensive, easy-to-board multiple locate sources alongside a trading platform designed specifically for active day traders. Please visit one word, centerpointsecurities.ca/TraderTV to try it today. And here's another big one. Get your first 90 days commission free. So if you start today, you get 90 days commission free. And hey, man, it's going to be a good one. We've talked about PDT rules coming through again. It's centerpointsecurities.ca/TraderTV to grab that deal. We want to thank them, and make sure you do scan said QR code in front of you right now. But yeah, we're excited here. NASDAQ now going lower. We wrote down our very first idea, of course, was short the NASDAQ. Then the number comes out and it just gets absolutely crushed. We've seen the volume come out. I mean, not absolutely crushed, but here's the volume really picking up there on the non-farms payroll number, downside, upside. So creating some more, possibilities for that rate hike that we're looking for. I'm not looking for, but the market right down there. We'll see if it can bounce off. We're pretty close to 30,000 right now on the NASDAQ. What a number, 30,000, man. I remember we were talking about this thing at 25, 20, now 30. Wow, what a wealth creator the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 and the overall stock market has been for the last, let's say, 125 years. So, I mean, absolutely amazing. The fact that it's down 1.4% might be the start of something a little more dramatic happening, in the NASDAQ, but we still have a little ways to go here before the top, I would think. A lot of people calling early times still on AI. And I said this yesterday to everybody. It's like, if you're in the stock market and you didn't realize that we could actually have red candles instead of just all green candles, then it's time to maybe rethink about the portfolio and either get into indexes or just buckle up, because you can't enjoy the ride one way and then not expect it to eventually retrace down a little bit. We've had multiple in this huge bull run, like I said, over the last 50, 60 years. There's been multiple drawdowns, and we still wind up saying, I mean, I don't know, there's been whatever there's been today, 200 or less than that trading days in the year. There's probably been about 130 trading days or so. How many of those days are all-time highs? I mean, if you look back, you'd be surprised at how many of those exactly were all-time highs. So, we're in it right now. Pick and choose. Bitcoin bouncing off 62,000 right now. So we'll have a quick look at what iBit's maybe going to do at that $60,000 level. This is another name that's on the sticky note and going to be on the watch list, I assume, today as we talk about crypto and some earnings plays, including Lululemon.
But just before we go back to the desk, speaking of the S&P 500, aftermarket at 5:15 tonight, we get to find out who's going to be added. The current odds are pretty much non-decisive, for being real about it. Like, this is very well distributed. Like Reddit at 16, LM 14, Pure Storage, a firm at 9. Yeah, there's no front runner this time. I feel like usually you have a decisive front runner. We're not really seeing that going in today. But it is after the bell, and of course that'll be, in effect, the third Friday of this month, which I guess will be the 19th, and then effect on the Monday. So technically speaking, it's actually on effect on the Monday, but the real trade happens on the Friday. So we'll see who's going to get the addition. Usually it's a nice little bump, and then they sell the news, but we're not going to know until after the bell.
All right, guys, 757.14 is where we closed out on the SPY yesterday. We're basically down 0.2% already, barely holding on to 752. So right away, we're staring 750 in the face as that support level. And as you'll see here, we double bottomed off the 4-hour, both on the 3rd and then again early yesterday morning as well, defending 750. But we are putting in lower highs. So that is something to be alert to. We didn't quite make it up to 760 yesterday that we had in previous days. So that's technically a lower high. If we lose 750, that'll be a lower low. So we're looking at 750 as supported area, 757 yesterday's close as resistance 1.
Definitely don't resist signing up for our Trader TV Live watch list. It is free. It comes right to your inbox every day. You can sign up here with the link in our description. It is free. It gives you info on what's reporting, what reported the night before, what are any events on watch, economic data. You cannot miss it. Please check it out, guys. In the meantime, before we get to our rundown, I quickly want to mention here this marijuana moment article. There's a couple headlines on cannabis that I looked into here. For one, White House pushing Congress to keep hemp CBD products legal by amending broad ban that's set to take effect later this year. That was the first headline. The other involves the uplisting of TruLive. So those are the only headlines I'm seeing here in cannabis. Wanted to mention both of them. Now let's get straight into our watch list with Lululemon to the downside. This one taking quite the tumble after guidance weakness and management clearly expressing some concerns about media coverage as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Adara. We're none too plussed about the negative media coverage that they've been getting, especially around some of the product failures as well as, a lack of demand. Let's talk about the actual numbers, though. A marginal revenue beat there of basically 2.47 above 2.43 with EPS virtually in line. I mean, $1.69 versus $1.68. But as Adara mentioned, that full year guide slashing full year 2026 revenue in the range of 11 to 11.15. That implies a 1% reduction in net revenue year over year. That's not a headline that anybody wants. And then there's worse. Obviously, margin contraction here on gross margins, dropping 410 basis points down to 54.2%, being largely blamed on import tariffs as well as steep markdowns. Again, markdowns, but they do have some outlet stores as well that they could mark down products at. Comps, let's talk about American sales versus Chinese sales. They dropped 6% year over year for comparable store sales in the United States. That was not the case in China. They continue to grow there. So a bit of a divergence away, as well as their away from body yoga product campaign, as I mentioned at the top of the show, was pretty dismal, management saying anyway, completely failed to generate the expected consumer traction. So yet another failed product. And last but not least, their operating income dropped aggressively, 37% down, contracting by 730 basis points, basically blaming it on employee overhead expenses aggressive brand activations, and unexpected proxy contest expenditures are having to hire proxy advisory firms, of course, as well as legal services to fend off Elliott Management's aggressive proxy fight.
Sour on Lululemon today?
Neither. I mean, look, the new CEO it'll be a year next quarter, I think. So, you know, you talk about like the turnaround and getting the ship right within a year. You know, so I don't necessarily think that it's completely dead. It's a difficult, when you're a fad business, which fitness apparel and fitness in general, it tends to be difficult to get back what you have once lost. All of that said, it's going to get cheap enough at some point that you're going to get a bounce. There was a decent bounce off the 200 period on the monthly. That was okay. You know, it had support before at the 250 to 270 level that happened a couple times. But it does feel like it wants everything back in. If it breaks $100, I think that 80 area technically is just a buy. But for today, I was hoping $100, we'd see that typical SSR bounce type level where you're looking for it to be short sell restricted, you trend down into it, and then you break 100, maybe the 105 as well. Something similar to what CrowdStrike didn't give us yesterday. Like CrowdStrike was similar, but it's like it gave you it already had the pre-market low and then was putting in higher lows and actually just ended up holding that trend for the dips. I don't know that I'd be as confident in the dip buyers of Lulu at the open as Crowd when everyone was buying tech on the dip. So CrowdStrike was getting caught up in that. I could see Lulu breaking lower and having to wait for that 100 or 105 level.
All right, so here we go. So I just I took some of the numbers here, put them up onto a tweet, and then this is the trade idea that I'm talking about in the chat there. This was a bad quarter. I mean, there's no denying it, right? I mean, you go down 3%, down 410 basis points. This is stuff that we took from the... Make sure you go grab that watch list at Trader TV. It's in the link in description. But, you know, the trade idea that I'm trying to work around with is right down here. I talked about this earlier. This is a PE of just 9, right? And, I mean, when you get that kind of pessimism, is there a potential relief rally that may come into this name? I'm not going to sit there at 10, and this is just an E-signal chart. I circled the 108 where we were at today. So you know, I think at some point you're going to look back and say, hey, maybe it was so bad that maybe it's good. And you know, yesterday when it was trading up here, I was like, this is going to be a kitchen sink quarter. So, you know, try to describe what that was. And we had it, right? It's a bad sort of look at the distribution, a bad look moving forward, you know, inventory woes, all this kind of stuff. And, you know, Sharif was mentioning they're blaming some of the sales that they've had to take, you know, mark down pricing, and there it goes with the margin compression. So, you know, at some point with those kind of numbers, it should start to take back some of these levels, but you don't want to catch a 5-day trade, maybe hold it for a week, hold it for a little bit longer. I don't know, but you know, it's been bad, and there's the bleed again today, and it's been now 3 straight days. Like this was just at 130, right? So I think we could get a relief rally back up into that 130 mark, and then you'd be like, oh well, that was 15% that I missed, and I think you might be willing to miss all of that. I mean, it's a tough one, and you could take it against that 110. You take a 108, you take a 105 against 100. You know, you're 5 to 10% worth of risk with, if things are a turnaround story. And we know new management, even though the name could be, you know, really in the doghouse, new management could get it going. And we'll wait to see if that is eventually something that Lululemon gets off here. So we'll wait for it. I'm looking at that 108 level, but definitely not going to be sitting there watching it. If it bounces around and tries to find a base, then fine. It's going to be SSR today. So a big move down for Lululemon has already happened and could flush right off the open. Let's wait till 925 until we see the imbalances there.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the thing. We'll have to wait to see I think it's 12 days away now for the next Fed meeting. And, you know, we have it right here. Yeah, it says, there it is. Yeah, 12 days, 4 hours. So it's still going to be a firm no-go. You know, if anything, there's a chance for a cut still. But then if we move all the way out to December, I mean, look here, right now, today, we're at 350 to 375. So if you go out to December right now, there's only a 30% chance we stay there. Neil was pointing this out before, that you have a 21% chance of 2 rate hikes now by the time December hits. Like, that's tough. That's going to be tough for some of those. And we had Michael Noss coming on earlier this morning and talking about how a name like Google, and by the way, like last year, Google bought, I think it was $5 or $50 billion worth of their own stock. Well, they just resold it again right back there. So they bought it last year. Who knows at what pricing? Obviously lower than where it is now. They're in a stock buyback, so they bought back all their stock last year, put some cash to work, and then sold it all to everybody there in the last couple days. And we talked about Warren Buffett and some of the the names that were in there with Berkshire buying it and Goldman and everyone buying it back from them. But that's a nice windfall also for Google. Buying back, they had a huge buyback on last year. So this year they just dumping some of them again back into the market. Is that a sign that maybe we should be dumping some of our Google shares or not? At the end of the day, there's a lot of money floating out there. And if it's a good company, it can definitely be bought up. But can these other companies that don't continue to make money, that are obviously getting frothy based on what's coming next Friday, Rocket Lab, ASTS, all these other names, are they able to survive in a 50-point rate cut or rate increase environment? Soon to come and soon to find out about those names. So if the predicting market is right and we get those, I mean, it was only predicting really one raise, by December. But if that 20% somehow hits, then it could be in a little bit of trouble. Watch out for the IWM. As well, and any name, any quantum name, any nuclear name, even these names like an Iran or
even the EVs too.
Well, the EV space is cooked anyways, but I think that that's going to be further pressure as well. Unless you're paying for things in straight cash, you may have to get a financed deal. So, all right, Sharif, what's next is crypto. All right, well, if you have a lot of money in crypto, then you potentially aren't buying any new EVs.
Take a look here, guys, at MSTR. This is at pre-market lows. And we know, at least from a sentiment perspective, the sale of 32 Bitcoin from Michael Saylor's MSTR, which was reported earlier this week, that's being seen as a lot of maybe the reason for this steep drop lower in Bitcoin.
You're absolutely right, Adara. And he took to X yesterday to kind of express his opinion about that. His thesis is, look, there's a lot of AI build out right now to the tune of $400 billion in the past 6 months. And his opinion is that the money's rotating out of Bitcoin in order to fund that. Whether you believe him or not, that's for reasonable people to disagree on. But we can all agree on the fact that there's been 13 consecutive days of outflows from these spot ETFs, specifically from Bitcoin, with BlackRock taking the brunt of that. IBIT, hyper concentrated, guys. 75% of all withdrawals from these spot ETFs for Bitcoin did come out from IBIT. Just to quantify that, that's $3.3 billion from the 4.4 that's bled out, all hyper concentrated in IBIT. Some food for thought. Also, open interest on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Why am I talking about this? Because Joey, the open interest is dropping here to 2.5-year lows, 97,935, I believe, for Bitcoin futures. Again, as I said, to the record low 2.5 years, confirming, according to analysts, that the macro hedge funds are actively dismantling basically their trade arbitrage positions. That's something to think about as well. And then last but not least, guys, $1.8 billion in forced liquidations. We've been talking a lot about the leverage in Bitcoin, both to the upside and the downside. Of those 1.8 billion, 1.35 billion were long forced sales. So the exchange just basically closed out the position on behalf of the trader there, Dara.
Lots of weakness in crypto. Are you guys watching it today?
Every single day until the day the short don't work. So, 60,000 is still a level that we can get to here today. You're only at 62, so there's plenty of room for it to get down there daily. And then you cross that bridge when I say when, but if we lose 60,000, you cross that bridge into the 50 to 52 range when we get there. So yesterday was the only day that it gave. Actually, there was another one where it was like a pop and then drop. That'd be last Friday, where it was a pop and drop, and then yesterday was a pop and drop. I'm looking at the close, 35.75 into 36, like right into here, play that short, and then every other resistance level after that. And just be patient and willing to always go from one to the other. Like if Bitcoin goes sideways for a little bit, there's always BM&R. which has also been pretty good to the south side. A little bit more strength, but when it shows you a level as well, like the $18 level has been a good one. I can pivot over to that if we find it. What do you have from here? Iran's claim that it fired warning shots at U.S. warships was false. Wow, okay. Well, that coming from the U.S., expected. Oil's not moving on that headline, so, well, I mean, oil's been moving down, but that was already happening. So.
Look, yesterday we talked about IBIT. It was on, I mean, here's yesterday's note on IBIT, right? 36.50 short. So we took it, and it was, it was my number one P&L on the day. So take that for what it's worth. But there it is right here. IBIT yesterday called the 36.50, took it, and yeah, it is what it is now. And it wasn't actually even that. I mean, it's funny because the market really rebounded yesterday, and Bitcoin didn't until the very end of the day, and then it lost its way a little bit there into the last hour. But we shorted up there, and here's the short yesterday. And we ran into, I mean, it's too bad I didn't take more pictures of this near the end of the day, screenshots, because, we did hold that thing to the downside and got out finally when it broke down into here. So that was about an 80 cent or more trade right there, just trying to pick out some tops. So again, it has returned on the note here, but we write this thing when it's all the way up here. At that time, I wrote down 35.75, which was right into this area. So we're looking to go short into area. So if that winds up happening again, we're going to try to stay disciplined and do that. But at the same time, I really like the 200 period moving average. So I'm going to be shorting in and around 35.50. We'll wait though. I'm still going to try to be patient and wait for my price, but maybe we start it somewhere around 35.50. I think it's kind of a no-brainer here to keep on shorting when you have a trend that looks like this, man. None of us obviously smart enough to call this move downside, but it's happening, and there it goes right now. So huge move back in for Bitcoin. The only one that I know that was talking about the short there that's in our chat was, I think it was JKL, was shorting MSTR and kept on talking about shorting BMNR and all those things. So congratulations to you, man. You really called that one. So we could sit here and analyze whatever, but that takes a lot to call something like that. So that's good. Congratulations to you on that. And then MSTR, and I mean that with all seriousness, like that was a great call. And then MSTR too, you've been pumping the short on that on our chat. So there you go, man. Big calls by big traders, always with a smile on this guy's face. We have Tesla there, which was a nice upgrade. That's why it made my list. Let's see if it comes down into 418 is where we're going to be looking at it here today. Tesla on a run. Let's go hear it from the desk.
Notable upgrade. I think perhaps more notable than the upgrade is the massive price target increase for Tesla here from JPM. They raised their price target by more than 200%.
Yeah, exactly. 227% to be exact, Adara. This marks one of the most stunning capitulations in the history of Wall Street for a decade. JP Morgan has been one of the biggest Tesla detractors, and now it's all changing, and that's not by accident. There's a changing of the guard. So, longtime bearish auto analyst Ryan Brinkman, I believe his name is, officially handed over the reins to Rajat Gupta, who's now going to be covering Tesla for the big bank. Weeks after taking the reins, Gupta completely scrapped Brinkman's multi-year 60% downside thesis. So again, changing of the guards, not by accident here. And some comparisons being drawn to Amazon. So just let me make this kind of case for a second. To justify the massive new valuation model, JP Morgan explicitly compared Tesla's current life cycle to Amazon's early days. The note argues that Tesla's active vehicle factories sort of as a live test bed for the Optimus humanoid robot, and it kind of mimics Amazon's internal integration of the Kiva robotics subsidiary when they took that over. So kind of a bit of a comparison there. They're also projecting Tesla's revenue to double to $203 billion by 2030. However, that's a good side. What's the bad side here? They're saying, look, free cash flow not expected to turn positive for Tesla until 2029, CapEx being single-handedly blamed as a result of that. And then they've completely abandoned their traditional delivery multiples. Instead, they're mapping out 5 highly speculative, but what they're saying are interlinked sectors to justify their new valuation. We're talking about automotive. We're talking about energy storage, robotaxis, humanoid, and software licensing. And based on those 5, they're projecting, or they're modeling, I should say, $3.9 trillion addressable market by 2035, Adara.
How are you guys feeling about TSLA? I know Sean said, you said you're looking at it today.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just like the upgrade. I mean, we talked about that upgrade a couple times there. Everything that Sharif was talking about, Neil and I were just talking about, you know, the fact that it's probably going to be a lot more than just what we're thinking right now with Optimus and with Robotaxi and with all the AI that they have in place right now, all the data that they've collected. You know, can they sell that? How that going to happen? What's all the talk about SpaceX and that merge? And is there going to be any value add into Tesla based on that? Will there be hype surrounding just nonsense, really? I mean, they buy Tesla for no reason sometimes, and they sell it for no reason. It seems like we're not worried about the cars anymore. You know, we're looking at this as a longer-term play. And I mean, we had on, I think it was Steve Teilman was also talking about it, basing out and looking for it to get back up to $500 right now. And I mean, this looks pretty strong. I mean, it's a Mag 7 name. I mean, I don't know if that term really exists too much anymore, but you know, down to 410 and holding the 200 period, sloping up 50. And I just go back again to something that Steve said, is something that I've been saying this whole time as well, is that the ball don't lie. And if I'm going to be taking trades based on different technical indicators, then, you know, my opinion on Tesla, Neil's opinion, nobody's opinion really matters. If you're investing, you want to look for short-term or long-term. And if you're going long-term on Tesla, I do think there's a chance for this thing to get it back up to $500. I don't know if it has enough juice right now. It might with SpaceX, depending on how that goes, of course. If that's not well received, people could think that maybe, you know, Elon and sort of this whole futuristic approach has lost some of its way. I don't know that to be true. Tesla's also working on, you know, big battery packs. And, you know, we talked about where power generation is going to be coming from. I like what Tesla's doing. I like the thought of getting longer here off the 200 period moving average. I'm personally pretty full boat right now on Teslas, but I still like the stock. I mean, I really enjoy driving the car, and I think there is more upside here as humanoids, right? Robots start to become a thing. And will he be outpriced by China and all that? Yes, but you know, at the end of the day, people that own Tesla and love it will probably buy Optimus at some point.
You buying a Chinese robot to go into your house? I know the Xpeng.
I'm not buying any robot probably to go into my house. I have a Roomba. I have a Roomba.
But if and when you they do come around or get priced enough or whatever, would you trust it? Would you do it? I don't know. And I think that at the end of the day, you know, I don't think I'm smarter than the moving averages. Thanks, Steve. No, somebody is buying it at the 200 period moving average. Someone's buying it on the trend since the April low. It looks to me like it's more like the low teens that have been the bottom, like down in here about like the 415 level. But that's, you know, the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. And this has been on an obvious trend for sure. Let's go talk some chips, but also it's 925, so it's going to quickly throw up the imbalances, see if anything is there. Shocker. At the top of the list, I bid 500,000 sell. That's the only thing of any significance. Nokia with a small sell imbalance of 460. The desk?
Let's go into the bell here. Let's quickly talk about chips because MRVL is still poised to close 50% higher on the week, more or less, even with this pullback this morning. NVIDIA also on watch.
Yeah, that's the angle I'm going to take here. Senator Elizabeth Warren. She's invited the much-known CEO Jensen Huang to testify before the Senate Banking Committee. Should be on the 11th of June. We have yet to hear back from NVIDIA in an official capacity or Jensen himself. But this is probably triggered by a specific and a newly unreleased Department of Justice document, which, or actually a criminal indictment, I should say, which alleges a multi-million-dollar illicit pipeline that smuggled restricted NVIDIA H100s and H200s into China through shadow networks that are being alleged here, not just Singapore, not just Mongolia now we're talking about Malaysia, and now we're talking about Thailand as well as proxy countries. There's also this 0% market share stance that Jensen has had. Elizabeth Warren is slated or believed to be explicitly looking at showing a report that NVIDIA still commands 55% share of China's AI accelerator market, to kind of challenge Huang's statement that his revenue is near zero. So we'll see if this even happens, Adira, and how the dynamic between the two goes.
Yeah, with 2 minutes until the bell, let's also quickly talk PL, Planet Labs, while we're here. This is just continuing to make pre-market lows as we await the open. Strong growth, though, especially for their revenue.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up over here. Yeah, decent 3 cents a share loss versus the 4 pennies a loss expected. $94.2 million in revenue ahead of the 89.9. RPOs increased, Adira, 81% year over year.
Strong growth here for PL, but not so good for the stock. How do you guys feel about PL and or chips today?
I think you got to pass on PL. Let that one settle down after earnings. But for the chips, I like SMCI to the south side. Already sliding a little bit, but head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. That gives you 48. There's also this 46.5 to 47 range for any kind of a pop. The way we're heading to the downside early, though, I'm always willing to be short. Like if it does a complete dump, on trend play. So yeah, I'm going to be shorting SMCI and some pops today. It hasn't looked that good. And PL, we know what's going to happen next week. So I think a lot of people are trying to ring the register out in front of SpaceX.
All right, guys, with only 1 minute to go right now. We'll see if Tesla falls. Oh, my mic is having issues again. Okay, then we will go in.
The mic is getting geared up for the open.
It's trying to go again. We're going to wait for 418 right here again to come in for Tesla. That might be the first one. So we're going to sit there, take half a unit or so at 418 there on Tesla and just wait to see where it goes from there. Maybe an out would probably be 416 or so if it does break down below. I mean, 417's been the low, so want to give it a little bit more room. And we know that how this name can move with only 10 seconds left. We want to thank Origenics, of course, for sponsoring. One more time, go find its symbol, NYSEOGEN. Their OGen link in description to find out more about them and their concussion treatments. Okay, there we go. We don't have quotes right now. They're very frozen right now. So,
they're back.
Look at my stock go. Why don't we talk about IoT? There goes Internet of Things one more time. Up now 5%, and that's a banger. That's that Drake stock that we kept on talking about. That's a chicken dinner winner for all y'all. So there it goes, man. Nice move there on IoT. Nothing but love to the upside there as Internet of Things now up 5. We'll have to watch out for that as it tries to go. Tesla also looking to make some moves upside there, 421 and ticking higher now. There goes TSLA and IoT. We like IoT a lot, and we're happy to be in that one as that's starting to go. S&P 500 ticking lower. Watch out, 30,000 breaking as we speak.
Yeah, LOD approaching heavily on Bitcoin as well. SMCI already heading to the downside, unfortunately. Not looking too good. Some of the chip names that we didn't get to. Micron catching a small bid. So it made a bit of a bottom tail here. Micron trying to catch a little bit of a bid. And NVIDIA, which we did not discuss, NVIDIA just got smoked off of the open. So $2 down instantly there on NVIDIA. One of the heavier movers when you see the market coming down. Looks like it's NVIDIA.
Okay, it's NVIDIA. Okay, so
well,
good.
I mean, I didn't look at AMD, so.
No, I mean, it makes sense. The market is coming down here, so we do have to try to find out why potentially this market is coming, because right now it's Tesla booming, and there goes the market right back there to the upside again. So, maybe there is going to be a little bit of love here for Tesla. But the market trying to go back up. I'm just trying to look here to see what we want to do with it, because now it's 423 and it's gonzos to the upside there. Lulu, we can have a quick look here as well and see what that name was trying to do for us. Lululemon bouncing a little bit. We do get, we're looking at that 108 if it does come into play there today. We'll see if there's any love back in the upside there for Lululemon. Who knows, man? Not a great report for that. Like I said, I'm still excited about this IoT. Can hold the bid as it comes right back in right now. It was down earlier today, so potentially just some exuberance coming back in for Internet of Things. And then we saw ARM was getting bled all morning as well. There goes Marvell to the downside. ARM, look at the market being bought right back up, right? So we got to try to find out who's buying what and where and when and how, because right now there we go again on ARM down to 264 and bought right back up to 370 again. So sorry. Yeah, 370. So nice little $7 move to the high side there on ARM.
They just seem to, the buyers seem to come in, and the sellers are coming into USO. So you just broke low of the day on oil futures. And we haven't really seen too much beneath 135 in the last couple of days, only for a matter of seconds. That could give a bit of a buoy to the overall market. Some of the stocks that I'm looking at they're not bouncing. Intel hit 105, is continuing lower. SMCI, which, all right, if it's going to be relatively weak, I suppose if the market is going up, then we can get some kind of a fade at some point in SMCI. Oh, QNT as well.
Oh, right. I was trying to look at it.
I'm just going to quickly I'm going to pull this over so you can see the level too. There's a buyer at 59.25, which is getting chewed up right now, but it did not break that 60. So it's holding range 59 to 60. I would love to see it retest the 60 level, but if all we end up doing is trend down, I'm going to look for the first double bottom to punch short or maybe take a shot at that volume weighted average price. So that it did give you the 60 short, but I was looking at SMCI to try to short the pop instead. And it's not popping. Everything else is.
Okay, we had some news yesterday with Boeing as well. We can have a quick little look over there at Boeing. So Tesla's coming back in just a little bit, so that's another name that we're trying to look at. IBIT and the futures, I mean, crypto 62.2. Boeing, not much going on with that one, so we'll take a pass on Boeing right now. IBIT, I mean, again, we wrote down yesterday's close. It's not there, so we got to wait maybe for that 200 period moving average at 35.30s coming into play. Who knows? We did mention earlier that NVIDIA was making a move down. There is that other name, STI. Okay, doing nothing. STI as well today, Solidion. Wow, 42 and change. This name is very, very impressive, needless to say. Up another 85% today. STI's had quite the run, man. I mean, this was our name a couple days ago, up to $41, and then that CMND. CMND Clearmind going again $4. Well, it's popping in the early trade, but not really going right now. Hitting intraday highs about 480. Sorry, pre-market highs of 480. Now intraday highs into VWAP 410. That's what you're kind of looking to break through, and then watch out for a 480 take. This name's going to have to halt, I think, if it's going to get back up there. Watch out for one little spike up there on CMND, and as we wait for more trades to come in, here comes Tesla downside. So is the market right now.
Yeah, it's really not moving. Surprising.
No,
I thought we'd. Like, if you have break the low or go, like if you're either shorting pops in that thing or you're going to break the low. Redwire went red. Yeah, whatever. Went red briefly. It's still going to be in the red, but little bottoming tail candle happening here. You saw Planet Labs off of the open with the sell imbalance as well, but I like that bottoming tail potential reversal candle, so I'm just going to go for this one. It's at that 21 level, which, heck, I put in the note that I kind of like 21. Didn't really think this was going to be the first thing that would come into play because that price was $1 lower on a $22 stock. But here we are. It's trying to bounce. Redwire has been obviously on a bit of an uptrend, but it's had some support right in and around this 21. That's where the bottom was in the afternoon. So trying to catch that bid. At some point, Bitcoin is going to move. I seriously doubt it's not going to move all day long, but still want to wait for at least another 30, 40 pennies before getting that short. If it's not breaking the low, then I want to wait for it to get a bit higher to fade. JKL is long the Knicks. Market to be determined. Yeah, the Knicks are impressive.
Yeah, 6-point dogs today. Right now, we do have
hard to bet against.
Dollar Club right now. We took it out, but here comes right back in again on Tesla. So we'll take out a little bit for that dollar off of 419, and now we'll wait to see where it goes from here. We actually got more than that. We got 420.60s. Right there. But here it comes. We still are bidding our 18s. We're just taking a shot at that right there. We'll see if it comes back in, which it's doing quite dramatically right now for Tesla. But we got to be a little bit patient and try to wait. I'm waiting for that 418.25 marker. I'll take maybe a little bit there. We just bounced off 418.75. Maybe we could take a little bit there. But we're just going to try to see if these upgrades on Tesla, if it wants to go up, we'll see. But I mean, look at the market, man, starting to bleed lower now. So we always want to make sure we're watching stocks that are moving in the way that we think. So Amazon, we've seen a downside push in Amazon over the last couple of days. Look what they're doing. Nice retracement back upside. I really think Apple, doesn't it come next week as when is WWDC?
Monday.
Right. So
usually keynote at 1 p.m. Eastern, pretty much always.
Yeah. So I really like Apple, man. I mean, Apple right here. I think this is going to be a stock that people are going to want to buy, especially heading into WDC, when they're just going to prove that you don't need even computers, you just need a phone to experience many of the AI benefits that the general public's going to have. So yeah, Apple is. I think you're going to look back and not see a 313 for a minute. Let's see what happens at WDC, but I really like Apple today. In a down market, Apple up 1%. I think that says everything.
It's this is Cerebrus all over again. you couldn't get the fill, the opening candle breakdown on QNT. It's not like it's SSR or anything. It literally gapped $1 when it broke through that opening bar low. Just gapped $1 downside. So full dollar on your short, zero chance. I'm not crossing $1 on a $50 stock. That's absolute insanity. But QNT is 7.5%, almost 8% to the downside. Is what it is. I think sometimes you just have to sit in it. Just sit in the short because the spread's going to be too big. Tesla. Only gave it about 20 pennies. I'm talking about red wire here, the 21 to the prior bar. I'll take another shot if things will lighten up a little bit, but that red wire might just, QNT might just have to be short the pop kind of situation because that one's absolutely bleeding. It's very unsuccessful IPO because remember, 60 was the issue price. So you're underwater, not just if you bought it yesterday. If you got the issue, you're also underwater. First pop, we'll try to be able to be short this. And IBIT is not trying to come up at all. All we're doing is breaking trend and heading downside. I want to see if I can get a better fill maybe in BMNR. And again, don't want to be chasing things too far. Yeah, BMNR is a little bit weaker today. So short the pop into VWAP there will be one play, and then the other way for IBIT is just going to be also whichever one gets to VWAP first, I think.
Yeah, we're sitting right now in Tesla. I don't know where this thing's going to wind up going, man. And it's not right now not going in the right direction for me. But we're just long right here at 418.50. It's $1 out. So we were $1 in. Now we're $1 out on TSLA. And honestly, like this is kind of par for the course. I mean, the market is making this move down. I like the level. We didn't necessarily get into it. I mean, you can see what price we have, so it's not the end of the world no matter really what happens here. But trying to see if there's a little bit of a hold out for TSLA. We know it has these moves, man. We showed this to you guys, every day. It's up and down. Like yesterday, it actually rinsed down to, okay, that's 932. That 418 level, and then 10 minutes later, we have 426. So I think it's worth a shot here on Tesla. If we wind up taking a hit on our first trade, so be it. But this is what we're doing right now, looking for Tesla. We had to take Palantir against us a little bit yesterday, and it wound up working out just fine until it retraced back down again, is what Palantir wound up doing yesterday. So shout out to Palantir not holding the bid there yesterday. But now it's trying to hold the bid again. So we can see right now on Palantir's business, standing on business now at 140. So we'll see if that can come back into play. The market doesn't really look like it wants to bounce any higher here. So yeah, a little bit of trouble brewing, it seems like, in big cap land maybe, and especially in tech land. I mean, we looked at Apple, that's not doing too much, but gold is now down. We talked about that earlier today as well. Gold getting hit, down 2% right now on those job numbers. Silver also getting hit.
They're basically selling everything.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Is I think
Broadcom's going to take 400.
Yeah, here goes Tesla's going to take 415. We're going to drop out of this one if it does break back down below 4. The stop that I have right here is 415. Has to break through here it goes. Has to break through 415. So we don't need to average in now, man. We don't want to average it into losing trades. Here comes Tesla all the way down. I guess that JP Morgan upgrade is not really that significant. Bleeding to the downside right now is Tesla with this whole market. Today might be the day we don't get a bounce. Who knows? We'll be patient with it.
It's certainly possible. Broadcom, like I said, Broadcom at 400 attempting a break. QNT. It might be a short on the move to the upside on this stock. So whenever it goes up, just going to try to be on the offer, keep prices. So for now, we're into it. Want to be short underneath the prior all-time low.
Wow, still going.
It's an IPO, so I mean every low is going to be an all-time low. Let's go to Adara at the desk. What do you have for us, Adara?
Oh, it was just brief. I was just going to say there that it's funny because with the Tesla upgrade, as much as that price target was so massive, they really only upgraded it to neutral.
I know.
So it's like they still didn't like it that much. They just thought it was going to go up a lot. Like it's a weird one.
I still think it's significant because it's coming from a large bear. Like it would be the equivalent of Michael Burry coming out and saying, I believe, I may not have, forget about the price target, but if the dude just said he believes in Palantir and NVIDIA at these prices, like that'd be a gigantic shift. I'm just saying, it is what it is. Yeah. For now, the market is continuing to bleed. Maybe the dip buyers don't like it today. We're gonna find out. Some of this is gonna get put to the test. Now, I'm looking at like ARM every single day. Someone has come in and bailed out ARM to like an absurd extent. Right? Like, look at these bottoming tail wicks. That fills in this gap at 350. If nobody's on the bid at 350, well, first of all, I'd be shocked. It's going to be 10% down if it gets to that price. I'd maybe look for a reversion just because it's done it 4 days in a row. The way I see it, if a pattern has happened every single day, it's worth taking a shot as a trader. All right, they're defending 55 on QNT. This is probably going to happen at every single, and all the even dollars, 60, 55, and 50, I bet you the underwriters are going to defend these prices because they're trying not to get embarrassed. So every pop is a scalp. If it breaks, let it break, short the next pop, and then move on to the next. So QNT took the one shot. It was a miss of the breakdown, but if you leave your offers in or just wait for it to come back up, you can just try to jump back into the trade. And if it ever breaks 60 bucks, I'm not trying to short it if it's back through that $60 level. So we'll take our shot and see if we can't get another trade in it. But every single time they defend the bid like that, I'm just going to get in, get out, get your scalp trade and move on. IBIT, still nothing going. Hasn't broken the low, hasn't gotten the VWAP. Not going to rush into this trade. See it, hit it, and wait for it.
Yeah. I mean,
what's that going on?
This is Google. I mean, this is the thing what we're trying to talk about. Like, you know, there is strength in some of the space today. Apple going higher here. You're looking at Google trying to go higher. So if there is a rebound in this market, man, maybe this is where we should be looking, right? Not picking out names that have absolutely tanked like a Tesla or, you know, some of these other names. Play in some strength. And right now, it looks like that strength is pretty present here in our friend. I mean, we talk like that all the time, but I'm serious, man. We like Google around here. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening now with Google into 371. And you know, I kind of said yesterday that I thought there was maybe a 400 handle that could be present on Google pretty soon. And you know, maybe we're getting to that point right now. So Google, nice upside move. I mean, 400 is still a while away, but we are close enough to getting back to that level. That's the all-time high for Google, bouncing right there off your 50, the 50 period moving average on your daily there. Upside for Google. Eli Lilly's been quite a nice story as we talked about that the last couple of days as their GLP-3 trying to be developed one more time. And so I think that there's some runway for them to get going as well on Eli Lilly. It touched out all-time highs, I think, right there off the open. All-time highs were, 1149.10, so we can scratch that now. A brand new all-time intraday high for Eli Lilly. So we kind of like that name, and we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But Eli Lilly, nice upside play. Now bouncing off your 200 period. Could be something to look at there, LLY.
I saw Saddle in the chat saying Google and Amazon. Well,
Amazon's
now Google and Google, because Amazon just lost a bit under VWAP and lost $255. It was also relatively strong, but now starting to look a little bit weaker
well,
here.
Nvidia's losing it.
Nvidia's losing the bid. I saw a couple people in the chat say Intel's. Look, if it's at the low of the day, it's got company. You know, like I could holler out a million things that are having trouble. 6% down over here on Intel. What's holding up? Walmart's holding up pretty well. Nice. That makes sense. Every single time there's been a monster dip in the chips and in tech, Walmart's caught a bid off of the open, so reversals tend to happen when the other side of the trade catches the bid, then Walmart tends to pull back. I think you could see a little bit more of that today. And then Reddit is holding up a little bit. It was at least a second ago. Reddit was holding green. I think it's a pretty mixed board as to who's going to get added to the S&P 500. Today, but anybody that has a shot, I think, might have a bit of a chance to hold up, as there could be some buyers. Yeah, IBIT, it's not complete dog. It hasn't broken the low of the day. Well, the Nasdaq is. I'm just not sure sitting at VWAP is going to get us into a trade, trying to hold out. And just for the record, on QNT, when 55 finally broke, like of course when it breaks to 57, you couldn't have gotten a fill. You probably could be short at 55 if you wanted that breakdown, but I'm going to look for green candles and then try to get an entry off of those on QNT instead. And the other IPO from yesterday, INIO, that also broke its low, but recovered. So it's still the better IPO, INIO, actually going to the upside, or at least trying to.
I mean, a couple outs for Tesla. We've got out of our bigger position, of course, when that flushed back through. We just had a 413.67, and we're able to get some out there 414.30s. But yeah, still continuing to bleed. Like, look at this market's now down 2%. And that's pretty brutal right now, probably for many names. And we just saw Google get back up to the upside there. Look at ARM now down. I'm completely out of ARM, but down now 9% as there it goes, as some reweighting happening right now in many people's portfolios as they dump some of these IT-related names, AI-related names. And will that mean that NVIDIA is the next one to go? Looking to break through that 213 marker right now is NVIDIA. These are the levels that I actually like on NVIDIA. So, not 100% sure of where we're going yet with NVDA, but looks like it's trying to bounce and just trying to, I just typed it in another chart to see, what these levels look like. It is oversold, but so is the market. So, a bouncing spot yesterday was that yesterday? Yeah, the 4th was 211. So maybe a break in and around there of NVIDIA. But if this market wants to hold, potentially NVIDIA is the one to hold. Down 2.5. Will they come back in and buy NVDA? I guess time will tell on that one, as we don't need to keep on trying to chase bottoms. We'll just wait around and see if we can grab something. Okay, here it goes, breaking lower. Look, everything's pointing down right now on this name. So it's just a matter of, do you want to join the short or do you want to wait for a potential rebound like we've seen every day? Every day the NASDAQ seems to be down, there is some sort of a rebound trade. So that's what's happening with that. Oops, it's not happening right now in Tesla, that's for sure, as that's down to 411 now. 490 AMD, that's down, wow, that's down 6%. Everything right now trying to bleed lower, and successful bleed lower, I might add, on most of these names. Google's now pulling back a little bit. If there's going to be a rebound, maybe it's Google that leads us higher, right? Bouncing off the 200 period right now, that could be worth a look.
I have to start thinking about where the futures have a chance to bounce.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Because if you just look at the NASDAQ for the last week and a half, 29.75. That was a double barrel support, and then it was a little bit of resistance prior to that. So that could be a little bit of a level to work off of, and maybe that's where you get some mean reversions. Oh, now Bitcoin goes? Well, sorry, this is BMNR, but I just also looked up and saw Bitcoin breaking down profusely. So it looks like it's getting pretty nasty. It's going to get close to that 60,000 level. Once you're at 60,000, that's where I'd be done chasing the short and be looking for some kind of a reversal play temporarily, just for a day trade. And ARM is getting close to that 350.
Oh gosh.
So ARM gets to 350. Again, that's a bit of a reversion level. Still waiting for the next green candle on QNT. If it catches another bid, we'll try to jump into the short there. It just hasn't done much of anything yet. And you know what? If we're going to go down like this, then forget about the fact that other IPO was good. If the market's going down this way, I might pay for locates and just take a break on this too. Usually the IPOs are good for trading on day 1 and day 2, maybe 3, in terms of volume and liquidity. But if we're going down this heavily, maybe a break of VWAP there. But I got to pay for locates.
Okay, yeah, INIO right now. Yeah, down 2%. This is going to be one of the worst days.
SSR?
IREN, oh my God. I mean, some of these names.
Oh,
so I bought Google right there. We'll see. Oh, I just canceled an order on Google. I got to get that back in there. So we went long. I finally was just like, forget about it. Let's go long on something that is relatively strong. As we said, we'll flip up our game a little bit here and go long now on Google, as we just got a headline. And I apologize. It's, hard to do everything here. Hassett, the jobs data is absolutely not foreshadowing inflation. Okay, so, I mean, hopefully we don't get that inflation number coming a little higher than what we see already. I mean, we've seen CPI come through there. Today we get that jobs report as well. So we're looking, I'm looking for a rebound only because that's what the NASDAQ has told us every day. I mean, yesterday we were down 1.5%. We wind up virtually flat. We almost got to flat there yesterday. The Dow was up pretty huge. And we had some nice battle back in names like JP Morgan yesterday. I mean, it was down into 290. You're now at 310 for JPM right now. Tesla can't find a bid, man, and now Google seems to can't find a bid either. Wow, the market's getting hit pretty decently now, and it's Friday, and not a Friday today, as many longs are wondering when Saturday's about to come through. And we wait for next week already. But yeah, down 2% and bleeding lower. Bitcoin just cracked, I was about to crack, actually, I should say, $61,000 right now. Now officially like cut in half, right, from their top. It was 126.
Well, it's more than half.
Yeah, 126, so that was a 63 peg.
But
there.
don't worry.
Don't worry.
Because
Milani is going to save the day.
ETH at these prices is the same thing as Amazon at $6. But just a correction, I read that in the chat that IREN was SSR. IREN has not gone down 10%. It's down 9%.
I like IREN down there.
I don't think it, well, I'm looking at a trend reversion on this one. If someone asked this morning, like, where do you think IREN was a buy? And I drew a trend line in the chart and basically said, it's right around the 55 if you draw a trend line. It's close. And you fill this gap in here, I'll look for a bottoming tail candle on IREN. If one of the IPOs from yesterday is going to give a trade and I'm not chasing Bitcoin this far down, get it to bottoming tail, get a trend break on IREN, can be good to go. They're basically selling everything and asking questions later. When I say they, you know what I mean. Like, there's no mythical they.
Attaboy, yeah, I just heard attaboy Walmart. Attaboy Google, man. We finally get on that bull right now and start to ride this back up to the upside, as maybe there's a little bit of a turnaround. So, you know, we're gonna hold this and see if we can make a little bit back here on Google. You know, still trying to find some Tesla bids, but you know, waiting for that. I mean, the 25 period moving average is up here at 416. I mean, if we're gonna play some kind of a trend break or something like that, we have to wait. Like, the trend has not been friendly today to me on Tesla because I didn't play it. You know, I played the resistance and support levels, and you know, they just didn't hit today. And there goes Tesla downside. So a couple hits there early on TSLA, but then, you know, flip game strong, right? You gotta make sure that you are able to say, hey, you know what? Get away from something and go over to something else. So right now we're 70 cents in the money on this name, Google, and you know, just waiting for it to get back up. I mean, if the futures do blast off, we did hear Google raised money quite easily there. So if they're ever in trouble, we know they can probably do it again. I think that's what's trying to help out right there. Wow, 400, 420, that'd be nice. $4,200 locked in, stepping aside. Wow, I do not blame you at all stepping aside with those kind of numbers, man. Those are some serious trades. So, yeah, congratulations to
if there is a
Jack Shock there as well. You know, congratulations on that one because that's a big day no matter what you're trading.
Little French. Where are you from? Let us know, Jacques. I'm just kind of curious because it's not Canadian dollars, or I'd say Quebecois.
Yeah, it's just a little $2.
Yes, that's about as much. See, I can say that. I can say voulez-vous coucher, like that. I know, and you know,
so you know pop songs.
Je m'appelle Neil. What else do I know in French? And because a Canadian, I understand that's bad. They literally force you to learn it in school, and I don't know. Like, I'm terrible. But look, IREN, the second this catches a bid, I'm telling you, the market's weak. Like, you got the trend break, it just starts to fire up here, and then when it gets to the even dollar at 57, they're like, no. We're not going up. We're going back into the downside. So it's still the trend break. I'm going to be all out if we get to VWAP. That's about 57. It's about a buck up from here. So I'm going to get my orders out there. So IREN, just a mean reversion play.
Let's go.
The 1 day not short Bitcoin. IBIT, like off of these lows, it's just so weak. You just got to be sitting in the short at some point. Next time, it's just take the break of the low, no matter what. I think that's the new trade.
Let's go. Oh, I didn't hear it. Oh, we have it turned down, I guess. That's why we didn't hear it. But there we go, man. I mean, now we're blasting now. We were just $1.60 in the money. We'll take a fill there on Google's. It's, starting to really appreciate now back there to the upside. So let's go Google. We're going to go 1 for 2 today. We got Tesla L, of course, and Google W temporarily. The highest we got was 371 right now. There it goes. Now we're $1.50 in the money here on Google. Let's take another fill at 371 and say, let's go to Google. We still got a big part of this trade on board. Like I said, I mean, if there's going to be a rebound, let's play it in a strong name, right? We already identified Google today. I thought Tesla had a chance to be strong as well. I don't know if I like the fact that Haas is just speaking like now, like crazy, but you know what? We're going to play this name and just ignore sort of the noise. We want to play strong names, so we're playing Google. Robinhood was really super strong yesterday. Let's go chat. Let's go chart. $87 down to 84. Weak today is Robinhood, but the question is, did you sell yesterday? I mean, these are names that there's a lot of traders trying to hold on to with that new PDT rule. I understand that, you know, there is a chance for this to get back up to the upside, and why not? Sometimes you want to play on that space, right? But I just want to make mention again that we always talk about buy the rumor, sell the news, and things like that. So, you know, with PDT rule coming yesterday, we did have a good good jobs report. That was today. We did have a good, move higher yesterday in Robinhood. Well done, man. We had some traders in the chat, obviously talking about it. And, today it's giving just a little bit back. And if you're trying to find a base, yesterday's trade was right into there, right? So if we sort of, it's impossible. Like, I don't know why I can't zoom out better on these charts, to be honest with you. But right into there, we're getting into some levels where we may be able to see some kind of a bounce or something here on Robinhood. So watch out now, $84 and change for Robinhood. Nice move down, maybe trying to catch a bid at some point.
If it can't catch a bid at 80, that's trouble. But
BTC, by the way.
PDT rules not going to matter for Robinhood when Bitcoin's breaking $60,000. You think, I get it, it's a good story for them, but we break 60,000.
Yeah, not good at that.
No, it's not going to be good at all. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we had, I don't want to say there's going to be a flash crash, but if we're under 60,000, something
That's not a horrible call.
Something stupid could happen on Sunday morning. If you follow crypto, Sundays can be a little
Sunday morning. I think this could, break of 60 right now, I think creates.
Oh, I'm only saying it's if we're under 60K and under that level, sometimes weird stuff happens over the weekend that is just bigger when the ETFs are off, but we'll see what happens. For Iran, just very quickly, you have to try to, if I'm going long today, or this morning, I should say, the stops have to be adhered to and have to be tight. It tried to go, got the first resistance, nothing. Once it broke that bar, I'm out. I'm not trying to get into this a second time or third, none of that nonsense. I'll give it one shot on these bottoming tail candles. If we get a good reversion, fine, fair, that'll work. I seriously, of course this IPO is really strong. I do have a breakdown trade set for this on INIO. Like the way the market's going, like this isn't an uptrend and breaks at VWAP. So if this breaks under 31.50, I'm just going short. Into 30 even would be the play. But somehow this is magically the strong stock out there.
Delicious. What was that? That was magically?
Frosted Lucky Charms.
Frosted Lucky Charms. Right, yeah, because they're magically delicious. Right, okay. Some kid yesterday at our game had a thing of corn pops, and I was like, holy crap, man, I haven't seen corn pops in a while. So he was putting some of those back to get some energy. So shout out to... Yeah,
energy? Whoa, that's maybe not...
Sugar. Energy, that's what you're getting, right? Out of popping those corn pops there.
There's
better to do. I'm just saying, this guy was, that was the reason there for him with some corn pops. Not necessarily super healthy. But okay, Robinhood losing the bid. It's happening now with Adair. It's 10 o'clock.
You could lose a bid, Sean, like Robinhood, or you could never have a bid today like the S&P 500. Here's the 15-minute chart on the SPY, just continuing to push lower. But what about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ and SPY looking identical today. I also want to mention here, USO. This even hanging out near pre-market lows. Obviously, the selling on this not as intense as what we're seeing here, either the SPY or the NASDAQ, but it is going to remain on watch here as we continue to digest headlines out of the Middle East. Keep an eye on AMZN, just seeing a headline here. Apparently their Amazon Leo, again, formerly known as Kuiper, now known as Leo, is set to launch 36 satellites on the next mission. I'm seeing comments from BNP Paribas and other analysts on potential rate hikes and when those would start, and that's all happening because we got some not so well-received economic data today. Non-farm payroll is coming in at May 2026, 172,000, above the estimate of 88,000 and the prior print of 115,000. Average earnings year over year and unemployment year over year, both in line with estimates. Now, again, guys, it's significant because we even had Kevin Hassett, who was notably very, very dovish. He even said that the Fed can probably wait for now. He did say that when they make a move, it should be a cut, but he didn't tell them to cut right away, and that is significant and, believe it or not, actually a change in pace. Let's talk about MRVL. This one making a big change in pace this week to the upside. As of the open, or before the open, this was set to close the week more than 50% higher. Obviously, losing some of that steam, but still a great week for MRVL after Jensen Huang called this company the next trillion-dollar company. Lululemon not looking like the next trillion-dollar company right now. This one down on earnings. Other earnings day one plays and watch include DocuSign, PL, which at least off the open got hit pretty hard and is still trading lower. Day two earnings include Broadcom and Ciena. Make sure to hit the like and hit the subscribe, and don't go anywhere, guys. We are here for you every day the markets are open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. In the meantime, Sean and Neil.
Lyndon Meyer in the chat's like, it's getting ugly for Bitcoin.
Yeah, about this rebound.
Where do you guys, basically was asking, about personal accounts. So
Okay.
at the highs or on the way up. I sold almost all of my ETH at that time and was like, oh, I'm gonna buy dips, but not in ETH. I'm gonna do it in Bitcoin. And but I've been waiting for 50,000 all year. So I sold most of my ETH. I wish I had sold some Bitcoin up there, but I didn't. I sold ETH, and I will buy Bitcoin probably in the 50,000 range for the first time of the year. But it needs to get there. We still have not technically broken 60,000. The break we were talking about was 61. We still could see that 60. What could help the markets is USO just got a, what?
Finally, let's go right now. We got
USO
Google.
just dropped $1.30.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. Something's happened in the market right there.
USO
We have
tanking.
Google right now. We were buying those dips, and oh boy, do we finally have a trade on board right now. We just got some, like, that was just a crazy spike, and right up there to 370.50. We bought there on VWAP, so I don't, potential temporary there. We were talking about Gia. I was going to say Gia will find out the news, but yeah, I want to thank Andre. Andre came through to Hyde Park yesterday, so I want to say thank you so much to Andre there. You got to see me at my finest, much better coach than trader. But yeah, thanks Andre for coming through. It was really great seeing you there, and glad you were able to stop by. But there's a quick out there at 370.50, so really happy with that performance, at least on Google so far. We don't have any sales underneath our bids, so so far so good on Google. But hey, it could still lose it. That's what Neil and I were just saying. Like, is everything going to go SSR? Well, if this goes SSR, then I need to go home immediately. So
There's no news on this yet.
Yeah, no news. Okay, so I don't know what that bump up was there. Did you say USO pop?
USO
dropped. Sorry, the other way.
Heavy, $1.50.
All right.
And it's the biggest volume spike of the day on USO. So I think that's probably what buoyed the market a little bit. It did not do anything for IBIT. IBIT just broke the low again. It's so nasty for Bitcoin. I think we're going to see that 60,000 a little bit faster than we anticipated. Still waiting for a reversion on either ARM 150.
Oh, Jay Bronson.
350, not 150. If ARM goes to 150 today, I'd cry. Nicole. I almost said Nicola.
Veda.
My bad. Nicole Veda, thanks for the Nike call-out. Calls have been working. I don't know. My opinion on Nike was that after Lulu reported, Nike was probably going to look better. And that's all. It's just, and somebody's been buying it at my favorite number at 42, so it has some support. But it hasn't done much. Like, it's just sort of holding the bid. I just liked it in comparison to Lulu if Lulu went down. And so, yeah, it's a little bit of strength. I don't think it's that much strength, but it's a little bit. You'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's Lululemon. I mean, we put a piece out there on Instagram, on Twitter. I talked about it earlier today, that this is probably a bid, and there it goes right now. So Lululemon, man, I mean, I just got to follow. I followed the yellow brick road into hell with Tesla, but this would have been a good one, man. Lululemon right there off of those levels. We have it written down as a buy. So that we wrote down 108 to watch, but the base was 110. So I hope there was something there for somebody up now $5 on that one for Lulu. So I don't know, still a risky trade for sure, but watch out. If it does come back into that 110, I think we can get a little bit of bounce back there for Lululemon. So just waiting for that to take shape a little bit. But okay, so we're trying to bounce. I'm going to get longer if we can get into VWAP again. We didn't put down too many shares down there because, again, to sit there and potentially foolishly watch your accounts bleed down on a short day is not great. We were able to exit out of obviously Tesla before. I mean, look what Tesla's doing. You want to talk about exiting out of something. Right now, Tesla down to 409 there and getting lower as well. So there's definitely some, as we say, blood in the streets in certain spaces, including Tesla, and including right now, I was going to look at Netflix because that just hit a scanner, but that might be upside. Yeah, so Netflix is doing fine, but it just dumped. So that's why it just showed up there as well. Watch this Netflix chart, 82.60 to whoosh, right down there into 81. Come on, mouse. Into 81.70 right there goes Netflix. So watch out here as the market is pushing those lows. And I think you even mentioned, like, you were trying to find out if this market, where the lows potentially may stop. And I don't know, man, down 2.3%. I'm trying to.
Not far from here.
Yeah, I'm trying to support this. I'm going to put another offer right in and around here of 80s, see if we can get something out again. for Google because it just keeps on bouncing off of the 25 period. And until we really break and try to go higher, I'm not going to outsmart anything here. So I'm just going to sit around and wait for Google, now 70 cents in the money, and there it goes, and finally trying to break. So here we go. Now that we get that, okay, yeah. Oh boy, man, we're doing it again right now with Google. So yeah, we lose, like I said, lose on Tesla, put it back into Google, and there it goes back to the upside. Let's now let this thing run in case the market maybe has found a bottom. I don't know.
Well, you found a bottom on, well, you maybe found a bottom on USO.
Okay.
So that gives a little bit of something to work off of. I got 3 names that I like right now for trend breaks. One of them is Intel. It's got the all-morning trend it's about to test, putting in the higher low. There's also the potential of that INIO, the IPO. If you see a short pop in, it's probably going to be that one on a trend break going to the downside. Otherwise, it's Intel here, down almost 7 points and trying to, it's just every single time it tries to break the trend, it's like, oh, fail, fail, fail. I don't want to be, again, I don't want to be short down here. I just don't. I don't want to be chasing it too far in. I want to try to catch that reversal. I feel as if that's the way the market's been going. At this time of day, you're looking for a bit of a bid. So we'll stick with that. There's the trend break. So I'm going to jump in here on Intel. See if we can ride it into first stop at the volume-weighted average price and maybe fill in a little bit more of the gap. And we'll see. Like, there hasn't been that much in terms of like follow through on the bids, but this is looking better. You have multiple green candles for the first time at any point today on this stock. You can probably say that for a lot of things, the way this morning has been going. Bitcoin just also had a big volume spike. Hey, if Bitcoin turns, everything's probably going to turn. Okay. See, we didn't end up breaking 60,000. 61 is still holding on Bitcoin. Like, that's actually still a bit of a hold here on BTC. That could be a turn as well. If you get a temporary bottom on Bitcoin, the way it's been going the last couple of days, it actually might not be a bad one.
I'm still trying to sell some Google here. It's not really going as high as we thought, but maybe it will eventually. So we're going to stop now selling and wait for 371s again and just wait to see if that hits. I do like Tesla here. If it breaks this 25 period moving average, finally we might get a little bit of a bump, and it's at 411. So I did 411.50. Let's break this little top wick there on Tesla and see where we can go without too much stress. But if that breaks, then good to go on that one, as we're now at $1.50, $1.60, $1.70 now in the money as Google just keeps on riding high side. Yeah, as soon as Andre or someone tells me we go into Adara, then we can throw to Adara whenever we are told. There it is. Let's go over to Adara.
UBER getting hit with an FTC lawsuit. FTC in certain U.S. states suing Uber with regards to their Uber One subscription practices. So once again here, FTC in certain U.S. states suing Uber with regards to its subscription practices for Uber One. Anecdotally speaking, I've spoken about this on the show before. Uber One, really hard to unsubscribe from. So UBER, I guess, being faced with this lawsuit. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
I never tried to cancel it, so
I've canceled my Uber, like no problems. Like many times, there's also a chat you can go into. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Thanks, Andre. Yeah, there we go. That was last night, Andre. The paparazzi there grabbing a picture. So I want to thank you. There we are doing some stretches right there as some players, I should say some traders off screen. But yeah, that's your High Park Red Sox there yesterday. We did not come away with the victory though yesterday, which is fine. We played the Mets, so we had a great time. And I give away Big League Chew as a player of the game. So that was a lot of fun there yesterday.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, people really look forward to that at the end of every day. So thanks, Andre, for coming through to that one as well. We'll throw it back over to Neil as Google right now, $2.50 in the money.
The other thing we'll look forward to is traders. You should be looking forward to the Trading World Championship. It's the biggest trading event that Trade the Pool has ever been a part of. Wow. The Trading World Championship 2026 is coming together with top trading across the industry, and it starts on June the 8th. This is your chance to win huge prizes, including over $20,000 in cash rewards, evaluation accounts, exclusive giveaways, and access to special live events happening throughout the competition. The only way to win is to join, and registration is free, everybody. So don't miss your shot. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, sign up, and join the Trading World Championships 2026. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Shout out to Steve for coming on and reminding everybody that you're not smarter than the moving averages. Love that line. Yes, please,
yes.
Randy. Absolutely, Randy. Yes, please. I will take one. So IBIT for the first time has put in a mute bounce. Oh, where'd my Bitcoin thing go? Shoot.
66. 66. Like 60.
What I was going to say is so it put in a bounce.
Coming in.
It broke 61K, and then it lost 61K back into the downside. So just going to short it back into the 61 level, which will be like 34.5, 34.6 or something like that on IBIT. It just can't seem to stay afloat, unfortunately. Looking pretty rough for Bitcoin. We've said that all morning long. And INIO is trying to break the trend to the downside. Somehow that IPO just maintains so much strength. It's ridiculous. Intel broke its trend line, which I'll probably have to redraw, holding on to the even dollar, which is where the stop is. So if it breaks the even, I'm out. Otherwise, we're still looking for the volume-weighted average price on that. Crazy day. By the way, with the market trying to catch a bit of a bid, I actually thought that Walmart would be pulling back. It's not. Walmart's at the high, even with the market catching a bounce. So it's maintaining its strength, which is a great sign.
Yeah, I was going to say the ES, which is still down. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's going to be definitely holes everywhere right now. But great look there on Walmart. And we talked about Walmart their day down at 112. But there it is, man. The ES trying to catch a bounce as well. Just to show you the discrepancy there. The NASDAQ down 2, ES down 1. So there is some kind of strength somewhere. And let's just go have a quick look at all of the sectors, because it's not just tech names. I know that's primarily what we trade over here. I'm a big cap tech guy. We talked about that. Shout out to Steve, who said the same thing. And I trade futures as well. Shout out to Steve as well. Hey, maybe Steve is me. All right, Eli Lilly. I don't want to insult Steve. There's 2.29%. Yeah, buddy. This has been a big one. This is now all-time highs, and I've already said this, man. This is my largest non-tech holding. J&J's trying to slip into that spot, but we've been buying J&J on dips, and that's been a good one. We bought some 222s or 223s, now up to 231 now on J&J. Collect that dividend and own, I think, half of Katina Wilson Capital for always promoting the dividend. So shout out to Joe there as well. Intel, look at Intel's number. Intel down 6, Micron down 6, Broadcom down 6, NVIDIA down 3. You don't see that often. Take advantage of that. I did buy some NVIDIA at 15s, so that's a problem right now. Not a problem, but it's a problem because it's lower. Vertiv, I mean, I like these names. I like the GE Vernovas, the Vertivs of the world. Those names can definitely get a piece of action at some point for sure. CrowdStrike down another 3.5, IBM down 4. Wow, man, as I look back, let's go. We're at the high of the day right now for Google, high of this move, so we're really happy with the performance there. Oracle, I mean, that was trying to go. We had a lot of people asking us, hey, what's about Oracle on the move higher? And I say, what about it, man? Because it is downside there today for ORCL. And we're waiting for 371.50s. So we just missed it, right? Like, I'm literally at 48. So hopefully that can come in there and we'll be able to grab that trade, as now we're looking at $3 here on Google. So yeah, so far so good, licking our wounds from Tesla, but it's a lot easier now once you get these kind of a play. And we just went back into the strong name, right? I mean, we saw Google, there it is. We saw Google relatively strong in a very, very weak market. We take it, we run that to the high side. There it goes, Google, man. And my mistake is always the same. We getting involved too early into things. But at least this time, we didn't hold this thing all the way into oblivion, and we still have a respectable net in front of us right now. So all good. We're going to go. Oh, Fannie Mae yesterday. I talked to Adair about this. Donald Trump came out and mentioned that he thought the true price was $1 trillion each for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I don't know if it was each or combined. Their market cap right now is $7 billion. So early to today, of course, I'm like, let's try the long. I mean, it was trying to bump higher. We tried it a couple times. It did not work. Now it's losing that bid, Mr. Trump. So right now, and he was, maybe Adair can justify that. I think that's.
No, I can't. And I was going to say also, Sean, it's pretty funny. If you have someone who is running an agency that you believe could be $1 trillion and is currently about $7 billion, you might not want to lend out that individual to another agency on an interim capacity, for example, completely anecdotal, hypothetical.
Yeah, so that's it. But again, I mean, that's verified, right? He was mentioning that, right, Adara? Like yesterday. Yeah, so, oh boy, here we go again, man. diamonds bigger than my head on this thing right there, but there it goes. Now Google's now 3.25 in the money. This is what's happening when you're trading these big cap names. They can go against you for sure, but when they start to run and you've got it, Google has got it right there up to 372. We still have a piece of the pie on here, so it's going to be a good day here for Google longs.
Well,
hopefully.
Well, it hasn't been a good day for the crypto long. We're finally into the short. Intel just got to VWAP, but there's still a lot of strength in this market. I want 106 and potentially reloads if it holds the trend line there. But Bitcoin, you know what? I was about to tell you it was moving. Nah. Like it was catching a bit of a bid, but we're still holding this, let's call it a bear flag. We're still holding the bottom end of this bear flag range. If we hit a low, the low of the day, I'm going to be taking it out on the way to 60,000. I still think there's a temporary bounce at 60,000 on BTC until proven otherwise. So I want to be short basically into that level. Okay, there goes INIO. It's finally looking a little bit less strong. So upward trend on the better of the, it's weird that we only talked about the Quantium IPO, and this was the one that was good, and we didn't even mention not much about it. But it's now broken its trend. I'm going to hop into this one to the south side. This will end up a relatively tight stop based on structure because I'm only giving it to like 32.8. The prior bar, not the high of the day. So it's really only 30 cents risk. Solid volume, not as big as I would have loved.
All right. Yeah, I'm...
By the way...
We could put up, go ahead. Yeah, I was going to say we could put up the locator to see what people are looking at here.
Well, I was just, the one thing I was going to point out is Lululemon is holding a very good-looking bull flag, let's just say. Only 8% down. Remember, all things have to be taken into perspective with Lululemon because it was gapped down significantly further. So one of the earnings names holding up very well despite, not having the best of reports. I can be kind about it.
I'm going to try to go long here, 410.50, give it $1 for Tesla. That's it. So we're trying to break here. We haven't broken through yet this 25-period moving average. This was fine. Like, it was more the fact that it was this trade right there that we were long basically 417s there. Well, actually, I guess it was probably 418s and dropped out to there at 415. So we lose $3 there. This was just back and forth. We didn't do too much because at that point, we're like, we've learned our lesson, man. We'll try to take the bids there to make some money back, but that didn't happen twice. So right now we got to wait to see if it actually breaks some kind of a trend line right here, and it looks like it's going to try. So 410.50. This is really, it's right now, it's at 410.20 is where the 25-period moving average is, if I zoom in a little bit. But I'm just I'm not going to, I'm going to wait for it to actually break and get above like this last little bit, right? And we can use prior bar highs or whatever we want to do right there. So if we go to a 5-minute chart, that's right into there. That's the 410.50. I mean, it's 410.60. But I'm going to take the 410.50 break right there and see if we can cover this candle up and then giddy up to the upside on TSLA. But until then, man, we wait. A good couple outs, obviously. As we said, we were waiting for the day's high. We got it 3 times right there on Google, and we made a high at 372. So, if this does pull back, we do want to buy some more down here at 369. Just hoping that, the market will rebound, which it's done nicely. We are down 2.5%. Now all of a sudden you're flying a little bit upside, more on the NASDAQ, less on the ES. We dropped we dropped all of our ARM shares the other day, so that was good. And now you're, well into $400 now, into 360. So nice little downside play there for ARM. I still kind of like the story. So, potential good dip buy opportunities, right in front of us here for ARM. So we'll go over to Adara and we'll talk about some more key trades that we're looking at, including maybe Meta. Neil's been on Intel. He's on IBIT as we
actually.
Go ahead. We go to you first.
I literally just got out of Intel.
Okay, good, nice.
It basically came right to our target point. So I'm not out of Intel. We'll look to see if there's a continuation trade, but I'm too bearish to hold it much further than that VWAP exit. Let's go up to Adara.
Hello all, let's take a look here at SMTK. If you subscribe to our free Trader TV live watch list, you've already seen this ticker because it was on this watch list along with another ticker we'll get to in a second here. SMTK, no news that I could find at the time, $10.5 million market cap, float here of around 17 million shares. RMSG, this was the one everyone was talking about today. Could not find any news, as I mentioned earlier, when I went on their investor relations page. They've not had a press release since December 18th, 2024. So Not a lot of data here. RMSG, I definitely remember this name rallying in the past. You've got a $16 million market cap, 5 million share float, 5% short float. STI, the name heard around the world. Ceridian Technology, this was another small cap that was, in fact, on our watch list this morning. Ceridian Technology, $309 million market cap, float here of 2.5 million shares. Yesterday announcing that there's some technology here for space batteries that can be used in AI data centers. Today, as some small cap companies do, they released another press release that is pretty much the same press release, but highlighting different things. So STI here, some more excitement there. Are you guys looking to catch that trade?
I'd forgotten that was space batteries, to be honest with you, when we were talking about STI, the small capper, this morning. So apologies. There's so many runners keeping track of this one is this one is that. Unfortunately, somebody's been selling VWAP, so it's closing in a bit of that gap. It was like a half warning about STI day 2. Sometimes the pre-market is just going to give you your best. So right before we went back over to Adara, was mentioning Intel. This stock sucks.
Tesla is crazy.
That doesn't bode well. I was about to go over to ARM. So anyways, Intel went right into the only green candle in the morning, top, which is about 105.70, which was my target right in here. And it's already back to the lows, or back to where we broke the trend. That is nasty. When you're reversing that heavily, ARM reversed off of VWAP here. Okay, that's holding off the highs a little bit. Bitcoin is still, I mean, IBIT, you know what I mean? Like, it's still in this consolidation. But what I see here, which I'm see this trend line? All day trend break. So I want to make sure that I got to scalp into the lows so that I can try to be reloading on the trend line. And if I can keep it tight to the trend line, instead of getting in on this bottom tail candle break, now I can just short the trend line all the way to 60, which would be a little bit better. We're going to go back up to Adara, but last one, Micron had a buy program, multiple green candles in a row. Now putting in a bit of red. I saw a few people talking about how it just dropped $10. Well, that's possibly because it was a first red candle in 20 minutes or so, Adara.
LinkedIn post, believe it or not, from Fed's Hammock on Watch. Apparently she posted on LinkedIn that it, quote, may soon be appropriate to act on rates, saying for right now it's reasonable to keep rates steady, but if these high trends continue, the Fed could have reason to act. Now that, of course, means the Fed could have reason to hike rates here, guys. Back to you.
Timone's, I love that, saying tight stop saved you today.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing, it depends on which direction you're going. I mean, if you're short, you could give it more room. Yeah. All things are in perspective. Like, if you're going for the longs, like, you take your shots, give it tight. But if you're short, I mean, the trend is with you. You can give it a little more space.
Might not even been stopped out. I mean, I think going through there. This is, and to your point about the longs, like I just said, like, what the hell's wrong with Tesla? Look at this name right now. There is your, that's why we didn't play that
400?
break. You know, that is that 25, yeah, exactly, maybe 400 incoming. That's that break right there. It didn't happen. And we talked about not making it until we covered up these, you know, some of these past prior bar highs. So that doesn't happen. So we stay away, clearly stay away from Tesla right now, as it is just, wow, getting hit right now to the downside. Look, we started the day. The very first thing I wrote down when I came in, and it's unfortunate because, you know, the market just got going there on that jobs number and we couldn't do anything about it. The TQQ short, the IBIT short, the Tesla long chokes that one out a little bit. That's not working. And then QNT, I mean, Neil's been looking at that. I haven't looked at it today, but, you know, it broke 60 and, you know, it's just been straight downside as quantum.
I know it did bounce.
Okay, it bounced, yeah, but all right, I mean, we're still, actually, that's not bad. I mean, we talk about these levels sometimes coming into play. They're the 200 period moving average. So yeah, I mean, to Neil's point there, has been quite a bouncy one so far here today, but just waiting to see where it goes from here now is Quantinuum, that's okay. I keep on saying Inium, but it's Quantinuum. I know there's two U's, that's why it's a tricky one, yeah, so there it is. But we're just gonna, the only thing I'm doing right now is waiting for a bid to come through here on 50s, 369.50s for Google. Will add a little bit to that as well. Got to be responsible a little bit here when you're trading Tesla down $20 from the top, but it's no Eli Lilly, no cry, or maybe it's the other way around. If you're not in it, maybe it is a crying moment because there goes Eli Lilly, there's Caterpillar, there's Eli Lilly, there's some great names that continue to go higher and higher and higher. And man, I have that same exact story. Yeah, I have that same story as Joe, where I dumped Google at those lows of like 160, 170. But the thing is, that day or a couple days later, it's Google's up more than where Eli Lilly is. But that's when I turned over and I said, okay, I'm going to dump. And I didn't dump. Like when I talk about dumping Google, maybe I dumped 30% or 25%. It wasn't huge, but I put all of that money into Eli Lilly, basically not for the first time, but a significant chunk of it in and around these levels there over last summer. So it's nice to see. We did not. Did we? Oh, we did dip. We did dip by somewhere. I'd have to go back and look to see when we last talked about it, but we did dip by somewhere in here. I'm thinking it was more closer to 900, not 850. So I love the 200 period on stocks that we like. We talk about that all of the time. And in my next play, and we didn't screw up. It's just CEG got filled and IREN didn't. And now I'm seeing why CEG got filled, because Constellation keeps on bleeding. And, it's easy for me to sit here and, talk about, oh, I have this winner, that winner. But at the end of the day, there's losers in the account as well. We bought some 300s there on CEG, and we bought into here 360s. We told you our average price was slightly higher than, I think it's like 285, 284 or so. And now this one continues to bleed lower. I like some CEG and want to get even a little bit more long.
I think the issue is the data center power stuff is going down now.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like,
G Vernova has lost the trend line.
That was the next look.
And they've been leading the space a little bit here, and they lost 1,000 on GEV, and it's not looking terribly healthy over on GE Vernova. That's why I'm a little surprised that the good IPO was actually the power one, the data center power.
That's true, yeah.
It's weird because everything else related in the space has been weak the last couple of days. Let's go over to Adara. Steve day trades, no. IBIT, a buy? What? Not yet.
Well, I'll tell you here what's not looking like a buy at this particular level. NASDAQ, perhaps, as we get more comments from the U.S. Central Command on the Iran conflict. USS Tripoli transiting the Arabian Sea as they're putting it, amphibious assault ship supports the ongoing U.S. blockade against Iran. CENTCOM also saying that U.S. forces have at this time directed 129 commercial vessels and disabled 6 others to ensure compliance. So more ships coming out here from the U.S. in Iran to support their blockade. Back to you.
We did get, thanks Adara for that one, and I mean, not to beat a dead horse, but I'm only trading Google right now, and we just loaded. We got, okay, well, we have a button for that. We're not reloaded like full port here or anything like that, but we did get some more there at VWAP. Ultimately, my dropout zone is going to be around 368. So if we got to try to, there it is. We just get some O's there. What did I get? There's O's, sorry. So out a couple times here as we reloaded at 50s, or sorry, at 70s and then at 60s. And yeah, now we wait to see what winds up happening here with Google. It looks like it's trying to go back to the upside. 370.28 I'm sitting at for some random reason. So we'll sit there, see if that breaks a little bit higher now. As we just reloaded this name, there's another 60 cents on the reload for Google. Man, we've been hitting this one pretty good, playing the dip buys there. But hey, dips don't work forever, man. And who knows if this market does have a bid to it, but I know that I'm in the name that I want to be in, and that's Google, as we continue to go higher. Almost $1 in the money, and we just loaded it up a couple minutes ago. So yeah, I think this one's right.
Well, the NASDAQ doesn't seem right yet. And also, too, we talked about rates. The IWM is getting cracked as well. Like the NASDAQ's down 2, Russell's only down 1.8. Like really? We're still pricing in raises at the end of the year, and somehow the small caps on pullbacks are doing better than the overall queue. So we'll see. To the point that someone had asked whether, and it was just a typo, IBIT. They were talking about Bitcoin. It was the wrong symbol in the chat, but it was IBIT. Are you making a bottom yet? The market's making a higher low, and Bitcoin is still making like a lower low. Well, if it makes a bottom here, it would still be a lower low. So you're still relatively weak. Nothing has really changed, but it does still have a distinct trend that if broken, I'd respect till VWAP. And if it gets to VWAP, great. The other thing that has been true most days is it's true for Marvell. Like Marvell is holding VWAP right now, so it's relatively strong. And it was ARM that I was talking about earlier has always caught this massive bid. It doesn't seem like it today. I might get away from that notion of big time, immediate V-shaped recovery on ARM every day. This one doesn't quite look the same as others. Like it's usually one hammer on the 15 and then you're gone. That's not really following through in the same way. So keep that crypto short at least for now. And trying to find something that I like for a bit of a long reversion. NVIDIA is at yesterday's low, so that's setting up. They bought it at 211 yesterday. So if they're going to buy it at the same price today, this one for a trend break is going to make some sense. But it's a while away from breaking this trend. So patience is going to be in for that.
Dollar on the reload now for Google, and just trying to let that go higher. But yeah, there's more names than that in the market. So let's go over to Robinhood quickly. 84 and change. Back into, and this was those levels that we sort of talked about yesterday. Maybe we can zoom back out a little bit there. And this was sort of that dip buy zone that we were thinking about doing something on. We didn't do anything on it. I mean, I told you I'm sort of obsessed with that one name right now, but right back into there, 83.50 for Robinhood. But yeah, what's going on to everybody? I want to say hi to everybody that's in the chat right now, and coming through right now, and we'll do a little bit of a roll call right now to see who's here. Hey, Joe is here. What's up, Joe? Hopefully you're doing well, my guy there. Get ready for Joe. In less than 1/2 hour, we will have Joe TTV, Sharif TTV right back in there for your bro show. What's up, Joe? Right there. Hope you're doing well. Did Trump go all in? Who knows? There's Mike Peter Ryder says, what's up? Super no. Yes. Right there. What's up to you as well? Andrew Chow is here. Juan Padilla. Here, let's just do this, guys. Hi, everybody. We'll wave to everybody there. We'll say hi to you, and thank you for joining us one more time here on a Friday. So, excuse me, Juan Padilla, Derek Thompson, Dave. Oh, I see you, Dave Clark. Thanks for your participation on X, by the way, Dave. I see you all the time. So thank you for giving me some trade ideas as well over there on Twitter. Taylor is here as well. We always see her. Blicky Spears. What's up, Blicky Spears? Great name. We really like that one. Shane B is in the building as well. Trader 6 says, let's go. We're doing that as well. Oh, we'll look at that. There he is. Lyndon Meyer, another great contributor to our chat. Lyndon, hope you're doing well as well there. You're looking at STI, so that might be something. And then just a couple more. Anybody that's waving, we're going to get a hi to. What's up to Real Gary F? Or how about anybody that's a member? What's up, Green Saber right there? Holly in New York gets a shout out today. Mr. Jets fan, good luck on that one. Someone in our league is trying to give me Breece Hall, if you believe it or not. There's Robe Girl. What's up? I think he has a chance, but that offense is, wow. Roulette Tech, what's up? Kenny Watson, what's up? Everybody there. Sean Hogdog, whatever that is. Mr. Ducats. Hopefully you've got some ducats in your pocket today, and it would be maybe from the short. All my money today is, thank you for that. That is your roll call right there. We'll say thank you.
Thank you very much, Dara.
We'll just say thank you to Adara for everything all the time. But that's your roll call, and thanks for watching us, man. It's 10:30 right now. The midday show comes up pretty soon. They focus primarily on small cap names, and they're going to have some good talk about news and everything like that. That's coming at 11 o'clock with Sharif and Joe.
I'll also say this. If Geno Smith can get successfully traded in our pool, by me, then Breece Hall.
Oh, yeah. I mean, running backs are, somewhat.
Ooh, trend break happened. I'm not reversing long, but I am going to get out and not make sure we don't take a loss on IBIT. Remember that downward trend? It is breaking finally on IBIT, so maybe the bottom is in. It got to 60,300, I want to say. About there was the low on IBIT, something in and around that. But a little bit stronger is BMNR, and it's also SSR. It should be short sell restricted. So this one looks a little bit more interesting for reversal play, and NVIDIA is trying to creep up the trend line as well. So NVIDIA is real close to breaking the trend. If it does, great, play to VWAP and then see how far it might go. But yeah, that's why we hopped out. Looks like a little bit of a bottom Bitcoin. You take it as far as you can go, but 60,000, temporary bottom. I still think it could break this weekend. That's just my opinion. We'll see what happens.
I mean, again, like we just reloaded 369.60 and taken some out again up here for 40, 50 cents. So, I mean, we just keep on reloading this thing. I want to get lighter and lighter because you know what? Like once this breaks, it's a problem for me for sure if I just keep on doing this. But hey, man, it's working out so far. And if something's working, I think you should keep on doing it. So we'll keep trucking along here with Google until we don't. And that's probably going to come at a 368 drop zone. So watch out there if you're a fan of Canada's Wonderland. You know that there's drop zone over there. That's been a pretty good ride, I think. That's one that's lasted. It just lasted. I mean, they've gotten rid of, they got rid of Jet Scream. They got rid of a lot of the old.
It breaks down a lot.
Yeah.
The summer, I worked at Canada's Wonderland when I was in high school. Even when it first came in, look, I love the park. I don't want to hate on the park. We have season pass. But its rate of being down was one of the highest in the park, and it's a safe ride.
Remember that was 35.
No, it's still true.
Is it?
It's down
I'm gonna ask
lot.
Gemini which one breaks down.
It's like downtime. It's not that it's bad. You're still safe on the ride. It's just that it's just so often that it's not running. It sucks.
Yeah.
And that ride is at a lot of parks have that same drop zone kind of thing. The other thing is it's actually built in a way that it's one of the rides where you can get trapped for a long period of time.
You're stuck up
at
there.
the top. Yeah, no, I saw people up there for like a half an hour.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little bit longer. You're safe, but you're just stuck.
Maybe they'll get you a free fountain drink.
Well, they actually do that. And exit pass. SpaceX IPO is said to draw more orders than shares available. You don't say. It doesn't mean I would want to invest in it. Trade it, yes. Invest in it. No, thank you. Maybe it's right. I'm not going to bet that it is. Not me. You know what? How about this? Because I'm willing to bet. Well, the last time I opened my mouth and just randomly made a bet, I had to eat pineapple pizza. So here I'm going to put up a poll. Would you rather own Tesla or SpaceX? And this is at the IPO. Like at the moment of the IPO, you either buy the open. I'm not talking about you getting the issue price at 135, right? Like whatever price they both open at in the open market, whatever Tesla's at that moment, or SpaceX and there we go, SPCX. Is that right? SPCX, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start the voting. Type 1 if you'd rather own Tesla. I'm just going to get my 1 in there for now because you should already know what I'm saying. And then type 2 for SpaceX. Should be pretty simple.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it's going to be mostly Tesla, but we'll see. 33%, early. I just think it's a valuation thing, and Tesla has kind of turned the corner and has a lot going for it as well. But maybe some people do like SpaceX. And I'm not talking about the IPO. Where it opens is not going to be $135. If it opens at $135, I'll eat some, whatever, I'll eat crow. That wouldn't happen. Now more votes coming in for SpaceX, the more I trash talk it there. So now up to 40%. Really? Okay, so there's some optimism in our chat about SpaceX. Interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that to be true. You can get the more mature company, which makes some sense to me, or you can buy it at it'll be 1.7 trillion at the open price. It could open at a 3 trillion or 2.5 trillion.
Higher.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not talking about you getting it at 1.7 trillion valuation. The open price will be 2.5 to 3, maybe even more than that. It could be 4. That's why I think Tesla gets appealing, relatively speaking. The long term, I'm sure, is fine for it. Anyways.
Well, that's what we're talking about, sort of long term, right? SpaceX versus Tesla. And it's no surprise to me that everyone would be voting for SpaceX. SpaceX is obviously a huge retail play.
58-42.
50. Okay, wow, good one, man. Very, very close.
Closer than I thought.
Yeah, closer than I thought too. 58-42. All right, Adara, what you got over there?
What I have in front of me is a board that appears to back up Michael Noss's analysis this morning when it came to sector rotation. You've got a lot of weakness in tech and tech-adjacent names and a lot of strength in other places. We'll start with weakness here. Other than Apple preparing for its WWDC event with the keynote on Monday, you've got weakness in pretty much every other electronic tech name and massive weakness here. Micron down 5%, Broadcom down 4%, NVIDIA down 3%, Intel down 6%, Qualcomm down 5%. I could go on and on, but I won't because they all pretty much look like this. Tech services also not doing too hot here. Oracle down 6%, IBM down 4%, CrowdStrike down 3%, ServiceNow down 3%, etc. Producer manufacturing, which does have some AI-related names here, specifically RCX and AMAT chip manufacturing, both sharply to the downside. Consumer durables, Tesla here down 2.5%. Non-energy minerals also struggling here with both Newmont and FCX down 6%. And energy minerals will remain on watch as we continue to see headlines from the U.S. and Iran conflict. Let's talk about some things that are notably strong here because there are some sectors. Finance, parts of it are trying to battle back here. You've got some strength in PGR and Chubb, some of these insurance names, and Berkshire Hathaway up 2%. Health tech up massively as a sector. Eli Lilly, as mentioning, just briefly kissing at all-time highs there. And it looks like right now we're still above that 1150 area. Process industry strong, transportation strong, utility strong, health services once again strong. You know what's strong? The morning show. Back to you.
His team is winning 1-0 right now at Scotia Pond. So, yeah, so far so good there. She's playing for some Canadian team up there. So it'll be nice to see. I'll get these updates there. She's playing wing today. Sometimes center, sometimes wing right there. But, yeah, we're getting those updates. And we're also averaging into Google, by the way, which seems to be awesome to do that. We're long right here right now. So I don't know. We'll see what winds up happening with Google. We're able to pick up some bottoms there. But at the same time, we're just right now at 369, which is the price that I'm at too. So yeah, right now just kind of struggle bus along here with Google. We'll wait to see what winds up happening. But yeah, so far so good. Waiting, dip buying, and we said, you know, it's good until it ain't. And right now, it's starting to turn around a little bit here for Google back into the downside as the market had that run up. So if this breaks 368, we'll just get out of it. You know, be up on Google, but, you know, give a little bit back here, trying to buy some dips. So let's not do too much more of that. We are going to dump out here if it breaks. 368 is what I put in. So we're getting close to doing that right about now.
We have a bunch of messages. One from Enoch over there. Well, first of all, just a gift over on TikTok. Want to shout you out wherever you find us. We appreciate all our viewers. Throw a message in there. We'd love to engage with you there. And I'm not saying you have to, but you can just be in the chat. If there's a symbol that you're interested in or what you're trading today, it doesn't really matter. Like anything and everything. We got a great community in here. Yes. We have Raphael. Miha. Oh, did it not? There we go. We have Raphael as well. What's a good price to buy Cerberus? I'm a little bearish on that IPO. And Lily. Well, the levels on Eli Lilly. I own one of these two things, and if you haven't guessed, it's definitely not Cerberus. I've never bought Lilly at highs. Bought it years and years ago, and at 700 are the only two places that I've ever purchased this stock. When it was barcoding at 700, when everyone's like, Eli Lilly's doing absolutely nothing. Oh no, it's doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, consolidating in an uptrend is the way I like to see it, with buyers in the 700 levels. So that was a good buy in there. The 50 and the 200 period look pretty fantastic for it. If it's in an uptrend again, that's where it was supporting before, and then it kind of went sideways, so you buy at support. So it's looking for like a dip and then go sideways again. So the 50 period would be as good as any. CBRS, any IPO, whenever it does this, which is just go straight down, the first logical price that I think about is the issue price, which was $185. What other levels there are no other levels on Cerberus. It opened at 350, went to 385, and has been tanking ever since. The issue was at 185. So that's the only level of support that's even out there. And if it breaks that, go look at some rounds and work out the market caps and valuations, and maybe you'll get some historical prices pre-IPO. But other than that, it's like the 185, and I wouldn't buy it. I don't want to be buying the dip on this IPO. I think if there's an IPO I'm buying the dip on, it'll be SpaceX later in the year. We got another super chat. SpaceX is putting a limit on first day selling and the rich not wanting to pay taxes. At least no rug on SpaceX.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no guarantees.
That's what I was gonna say. You never know.
There's no guarantees that there will be no rug. Don't think that it can only go up. That'd be a big mistake. Omen.
That's part of the problem is people think that.
People assume that's like, it can only go up. Yeah. Historically, outside of like an exuberance trade, the first day, buying it at the actual open price, not the issue price, the open price, is historically not been a good thing. Anyways, I'm on IBRK and can't buy US IPOs. How should I approach the drop in SpaceX? I feel like I'm going to miss my chance at this moment. Please help. You could always...
But you don't need to buy... What do you mean IBK can't buy IPOs? Why can't you?
I'm assuming the issue. You're not
getting... Yeah, but then you don't want... Then what drop then?
Well, then
How should I approach the drop?
I don't know. Maybe if you like the company, DCA into it.
That's what I'm saying. Like the drop is exactly what you want. Like if it's not allowing you to buy IPOs, that's a favor in your direction if you think it's going to drop. You know, so I would just say, yeah, just wait for it. Like we had Steve Tileman come on and say, give it a couple years. You know, but
which
again,
seems extreme.
Yeah, it seems extreme to me too. But give it a shot and figure out what's going on there with Google and with SpaceX and. You know, give it a moment, right? Because you never know where these stocks are going to go. And I think Tesla, all of them have little ups and downs, right? I mean, we saw Circle make moves, back and forth. We've seen StubHub. I mean, there's many different names that have come to market recently with some decent, retail exposure and hype to it. I mean, ARM is a good example
that was one I was going to use because it's the only example of an IPO that I flat out was like, I want to own this company right away, and didn't buy the issue. But then as it was coming down, I got cute about it and was like, oh, I'm going to get X price. And I think I did what I was talking about before, where I looked at previous, when it was private valuations, and was like, I anchored myself to a number from one of those, and then ended up not getting the dip buy because I thought I was so clever. And then it ended up doing all this, and I only ended up buying the breakouts, which it's worked out fine. But what you can do is if you really like it and you want to own 10 grand in it, let's just say, then you put 2 grand in the first week, you wait a quarter or something and put 2 grand in, you wait another quarter, you DCA into it, and then you get your investment that way because you're not trying to guess at where the price will be. You just want to own it in the long term. I think that's a pretty reasonable way to approach things oftentimes. It's not to try to be perfect about it. The DCA is not the worst idea. NVIDIA, remember I said the next trade was going to be NVIDIA breaking the trend line? Yeah, about that. NVIDIA did not break the trend line. It got to the trend line and is now fresh low of the day. So we're still looking pretty weak overall in the market. It's not looking good at all.
If anything, maybe that short up there could have been something there on the TQ. I was ARM down 8%. We don't need to talk about that as Niels just has. But so that was a downside play there for the NASDAQ again. I mean, look at it. Look at VWAP. Look how good that is today, right? So if you are a VWAP trader, which I try to be sometimes, that should have been looked at. That is for sure. So there it goes, man. VWAP on the NASDAQ. Definitely worth having a look at if it comes back up there, $80.75 or so. We'll wait for that one to pop through. Okay, Intel, VWAP, SOXL. I mean, let's look at some of the bigger names there. We just looked at ARM. Now we'll have a look at Marvell. I mean, this name doesn't stay down for too long. We saw that yesterday when it rebounded pretty much all day, and it started at 10 o'clock though. Now it's 10:50, and the market is still. Well, actually, that rebound was at 10 o'clock again today. It was 284 all the way to the downside. And look, I don't think timing has anything to do with it, but that's 10 o'clock yesterday, 10:04, and right into here today, that's 10, that's almost 10 exactly. So a nice move higher, just let it, this is what I thought Tesla was gonna do, come to the downside, then try to get back going. As we know, there's a lot of trader love for Tesla, but if you look at what Tesla's been doing, it's the opposite, man. It is at the lows right now. And talk about me just looking at things with rose-colored glasses all the time, it seems like. We were waiting for this 25 period to break. If we had just shorted every time it came to this, we would have been well back, to positive land on Tesla. But for right now, I think you just got to wait for a break. Maybe forget about this 25 period. It's been too much noise. Maybe wait for a clean break of 408 and your 50 period moving average possibly there for Tesla. And really just hoping the market bounces back. 10 minutes left. We'll figure out what's for lunch after this. But it's Money Talks right now with Adara.
It's a good look here for the U.S. dollar, pushing higher. It's interesting here. We touched yesterday's low, that area around 99.1, and then we just pushed to the upside, breaking out of the area of resistance that we had going back to Wednesday, May 20th of 99.6 or so, and just continuing to rocket to the upside. If you look at the weekly chart here, breaking out of a multi-week high, this is the highest level we've been on the DXY since April 6th, or the week of April 6th. So good look, next level here of technical resistance for the DXYs from the week before that, around 100.5. Let's take a look here once again at these employment numbers because they are important, and President Trump actually opined on them, which we'll get to in a minute. Non-farm payrolls for May 2026, 172,000 versus 88,000 expected. Average earnings year over year, 3.4%, in line with estimates of 3.4%. Likewise, unemployment rate for May 2026, 4.3%, in line with estimates of 4.3%. Take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool. For this June 2026 meeting, we're still seeing 96.2% chance that rates will be held, 3.8% chance of a possible cut here. If you look at the probabilities, though, for hikes, earlier today we were seeing January potentially for a 25 basis point hike. Now we're seeing a December 2026 basis point hike. So this could actually happen this year. BNP Paribas actually saying that they believe there's going to be some hikes this year, at least one. We also have Fed's hammock saying that for now she believes it makes sense to hold rates where they are, but if we have some inflationary concerns in some of this data, she thinks that the Fed would need to act, which does imply a potential rate hike. You know who's not interested in a rate hike, though, is President Trump. He posted, quote, with a great jobs report like just announced, stocks should go up, not down. That's the way it was for 200 years. Growth does not mean inflation. How else can a country attain all caps greatness? 3 exclamation points. So President Trump, not upset, or not happy rather, with the market's reaction to this jobs number. We're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil.
I wish that could spike a bid right there, but it doesn't seem to be doing it quite yet.
Yeah, there's been moments.
Yeah. I mean, the market's trying to hold up. We were down 2.5. We're now down 2.
Yeah, you got to pick your spots. Intel's looking okay. That's actually trying to get through VWAP. There might be another trade in here on Intel. It's holding some higher lows. I like it. We were able to get one reversion on it, but it was a bit like it was really tight because it had already made such a big bounce. But it was still a pretty decent entry. It wasn't perfect, I don't think. There's still an opportunity for Bitcoin to maybe make another move in here. Again, like that, just a little tight to the 34 level, which is also 60,000, I believe. I think 60,000 can be about 34 even on IBIT, but that's still holding lower highs. So I can get rid of the trend line that we were trading off before, maybe look at the whole bear thing, the bear flag, and maybe short the bottom end of it. NVIDIA was another name. Haven't been in it yet, but I'm waiting for it to break trend. I might be done with QNT. One and done can be good. We'll see. It's starting, like in the morning, you're gonna get like that bigger move, like that first bounce. It was like just very quickly bounced up to 57 and pulled right back into 55, so you scalp the inside of the range. Now it looks way too sideways, and I don't want to get involved. Ooh, do not like seeing that candle. Yeah, that's a candle you don't want to see for the market. Like Apple just slammed $1.
Oh no.
Okay, so Apple was churning along just now, and then that just slammed. Yeah, I still feel like this could be a short. I'm going to slide back over to IBIT because I can just basically play this off of this resistance here at 34.65. Keep the bearish tinge for at least a little bit longer.
All right, we have something to talk about right now. Because it is now 2-0 as Giacotina lights the lamp up there for the Canadian Moose. And we go, apparently now it's 3-0. I just got the update there as well.
That was fast.
Yeah, that was fast. So I asked her if there's any video of it. I don't think Marissa's actually taking video right now of that. So I'm proud dad over here, of course. As yeah, tomorrow. So tomorrow we have baseball. Yeah, okay, I was going to say, yeah, she has... It was funny because yesterday she did CrossFit, and then she came and did baseball until 10 o'clock last night. Then she has 2 games today, 2 hockey games today, 2 hockey games tomorrow, a tournament all next weekend. We have practice tomorrow morning for the girls rep team.
Practice?
Practice. She doesn't even go to practice, to be honest with you. She's
practice?
Too busy. And then just a very, very busy life. And you know what? I think I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, I coach 2 very competitive, and Andre was there yesterday, baseball teams, and then also trying to support this hockey life, which is crazy, but I couldn't do it. I have to say a big shout out to my wife. You know, this is exactly the reason why, honestly, like, this is why, for me anyways, the fact that she's able to stay home and do that kind of stuff, it's just amazing that's because I'm trying to come into work. I take as many days off as I can to enjoy that, but it's been really a great opportunity for bonding, obviously, for all of our family members, because even my son, goes to the games and everything like that. So I'm just going to say, like, those of you that have kids, the time goes by, and you would all know this, it just goes by too quick. Like, you only have a certain amount of summers with them until they move out. We were talking about this the other day, and you only have a certain amount of, opportunities to spend with them. So, do your best and spend as much time with the loved ones, whether or not your kids, your parents. I mean, the same thing is true of parents, right? Is when you get our ages, like 65, I'm about 50.
You spend like 95% of your time is gone.
Your parents, we're the exact same age, pretty much. I'm actually older than Neil, believe it or not.
No, like
yeah. So, but anyways, spend as much time you can with your loved ones, and I just want to thank Marissa for doing that. And days, that's a good point. Days go slow, years go fast. That's like, forget about all these terminologies that we have about the market. Like, I'm here for one reason and one reason only. That's for all of you guys and the family.
Yo, what is the rider getting on about?
What, with himself or with others?
No, it was that fight that put him in jail in high school.
Oh, me?
Okay, so for the records, just to set the record straight, because I don't actually recall telling this story, but on the off chance that the story got told, nobody went to jail.
Jail?
And first of all, it was technically self-defense, and wasn't me. I'm just simply saying there was a certain friend of ours that might have got himself into a precarious situation, and Sean was simply defending said person.
Oh, that was university.
That was and not high school, for the record. And nobody went to jail over it. That was never said, and it never happened.
Joe throws fists in the ring. I throw fists in the street.
Nobody
that's what it's. Remember those Street Fighters? There used to be that big.
Yes. Kimbo.
Kimbo Slice.
He passed away.
I actually hate watching those videos. Like, I don't like when people are just beating up on people. I don't know. Like, I like the UFC is a sport. I get that there's training for that and there's precautions. Like
that, there's no safety
in the street fighting.
None
the Kimbo Slice stuff. It was like. I don't know. But anyways, when is that UFC on the lawn? It's UFC 250. Is it on the 4th? Like, I know it's for the 4th of July, or I don't. Is there? There must be a date set, right? For that?
Yeah, I actually
you guys
don't
know what the date is of that?
When is the UFC?
July 12th or something, like that. Anyways, shout out to UFC. Oh, by the way, we are now really starting to rock and roll. We've put our
next week.
Oh, next week? What? Next week?
June. It's next Sunday.
Oh, Flag Day. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's on the 14th of June. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
Sunday.
Wow. Next Sunday.
Oh, wow.
It's a Sunday.
It's on a Sunday?
Oh, it's happening in the middle of the day? Oh, it's next Sunday, June 14th.
Oh, US 250. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense. Guys, we are, oh man, it's too bad that we got out of a lot of this at VWAP, and then as we go higher, we really bought that dip there at 368 like we sort of said we were going to do. So there it goes, man. It is just a huge move higher here into 370.50. Let's just hold on now. Unfortunately, I only have about a third left of the whole trade that we averaged into right now, but I did not expect that. So there it goes to the upside. It is, I'm losing my voice. So nice move higher there. We'll see if 370.75 comes through. That's that high right into here. So we'll see if we can get another print up near 370.75.
Absolutely.
I'm going to put it at 50, actually.
Oh, shoot, it's only 2 minutes to go.
Oh, my God, we didn't even kneel. I was going on too much of a rant.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah.
Damn.
It's 11 o'clock already.
I mean, Sia is here. I mean, it could be Burger Day if there is a problem. I saw her. She is here.
Oh, okay.
She is here. I did see her there out of the corner of my eye. Well, it's the greatest flag in the world, unfortunately, today. It is the Italian flag. You will not be seeing that at the World Cup.
Meatballs?
What the hell? No, I wish it actually was meatballs. This is always what we get. It's the beef bolognese. A little greasy, but all right. Pasta, roasted
meatballs one time.
And we don't even have Caesar salad. We have spring salad. I don't know what's going on here. But we'll see. Beef bolognese there with pasta today. Roasted seasoned veg. Should be a good one there. But that's, I don't know. That's what's for lunch. I'm
we
not.
had Nona's. There was one time they called it Nona's meatballs.
And they were actually decent.
And they were solid. Yeah. Bring that back.
I'll pre-grade this. This is going to be a 6 to a 7 because it's not that bad.
Every time.
Yeah, like it's not that bad. It's a little oily, but it's a pre-made. And you know the thing is like when you put something in a, like especially ground beef, which is pretty fatty. The oil just drips through.
It's really oily.
It's a tough one right there.
You guys saying rare earth stocks are getting rugged today?
Rare earth. Why, USAR or?
Yeah, I didn't really double check this sector. MP's down 6. I haven't looked at any other ones. Notice how I immediately just go to the one that I own.
Oh, MP.
Pulling.
Yeah. I haven't been into those yet. I thought LAC was maybe a hot play. But.
MP has been basically 50 to 70 to 50 to 70 to 50 to 70, no break for the last year or so. So. I don't know. For this one, it looks like it's technical. I didn't see a headline for it. And then MSOS, like the wheat stock. Someone else was asking why the wheat stock's up today. I believe it was
2 headlines.
TrueLive.
TrueLive getting uplisted. Yeah. The other, which I'm also seeing circulated here, involves the White House apparently pushing. It's very complicated, but they're trying to push Congress to, I guess, delay action on something that is related to cannabis, and that action would actually be not good for cannabis and for the psychedelic space. So that's a quick summary.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go, man. And that's one of the ones that I own, that TCNNF or whatever, that's TrueLive. It's one of the only weed stocks that I have left, but it's still a dog. You know what? Dog's breakfast over there. But yeah, it was MSOS. People talking. Obviously, there in the chat, if you wanted to look back and forth at an ETF today, MSOS. Breaking a little higher. I know I don't want to speak for Sharif, but I think MindMed was a play of his, maybe still holding. Okay, I was going to say a minute ago, but he's still in that one. So maybe we can get some analysis on that at some point. But that is the story there.
Called MindMed anymore?
I don't think they're called MindMed.
No, what's the new name? So DFTX.
Yeah. So DFTX there. Yeah, SpaceX IPO is open at Robinhood, says Seb. So you guys, I don't know exactly how you put those orders through. I'm not a Robinhood client. Actually, you can't be in Canada, right? Robinhood is not available here in Canada yet. I don't believe.
Just came in. CoinSquare switched from CoinSquare to Robinhood.
And I know they did CoinSquare. And I know they did a WonderFi.
They just closed the WonderFi deal as well.
Okay, so yeah, so potentially
they will be.
Yeah, potentially more competition for Wealthsimple or some of these Canadian names as Robinhood coming in. Maybe I'll just wait if Robinhood's coming here. Because I was thinking about taking my TFSA away from the banks and going into something that's like free to trade.
I'd wait for
like a Wealthsimple, but then if all of a sudden Robinhood comes with that gold credit card or whatever the sponsorship is, because Wealthsimple is 2% straight cash.
It's a matter of time. Robinhood is making the move into Canada. It's happening, and they're already doing it on a couple of fronts. Okay, it's past 11 o'clock. You complained about how we owed you 5 minutes. Well, you just got half of that back, boys. So without further ado, we're going to eat some Italian food. And
we also get in trouble from Joe.
Joe does give us a hard time over that, for real. Like he's like, come on, guys, I need to be on camera. I need to show off the guns.
Thank God Joe saved me from betting on Carolina. Thank God, right there. It's one. Yes, I want to do it right now. I want to do it right now.
Smoke, my boy. It's fair.
Okay,
right now.
let's go.
1-1.
Yeah, I'm down. I was down yesterday, I asked you. Okay, 1-1. Joe and I are on double or nothing. I may owe this guy dinner by the time we're all over with this. I've got Carolina. I don't think anybody wants any smoke on the NBA. I don't know what you guys are thinking about.
Who's going to stand in front of the Knicks?
What?
Okay, well there you go. I mean, this guy wants the Knicks.
Neil, you want the Knicks?
Who do you? I'm not taking because I don't know enough about basketball. Just full disclosure.
Okay, but remember the Knicks are up one. The Knicks.
That's what I'm saying.
They stole a win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who's going to stand in front of the Knicks? I feel like they have all the momentum right now. I don't know. How do you guys feel?
Look, I'm personally cheering for the Knicks. But for the fun of it, if you want to do something fun, I'll take San Antonio just for the fun of it. Because I still think San Antonio is a better team. But I'm cheering for the Knicks. I want OG to win it.
Oh, OG Anunoby?
Yeah. Former Raptor, right?
Former Raptor, yeah. And the Raptors. I wish we didn't pick Andrea Bargnani number one overall.
Aniobi.
Annie up.
Annie up. What do you guys? Is MLB over there or something like that?
I didn't even know OG played for the Knicks anymore. I just don't follow basketball.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk to you guys later. It's 4 minutes past. Joe's getting upset. We'll see you at 2 p.m.
Boom. Oh, it's already up.
And yep.
Holy.
Oh, look behind us. Oh, it looks fantastic, Brendo. Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. This distracted individual is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And what we're looking at there is the brand new layout. That is you guys right there. That is literally all the messages coming in. And we got the super chats, we got the subs, we got the live poll for whatever ticker is mentioned most. Yeah. This is you right there behind us. Shout out to you guys, man. We're just here
I feel like everybody's figuring it. Yeah, exactly.
And hold on. Who's the creator of this whole thing over here? He told you to, but it made itself, right? It made itself.
Viewers top pick.
There he is. There is the guy with the best hair in the studio.
Yeah. So you know what it is now. You know what it is now, Sharif?
What is it,
yeah. Don't annoy me because now I'll block you, and then the whole everyone's gonna know. Everyone's gonna know. Exactly. Yeah. So it's that simple. Don't annoy the kid. He's tired today, or you're gonna get blocked, and everybody's gonna get
straight to jail. Right.
Obviously joking.
Straight to jail. Let's say hello to everybody.
Yeah, say hello.
Because we got to get right down to work. Because BNAI is Rip City. Rip City. Hello to Grandmother's Garden, Durant Gordon, we got Catmandu and Bigfoot Smur, Crazy Dirt Weed and Bloody Tom. Love it, Fluffy. We see you, girl. Manny Hernandez. Sharif, you need to buy more Lulu yoga pants. I was like, I'm going to block you, bro. I love you. I'm just joking. Kanan, you win. We got Sarah, Mahmoud, Anon, Purse. Also, who's that? Red Old Papa. Raheel Anwar. Get it, Raheel. We got Oleg coming from Ukraine. Oh, there's a Canadian flag in there too, Joey. Ryan O'Day. Shout out to Arun. Shout out to Mr. Leahy, as well as Dean the Maniac. Guggen. We got Guggen, Joey. And we got Boosted, Red Spot, and Danny Patel. Shout out to the OG MF. Freaking dangerous. Dude, how come everyone is in pink on that chat? Oh, I don't know. I think it's not pink, brother. It's red. I think it just denotes the source of where they're coming from. So if it's like YouTube, it's red. I think if TikTok, it might be a bit of different color. But this is the consolidated chat. And by the way, we're booming on TikTok right now. A lot of viewers, a lot of new viewers, and repeat viewers daily. So if for whatever reason, if YouTube's not available, you should be looking at the top. Joey, there goes BNAI. It is Rip City right now. We've got a 30.23 high. We're zigging and zagging right now with that $30 area at around 29.5. It's initially a rejection of 30. I want to see if this clears 30 decisively or not, because this has been on a rampage. Joseph, the breakout came in not long ago. You can see the volume only picking up recently. We're not even doing that much volume, to be quite honest with you. BNAI only has about 2.8 million shares, almost 2.9 million shares traded so far. So the volume coming in locally, I don't even think it's halted yet, but it's Rip City. It can rip your face off the other way as well. So make sure there's a plan you are following and you're sticking to if you're going to get involved in this one, Joey. But I got all eyes on this.
All eyes on that, man. All right, we're going to do our boy Bravely a favor. As you see, we have the chat up there in the back. We're going to stay engaged with you guys as we typically do throughout the whole day. So bring on that good conversation. Put those tickers in the chat. And put those hot takes in there. We love it. But Bravely, Majid, Asuna, Dolsario, Laguina, Armagidio. What's up, brother? I probably butchered that to the fullest extent. Moji, what's up? Mosawa, Paul C, Lex B, Kwaka, Emperor 2026, Lewis not found. Hopefully we can find you one day. Rojo, Ellie, what's going on? YY, Oscar, DJ Vinny. Have the Litz Bar. All right, we like that one. Strong Mind, C Cooper, Lando News, Britt Dab. What's up, Britt? T-Rock. Oh, I like T-Rock. You know J-Rock? Handyman Shane, Badlands, and Jack. Hey, one more there. I'm looking for some regulars. Farmer C, Jose Garcia, and one more. We'll do one more. Sam, a.k.a. Bullpick. What's going on, everybody? We're long Walmart. We're short the NASDAQ. Are we rotating out of tech names? I think so. And with that being said, we're going to head over to the staples. Well, who are the best in the XLP, Sharif? The heaviest weighted? Walmart, Costco, and Target. We got up there. And Procter & Gamble, actually. Procter & Gamble's in there. How's Procter been performing? But AC Slater to the tech game right now. And hello, Staples. Let's get a little defensive, guys. We've got to find some form of a rotation and where the money's actually starting to funnel. And I think that's going to be into some of these names here. So let's pull them up before we go over and send back to Sharif. So we've got on the small cap name. We were trading MyMed bright and early this morning. We're going to pull that up, but later on, we're going to hold it off for quite a little bit, and then we'll figure something else. But COST, Costco, how you doing today? Potential bull flag? Maybe. How's Walmart been performing? We love a VWAP bounce. Let's see if we can break through the high of the day. I think we'll have the good opportunity to do so. Procter & Gamble over here, my brother, HOD. Good look over there. And TGT, if you're looking for some form of rotation into strength, it doesn't look like Target is that, but Walmart, Costco, and Procter & Gamble performing relatively well here, guys. What a sad day here in NVDA. All the way down to 209. This shelf is absolutely disastrous. We're probably going to head back south of $200 in this bad boy. This high of 237 roughly. man, I thought we were going to be able to cook up and head closer to 300. Not necessarily the case right now, ladies and gentlemen, as NVDA is not performing how I would like it to.
Just keep going for a sec, because I gotta. Apparently, we have an ad.
Okay,
So
okay. Get ready for that there, and then we'll continue to ramble on because that's what we do. Shout out to whatever, I forget the band that actually sings it, but hey, Oracle starting to rock and roll. Meta 614. We want this $600 level to hold. Okay, if it doesn't, watch out. Need I go over to what before we go back? Before I go over, Bitcoin. Man, good thing we were dumping this thing in the 40s. As soon as that trend line broke, it's absolutely disastrous for Michael Saylor and company. Full disclosure, more context. I once had 400 shares of this thing at the IPO. Now I'm down to 100 shares in the long term, okay, everyone? So we offloaded that heavy on the way down, and happier I could not be.
All right, guys, huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI driving actually to real life. We're talking next-gen intelligent tech, defining how we hit the road. If you want to see how the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in the description and check out VinFast today. Shout out to the great folks at VinFast, and I happen to love the VF9. Very nice car. And by the way, I see it all the time because they've got a local, got a local store at the mall by my house, Yorkdale Mall. So you guys know how that works, right? So anyway, guys, just before we go to Sia, because I know she's got something important, just got stopped out of BNAI for the last rating amount. We've been basically ripping through this 40 high. We haven't even got the candle right now at a $26 low. There does seem to be a buyer in and around 26 bucks. But this is an absolute rip city right now. And we haven't even got to triple digit territory. Let's go to the big tech show. See what Sia's up to.
Clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. This company is valued at $801 million of market cap. Price per share trades around $27 today, trading around $29 region, and it's up 25% year to date and 33% year over year. Its current lead asset is the LB-102 drug, which basically is an oral antipsychotic drug that treats schizophrenia. It's reached stage 3 in trials in the United States, awaiting approval. The company has received $100 million private placement for its clinical trials, and it currently has $366 million in free cash flow and $0 virtually in debt. So they say with calculations that it has a 7-year comfortable cash flow. The company did have a net loss of $63.1 million back in the year 2023, but cut to today, it has come down to $39 million, which is a good number, narrowed. The CEO of the company, Heather Turner, has a 15-year experience in therapeutics and biotherapeutics, 5 years experience being a CEO of these companies, and this is talking to LBRX. Great job, real estate.
Thank you very much. Very informative. And I'll put together all right, guys, having a good time. Right, we are holding down Joey. As soon as you know how the market goes, you give it, and then you give it 2 hands, and then it goes to 3rd hand, and take it away 3 hands, right? So anyway, BNAI is holding down. We're going to keep a close eye on this 2588 hold. Sorry, 2588 hold price. 11:12:55. It's the whole time. Earliest will be open is 11:17:55. Let's keep a close eye on that one. But there is the things are slim today, sadly. In the world of small cap gappers, BNAI, look to be the best among them. But there's also BCBA, and this one technically at the moment below volume weighted average price, but it is putting in some higher lows. So something to be on the lookout there. You can very much clearly see there is a repetitive area of resistance at 150 to 155. Despite that double top going to 180, that was a very short ascension into that level. 150. So I'm of the mind right now that 150 area is a key area of resistance, 49.8%. That's BCDA. We also have this one was moving big yesterday, kind of trying to take out that 440 high. It looks like there was a lot of resistance at yesterday's closing print, which is about 4.50, between 4.50 and 4.25. So there, we're still on watch. I've got a DHL on there, lest it recover above that 750, 775 area where VWAP is, but SPHL, multiple holder to the upside, multiple. Did I exaggerate that? No, I was right. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 3 upholds, 2 downholds on SPHL, but it does feel like this one is suffering from lower highs at the moment. So if it recovers, we'll get involved. If it doesn't, we won't. VVOS, sub $1. It had dalliance with the dollar area rejected. Let me throw in the ticker there. I do apologize. Get fully set up my stuff because it was a little late from the gym. I want to show what my May looked like for training. And I'm going to give a gift to somebody in the chat that can prove that they had a more aggressive training month than I did. But I'm going to see if the pictures are AI. By the way, I'm going to run them to make sure you guys know what are we talking, like calories or like your fitness tracker app, whether you've got, the Apple Watch, you've got something else. I'm putting it's an open challenge. How many steps do you do? Average 14,000. How many metrics do we got to beat you by? What additional calories expended on the month? Okay. How about that? Okay. So VVOS, we'll get to that when things slow down a little bit, but VVOS also moving up pretty bigly here. I'm trying to see if it can take out the dollar. If it can, then maybe we'll get involved with that one. I want to point out 2 different leveraged ETFs that are not small cap gappers. IREN, IREN, has a leveraged ETF called IREZ. Or Z, shout out to my American friends, looking real good, man. Good volume on this one. Just 3 pennies high, 656 high, trading at 653. Behooves you to keep an eye out on that one. Likewise with Orgetti, Mom Spaghetti, this one is also trading, a few shekels off the high there. Shout out to our man Nimrod, who I don't know where he is. He doesn't show up anymore, by the way. What a guy. 374, 369. We're trading at right now. So RGTZ should be in focus as well. And BNI is open. It is trying to rip to the high side. Still a lower high. So even though this is catching a bit of a bid, the current candle high far below the prior bar high and also has a lower low. We're fighting with 27 right now. Keep an eye out on the bid to see whether we substantially clear the $27 area on the bid, not just the ask. The reason I say keep your eye on the bid is because the spread is quite wide on this. So the spread, the ask can be substantially above 27, all the while the bid is still below the $27 area. So look for confirmation on both sides of level 2. Continue to watch this one. Fluffy, since I'm in a wheelchair, would you consider normalizing the numbers? Otherwise, I cannot ever compare to someone that puts in steps. Just saying. But we're not going to actually use steps, Fluffy. We're just going to use caloric expenditure, right? So how many calories you expended on the month. But I get completely. Maybe you can find a different metric there. Completely get that.
Straight kilometers. Probably get beat.
Yeah,
that way too, right?
Yeah,
you rip on those.
It's an important. I asked him that. I was like, "You all right?" Because I know him now, right? If I come in, he's in a good mood. I know he's in. If he's tired, I also know. So that's the first thing. Then I see the cup right there. It's like, he's catching down. Now the caffeine, he's a little tired. So shout out to my man Joey, man. It's Friday, so we'll get a couple of days rest there.
Yeah, exactly, man. All right, guys, let's get right back into things. I did go to bed a little bit later. We're just watching a little bit of the cup final there last night, working on some other things as well too. So, no secrets, man. We don't keep those around.
Last time around, you tried to fool us with that. You're like, I can't tell you what's going on, and all of a sudden, there's an entire website. And
exactly. But we'll get into that momentarily. There is 789.40 here. We had a little bit of a rebound in the NASDAQ, and then now we're starting to move a little bit lower, guys. Some off when we're talking about the 79 break. The support levels were being breached, so we Walmart, NASDAQ down, Walmart up. You're seeing the rotation, right? You're seeing the rotation into the staple names. For man, so a nice balance here. How are the banks performing? We're going to take a look at that momentarily. We're going to diamond hands this until the high of the day. There's no reason for us to sell, especially if tech is selling right now. Okay. So we'll hold up to $120.80. And I mean, you got to take into consideration $135 is the all-time high roughly here on Walmart. So we're not too far away from it, and a nice recovery here in this name. This is what we want to see. Did I grab some more at the lows? No, unfortunately, I didn't. Full disclosure, shareholder of this bad boy. And then we also had JPM doing us wonders yesterday, finally starting to get the ball rolling on this bad boy. I'm not going to be grabbing any more of the CDR at this point, but 313 and change with a high of 315 in the pre-market, Sharif. Hey, man, this has been a laggard in my opinion, and I think it's a good opportunity to get involved if you haven't been already. And NVDA, I haven't talked about, I mean, we've talked about it plenty of times. I'll go over it one more here. $208, and it looks like there's no bottom in sight. I think it's going to get pretty ugly in this name. Let's pull it up and get into more of these technicals. Bitcoin is just an absolute disaster for everyone who's holding this stuff in the crypto space. A big time breakdown. $71 on IBIT. You're down 51%. You're now south of the original IPO price here, or no, relatively close to it. No, you're getting right close to it there, Sharif. It's only a matter of time. But hey, listen, there's someone on the opposite side buying this stuff. It's going to take some time for this thing to finally find its footing and its ground. Now, what was I about to pull up? NVDA, we're going to take a look at it from the daily. See, support systems being broken, and this is just an overhang that I don't like. We want to see a clean ebb and flow within this, and then just steady moves higher. Not necessarily the case right now. Now, a couple more things I want to touch on, and I don't know how many times I've mentioned this. I'm going to mention it one more time. This is all fun and games, right? Like, if you're a shareholder, if you've been in these positions, but don't forget, we can climb higher, but then you get chucked off the top of the roof sometimes with some of these names, right? Like, look at Broadcom, Sharif, AVGO. I'm not going to call it a fall from grace, but if you're buying up there in the mid 400s, that's not really fun because you're already down 20% off of the high. So that's a little bit tougher to stomach. Be patient. When you have these parabolic moves, I'm a firm believer that if you sell some cash secured puts, if you have that type of funding, I would go that route, collect premium while you have the ability to wait for the stock to come to your price. It may take longer than what you're anticipating, but the chances are you of roughly getting it, in my opinion, are high.
Absolutely, Joey. Good call on that, man. You got a plan for the SpaceX IPO? You and I were kind of discussing it a little bit off camera this morning.
From what aspect? Like here? No,
just the trade. Like when we take the IPO during the midday. Full BP, all gas, no brakes, right?
It's like
ask for a BP bump.
It's either
it's all gas.
It's either catch me in Thailand for the winter break or maybe the unemployment line.
It's not gonna happen. Okay, Assassino, I think Sia's trying to get your attention, brother. Dan, what's your average caloric burn for the day, month? Say less, Dan. Okay, so May was my second best month ever. I burned strength. Those will include tennis, though. And I burned, as I mentioned already, 27,300. My workout time was 66 hours and 36 minutes and 40 seconds with an average of an hour 10 per workout. And the only reason my average is a little down is because my morning workout's a little bit shorter than my morning one, my afternoon one. We got to go to Sia.
Yeah, just take a look at U.S. A little bit of a downtick there, down currently by 2%. U.S. Energy Secretary commenting saying U.S. will be adding 40 million barrels to SPR after the Iran conflict is over. This is coming from Fox Business just a couple seconds ago. Just to repeat, USO a bit on the downside right now. U.S. Energy Secretary is saying that U.S. will be adding 40 million barrels to SPR after Iran conflict is over, coming from Fox Business. Right back to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Sia, for that. All right, continuing to watch here. I'm watching SOAR. SOAR's trading at around 41 pennies. I'm thinking maybe, I'd maneuver into this one. I'm not 100% sure quite yet. Big Macs with Joe. Get it, Scott. All right, any small cap cappers, random oddities. I'm looking at Soren, I'm looking at BNAI as well. But BNAI is in a bit of a downtrend, so I'm waiting for this one to flip. Shout out to Ronian1, inspiring. You're inspiring. Thank you for the very nice comment. Shout out to you. Dan, 3,696 per day. 115,274 for the month of May. Fitbit, Google Health. For real? I kind of don't believe that. So you're quadrupling me? More than quadrupling me? I don't know. Are you working out all day? Like,
who said that? Who said that?
Dan. Dan, 42, 87, 66. Shout out to Dan. Commodity King wants me to look at AVAD. Commodity asks, I oblige.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead, Joey.
Anything, but if you were to have a higher body fat percentage, is that possible that you can be burning more?
You have
yeah, right. So maybe.
Right, but I think okay. I still don't think that that's feasible.
Yeah, that's feasible.
But
right,
whatever.
so
maybe he is doing it. Who knows?
So
it's hard for me to tell, right? Like I can't even see him.
Do we have to stop the capping?
Stop the capping. All right, Joey. Let me look at AVAD over here for Commodity King. Into 280 we go, Assassino. We're looking at this one. It's into the high. AVD is up a respectable 11.5%. It's an $80 million market cap, having done 470,000 shares on the day. American Vanguard Corporation. Okay, cool. This is not bad. The volume is a little lackluster, though. I'm going to keep it on because the pickings are slim today. So we can't be choosers. When currently, honestly, we're beggars at this point because there's really not that much going on. So we're going to throw this one on to the side chart, AVD. There it goes, Dan. Commodity King into another high of the day. 281, really going here. Keep your eye out on this one. Brian Vickers, how many eggs do I need to eat? You got to have 12, baby. But I recently have started cutting out now the yolks from my morning breakfast. So I'd have like 2 or 3 typically. I'm cutting those out. And there's a reason for that. It's because I'm going to have them later in the day, right? When they give us breakfast here, most of the time it's eggs. So I save those to eat after the midday as sort of like my post-work snack before I go and work out, right? So those typically have yolk in them. So I'm just like, all right, I'll just take the yolk from there. I don't need to be getting double the yolk. But I am in a calorie deficit currently, and I will be this way probably until mid to early October. We'll see exactly when we shut it off. So that's going to be the, don't be a stinker. Maybe he's burning that. What Joe said, maybe, man. I have no idea, Fluffy. Maybe he is. Maybe I'm just a hater. All right, Rex Banner, SNBR is moving again. Let's take a quick look at that one, Joey. SNBR, I'm still keeping a close eye here on BNAI. Nice call out on SNBR. This could be a failure, though, and that's because we're coming from the south side of the volume-weighted average price, so there's always the possibility that this could fail. And even if it gets above it, what it ends up sometimes doing is making a lower high and luring you into the trade. So I'm going to keep this one on. Another good one here, we're going to take off BCDA because that's doing bupkis, and we're going to put SNBR on instead. Hopefully this one can make a move and we can have something to trade. But right now, guys, pickings are super slim. Dan says, where do you want the screenshots? It's Google Health tracked by Fitbit. Send it to my Instagram, baby. Send it to my Instagram. Conciliary25, super simple. Yeah, figure out the spelling on that. All right.
Yeah,
Joey, we got a super.
Go ahead, man.
No, you got it, my boy.
All right, we'll get in the super here.
We had another one? Oh, my bad.
Hey, man, don't shy away from the old supers there. We're going to see we took some off on Walmart as we failed to put in a high. We're starting to pull back a little bit here, guys. And then we took some off there on the NASDAQ as well. So, we'll get into our MindMed trade here momentarily, but we're rocking on roll these bets.
Oh, MindMed, eh?
Yeah, that's
FTX? The FTX?
No, it was the other one that was it. Well, what was the one that was going this morning?
Switched, right? MNMD, is that the FTX?
Okay, anyways, man, you can see I know what I'm talking about here. All right, here we go. I'm assuming since I have circle 612 calls, break even 89 is going to 0 in the next few days. BTC has been obliterated. It needs some milk. It needs more than milk, man.
It needs some milk.
Yeah, it needs to get on a lot. It needs to hop on a cycle or something.
It needs some peptides.
Yeah, it needs the peptides. There it is, some Scotty Pepin over there. Pull up the next one. in regards, yeah, the chances of those contracts being dead are probably relatively high. In regards to SpaceX using your own brokerage, i.e. Webull, Robinhood, et cetera, if you want, you can set orders at open. Yeah, check if you can do sell. If you want, you can set orders at open. So any form of order, yeah, I mean, do a limit on open or a market on open, whatever you're comfortable with. Especially if you don't have any of those shares. So that's what Sharif and I have been talking about. That's what we do when we trade some of these IPOs. We go limit on open. We want, as soon as that bad boy opens up, we want to get in on that first second of the print, just in case you have that massive move into the fact and where it's going to haul. Oh, look who's behind us. All right, I see who it is. Let's see what it is on screen.
Oh, you guys don't know who that is.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Well, your head's in the way. There you go.
There we go.
That is Tiffany. She's the newest member of the production team. Tiffany, wave at the camera. Just say hello. There you go.
What's up, Tiff?
So when we're saying Tiffany now, you guys know who we're talking about. Everyone, we're saying Assassino. When we say Ram, you guys know, right? And we talk about Fabian as well. Eh? Well, let it come organic.
Yeah, you got to let it, exactly.
We have to know her first, and then we give her a nickname.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? See, he's trying to boss us around.
Man, that's crazy.
What's going on over here, Joe?
All right, let me talk about some stocks here momentarily. Jesse, man, I'm going to give you a 10-second. I don't know why. You're just, for some reason, I don't know.
I added him on Instagram.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we got material.
Yeah, exactly.
We got material,
out,
Jesse. Don't worry, guys. We got you down.
You know what I was going to do, man? I was going to print. I was going to get Ram to just print a picture of his profile picture. And then I was just going to wear it.
You're going to wear it?
I was going to wear it. Yeah, that was my plan here. Because no one would have known who it was, but he himself would have. All right, 313 here on AAPL. Guys, we went over some of the big names. How are the CrowdStrikes of the world performing today? Not too bad. An inside session, 689. What's he saying? You know what I mean? It's like, dude, you got to be careful around here.
Jesse, you're making me laugh.
Yeah, Zscaler in Salesforce. We seen that the stock had a little bit of a bounce, but giving back the majority of that move right there. So not too good of a luxury. Dell Computers down to $400 off of that high of $475. Watch out for this gap to be filled. I think you'll be able to catch this name in the 300s. As the NASDAQ, Sharif, continues to bleed its own blood. Yeah. It's bleeding everybody's blood at this point because everybody's like, why aren't we going up here today? But Walmart slowly starting to climb higher here as we inch lower here on the TQs. We're going to take some more off momentarily there, my boy Sharif, as we put in a new low of the day.
Joey, I don't like anything right now. Like, literally, I don't like anything. Nothing is looking good at the moment, sadly. Like, I'm looking here. I'm searching here, guys, and I'm not liking anything right now. Assassino, can we put the screen, brother? Thank you very much, brother. I know, distracting you over there.
Why would Save Man, Woman, Peace say that?
What?
Met with
what
Canadian officials.
Yeah.
Officials.
Yeah.
You guys have a surprise coming. Sorry, can't share. I don't think that anything is going to really surprise us anymore, to be honest.
No,
not me.
Share. You can't say stuff like that.
That is so
Give us a
lame,
hint, Save Man, Woman. You have very good contributions in the chat. I read some of the stuff you read. But you can't just say stuff like that without, giving a hint.
Yeah, man.
You got to throw a hint out there. Whoa. Where did all that come from?
I'm going to hit this here, man.
Go ahead, Joey.
And we haven't hit this here today, as we're at the low of the day here in the NASDAQ.
They came in their nice suits on Canada, looked sharp. Canada will be okay.
Okay.
I really hope so, man. I really do hope so, brother. Because President Trump is trying to slap us with a new 10% tariff as a result of forced labor practices. Prime Minister Carney has already said he was anticipating that. They're going to address that. Hopefully, we'll get everything good there. KC 520 frickin' 6. Love this woman. Uncle Sheriff, thoughts on IHD for a swing? Looks like a breakout potential. Casey, you ask, you get. Let's look at IHD for the very, very talented small cap trader, Casey 526. That's IHD, right? Yeah. IHD. All right, let's go to the daily on this one. What the hell? IHD. On the NYSE, there we go. Daily. Okay, sorry. Oh, this looks fantastic, Casey. Okay, so you always bring up good charts here. This is great. So you definitely had support at that 4.5. That's a very obvious area of support. That range was also limited from about 4.5 to 575 the way I see it. This is the daily, right? You get that 575 break. Now, did 575 and or 6 feature as support once broken? Yes, generally over here, but the higher lows, okay, it looks like it's finding more support at the 200. Case in point, take a look at this range here from March, I want to say late February, no, it looks like early March to the gap up. Look at that gap right there on the 8th of April. Love it. Then a very clear area of resistance between 7 1/5 to 7 1/3. You get that clearing, and now you're basically putting in higher highs and higher lows. What does this company do? Voya, emerging market. Okay, this fund, it's an ETF. Total return combination, current capital gains, capital appreciation, 80% managed assets, dividend, equity, securities, derivatives. Okay, so it doesn't give the full details of what they invest in. So Casey, I would say the technicals really do show 7.5 possibly here support. Let me flip just to the weekly quickly to get a better gander on this one. Oh, there's stuff here. Okay, now we're coming from some highs. This looks like a rounded bottom in progress, Casey. This is a great look. So you're likely going to have a move up here into 8.5. 8.5 has featured as a multiple area resistance level going back to January 2019, going back to January 2020, again, July 2021. So that 8.5, 8.25, that's going to feature as resistance. But here's the deal. You could get a couple of outcomes. One, you can get into that 8.5, and then you can put the cup and handle pattern in, right? So you get that consolidative look, perhaps between 8.5 to 8, maybe even 7.5. It wants to range a little bit. So I would say right away I'm seeing a rounded bottom, and then whether or not you can project the measured move from 4.5 to 8.5, that gives you a $4 projection on the breakout of the 8.5, right? Because that's what we're looking at for the measured move. The measured move pattern for the rounded bottom is to take it from the area low to the neckline breakout. In my estimation, the neckline breakout's around 8.5. So that gives us a $4 projected move. So if you do get that 8.5 breakout, you're looking for 12.5 there. But two eventualities, and that's what I want to point out. You could get that direct break through the rounded bottom, or you can get the cup and handle pattern where it moves to the side around the neckline of the rounded bottom. So think about those two eventualities. This is the weekly, and that is a hell of a support level there on the weekly at around 4.5. Fantastic look. I hope you print up multiple storms on that, Casey. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, good stuff, man. Here it is. I was talking to Gore, my boy, Gore, my OG, Gorev. You know, Gore was one of the first people in the chat. Him and I were just, he's like, man, same trading styles and everything along those lines.
Yeah, I know that.
Shout out to Gore.
Gore's awesome, bro,
Yeah,
by the way. Except he's a Liverpool fan. That's, his only drawback there. But
block him. No, I'm joking. We can never. I would unblock you immediately, my boy. Anyways, obviously being sarcastic there. Back to the downside, right? And then here it is with Walmart moving higher. So we got 2.5% up here in Walmart, and then you can see the Qs are down 4% today. That's crazy, getting absolutely walloped. But hey, man, there it is. I think we're gonna head for the high of the day. I'm still holding on to approximately 60% of this position. 120.80 is where we're gonna look to trim a little bit here, and then we're gonna take some off on the NASDAQ momentarily as this thing continues to bleed. So at week one, guys, rotation out of tech, you wanna find where the money's flowing into, and I think it's the Walmart, the Costco's of the world right now.
All out PT Mass.
You got some small caps moving over there?
Joey.
All right, there it is. Yeah. So we take some off there on the TQs. Oh, I want to pull up that, what is it, CMND, right? CMND, is that what we are rocking? Clear Mind Medicine. So this is what we got up to earlier in the pre-market. So we started looking at, we seen this bull flag starting to be formed here at 8:11 in the morning, and then sure enough, we take a couple of stop outs, but look how long I hold this one. I'm like, all right, we're at the bottom end of the range. There seems to be a buyer at 370. I like how definitive and distinct it is when you can see them starting to set up in at some key levels, and then we eventually broke out. Did I catch the top? But what happened here is, considering I took, 60 plus cents, and I'm only losing 30 on these trades. So you hit a 2-to-1, you end up positive on that name. So not too bad whatsoever. I'm not going to complain. And then that's when we're like, all right, what's going on? If the market's going to bleed, we're going to talk about Walmart quite a bit here today, as it's up 2.4% and continuing to climb here, Sharif. So I like this play. It's unfortunate that these tech names are selling, but Hey man, you know I've been selling.
I'm a rock star.
I've been selling some things, right? We've been rotating out of Bitcoin. We reduced our exposure in Netflix, and now I'm sitting on some dry powder because I think at some point it's going to be a buy the dip scenario. What names do I want to grab? It starts with a G and ends with an L.
Yeah, I wonder how many different tickers that could be. All right, guys.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, it is. Well, there's not too many 5-letter tickers either, too, right? So there's not too many. What? What happened?
So I don't know if they did that on purpose. But.
All right, NOTV's going here, 29. It's on the way to 30, 29.73 high. I made a bit of a boo-boo here. I got in, and then I got out everything, so ended up flipping short. I've got 27 2/3 on. It's showing me 28. We're looking for more, 28 1/3, scalping, looking for a move, a bigger move into 30, mind you. Let's go ahead and wait at 29-ish for a beak wetter. And my move here is pretty simple. I defend into about 24.5 to 25. There's a bit of a resistance level there, so I'm looking for that area to hold up if it does fail. On the other side of that, I'm looking for a move into 30, right? My bias right away is to that next 10-penny level. It's up bigly here to the tune of 228%, and there it goes into 28, and there comes 29. It is now knocking on the door of 29. We could see a breach here. There's a huge seller at 28.93. They killed him, Joey. We're above 29. Here comes 30. It's a 29.73 high. This could have been the 30 touch here. As you know, it doesn't always make it up right into that penny level, but we're looking for a little bit more here, Joe. So good volume on this, 552 million shares. So over 500 million shares exchanged hands already. So we got ample liquidity with which we can get in and get out with ease. That's always comforting, especially with these volatile names. So NOTV gotta be here. We're gonna wet the beak, Jesse, of course, man. That should go without saying. Joey, we're looking for a 30 breach here. What are you looking at, brother? Here comes 30.
All right, man. Yeah, everyone in my my group chat talking about.
What are they talking about?
Bitcoin now. Everyone's a crypto expert now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 25K.
Yeah, I know. I got my cousins messaging me as well. Like, it's like, all right, I don't represent Bitcoin.
Yeah,
you
know,
realize
man.
this,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like I have nothing to do with this, and I never give ever my family advice, except my parents. When I told them to buy Bitcoin, they didn't. But I don't give my immediate family advice. I don't give my sister advice. I don't give my cousins advice. I just steer clear of that.
You know what I tell them?
Right?
You know what I tell them?
What do you tell them?
When they say, hey, man, you never told us this, you never told us that. I'm like, yeah, well, if you really wanted to know, you would read a little bit and then do some research yourself and then come to me with like an actual legitimate question and then not just be like, hey, what do I buy? Why didn't you tell me to buy this? Yeah, lazy.
Well, can I say something?
Yeah,
too?
absolutely.
You know, I hate to paint with one brush like this, but I do feel that Canadians are woefully underinformed about the stock market and equities in general. We were so gung-ho with real estate because everybody was making their millions off real estate. All you have to do was just buy and hold, and you know, eventually you're gonna have a good amount of equity. And I don't think that that's going to be the case anymore, at least in the way that it was for the last decade and a half, perhaps maybe a little bit more. So they better get a little bit more knowledgeable.
Like the exponential growth was like in the late teens, right? Like when you're seeing everything start to hit that $1 million mark, how much higher are things going to go? Like what are you going to fall into New York prices? I mean, I think over time you'll still see some appreciation treat, but like that large amount where your house is like the value of your house is tripling and doubling in the span of a handful of years.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? And it doesn't set up for a sustainable model where young people can get into the market, and they're completely priced out.
They have to wait for that money to funnel lower, right? We're talking about the biggest exchange of wealth from the boomers into some of these younger people. But yeah, okay, so they're just going to sit on these houses and stuff, but not everybody's in that scenario. Let's get right back into these markets. How do I turn 12?
Good call out, Casey.
Good stuff there, Jesse. There's somebody on the internet. You'll be able to find that.
It's way worse in the EU, apparently, says WISPs HS. Nobody knows anything about equities. Yeah. I didn't grow up learning much about equities. I didn't learn diddly squat in school.
My friend told me about this stuff when I was I was like 22, at 21, 22 is when I first started learning about it. So yeah, I mean.
And what was your immediate opinion? It was like more of like, hey, an investment vehicle, or hey, something I can get rich quick. Like, what was your honest opinion? thinking?
Here, I'll give you more context to this story. I'm living in Liberty Village. It's the teens of the 2000s. I'm 21, 22. My buddy said, hey, Joe, you're sitting on too much cash. They're going to legalize marijuana. You should buy some stock. Okay.
That was the talk.
But see the ignorance behind everything. I knew nothing at the time, and I'm like, okay, yeah, here, let's just do this to see if we can make some money. You're young, dumb, and you're just looking to see how much money you can obtain. And I didn't really know what the objective was. I didn't have one to see. It was just like, hey, let's put some cash in it and let's see what happens. They're gonna legalize this stuff, it's gonna boom. And I just happened to be on the right side of things and the right place at the right time. It was complete luck. I just happened to be on some cash and somebody mentioning, hey, Joe, you should do this. And then I literally Googled, this was the due diligence I did.
Okay.
I literally Googled best and largest marijuana companies in Canada.
Okay.
Aurora Cannabis pops up, Afria, and Canopy Growth Corp.
I did something similar to that. To be quite honest with you, so I'm not gonna dog you.
So
for
what do
that
I do? I
what
walk
do you do?
across the street where the TD Bank is in Liberty Village, and I say, "Hey, I want to put this money into this. I want to invest in stocks." Sure, here you go, Joe. There it is. Put your money in there, and then that was it. It was a wrap after that.
Yeah, well.
So there was zero skill behind it.
I get it. I get it. But look what it led into, though.
Yeah.
Right, and that's another thing we got to consider there. All right, getting into NOTV, there does seem to be a buyer here locally at around 24 pennies, maybe 23 and change. I'm backing at 27. I'm looking for a bigger move and a retest of 30. It was an ugly topping tail candle, so the current candle is not that comforting because we technically have a lower low and a lower high, but we've got support off that same predictable area, which is kind of like low 23s, mid 24s. Let's see if we can try to work our way back above that 30 penny area. I also want to mention VVOS. KC526 was calling this one out. You've got a double top here into 103 with a 106 high. So this is putting an ascending wedge pattern. Look at the bottom chart there, guys. Higher lows with a bit of a flat top. So VVOS in focus here. Let's keep an eye out on this one. 106 high on VVOS. Gavin, they should teach finance to everyone at schools, including stocks, mortgages, etc. Also cooking. These are life skills everyone needs. I couldn't agree more.
They don't want you to know.
They don't want you to know, says Fabian. They don't want you to know because they want you to remain ignorant. No, I get that. I get that thinking, but they're doing it now. Big Dougie apparently is doing it now.
It just doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you teach people financial literacy in like the most basic aspect instead of having to go to business school?
Right. All right. VVOS taking out the day high into 109. I'm involved in this one at 7s. Let's see what we get here on VVOS. Looking for a move into 10s. Let's see if we're able to get that. Showing 8s. Not quite the move I was looking for here on VVOS, but a big price spike nonetheless. Keep your eye on this one. Shout out to Casey for calling this one out here. Good luck, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, and taxes too, man. Did mine not too long ago. All right, guys.
You do your own?
Yeah.
Smart.
Are they right? I don't think it can be that complicated, man. You just type in the numbers that are off of the T4 into that, and so I mean, hey, don't come knocking on my door, man. I was just following the instructions. Anyways, aside from that, guys, Walmart's starting to slide pretty aggressive, guys. We're up 2.5% at this previous peak. Now we're down to 2% here and continuing to slide a little bit. Now, same thing with the NASDAQ. We'll head over to the big boys and see. Meta can't seem to find a bottom. We're at $400 on Tesla as well, as that was just a complete waterfall situation here earlier this morning. And then $56, $57 in STI. I like what Jesse Hernandez was saying about that this morning. It was quite comical. And then there it is, the SPY continuing to bleed. We didn't look at, actually we did look at JPM not too long ago, so we're gonna pull it up again one more time as we just hold on to these runners right now in Walmart. If it comes back to our break even, then we get out of the trade. It's that simple. 120.11, you can see that 119.86 is going to be our entry price. With a high of $315 here on JPM, we're now down to 311. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, those have been the better performers. You're down to 214 in each one of these. Goldman Sachs there.
Goldman and that call on Tesla, like just perennial bears. and then the analyst leaves, and all of a sudden they're like gung-ho bulls. I get it, and not everybody has to feel the same way, but they're representative of the entire firm, so I think that that's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is a little comical, but hey, man, if you're gonna do something, Sharif, you may as well do it to the fullest. If you're gonna flip your bias, you may as well just do it and be like, hey, man, this is how we truly feel about that.
227%, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Kathy Wood has a $4,000 price target on Tesla, I believe. So if anybody's a bull, it's her within that name. I don't know if you'll ever see $4,000 again on Tesla. Don't rule anything out, right? So I use this comparison. We talk about the inning aspect of what we are in regards to this AI, et cetera. Okay, we're not in the 9th or the 8th or the 9th. We're in like the middle innings right now. But in my opinion, we're in the middle innings of the beginning of the season. Or a 7-game series. What can happen with this stuff is endless, in my opinion, because you have no idea what 10, 20, even 30 years down the road is going to look like.
All right, let me cover this for Traveling Trader. By the way, we're ripping here on VVOS. We got 7s. The best print I do believe I've got is 19s. Here it comes into 20s, and there goes 20. There's 21. There's 22. There's 24. Rip City right now into 26. VVOS is on its horse and could see the third of a dollar sooner rather than later, posting at 28, posting at 31. Let's see what we get here, up 81%. KC 520 freaking 6. Another call there. Shout out to her. All right, let's get to this super over here. Hey, Sharif, could you please look at BCDA, and I feel it can skyrocket and position. I really hope it looks good, brother. Let's take a look at BCDA. Thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. Guys, VVOS is ripping. I can't make this full screen just because I have to keep an eye on the position, but BCDA. Biocardia. Okay, just let me take a quick look over here. Clinical stage company developing cellular and cell-derived therapeutics treatment for cardiovascular and pulmonary diseases, advancing 2 cell therapy platforms derived from bone marrow, such as CardiAMP, AMP, and autologs. Mononuclear cell therapy platform is being advanced for 2 clinical indications, heart failure with reduced ejection fracture and refractory angina resulting from chronic myocardial. I can't say that last word there. But let's look at the weekly. Okay. By the way, VVOS failing here. Be careful. I have my stop below 106. So this has seen better days, clearly. A very prolonged downtrend. If you're asking my opinion on the technicals, Traveling Trader, the technicals are not good, okay? That's just the truth of the matter. This is the weekly. We can flip to the daily. It's an unbroken downtrend at the moment, and that's just, that's the nature of the beast. Whether or not this can really take off, you're gonna be looking here, I would say, first things first, you need to get through that 150 area resistance, very staunchy resistance level. So, sorry, we're gonna go to see in a second, Assassino, but I'm just gonna finish analyzing this for him. So BCDA is the ticker. Let's throw that on there so everybody else can follow along. You need to get through 150. 150 clear area resistance, right? And then above that 150 level, you've also got a key area of support here at around 175 to 2/3. The good news is the 200 is just a little bit below, or a little bit above, pardon me, where we're trading right now. We're trading at $1.33. The 200 exponential is at 141. We're basically at the simple right now. That purple line on your screen, that's a simple 200. We're at that, 133. So you're breaking trend, but you need to close above $1.50 in my submission here to really say the trend has changed. And then we're really going to get going if you can close above 250. Look at this prolonged area of consolidation here, right around that 250 level. So it's a step-by-step sort of process. BCDA sounds very promising what they have, but the technicals also have to jive with the theory. Huge seller here on VVOS at 130. Hopefully, when we get back from SIA, it'll be gone.
So really quick, BTC down 5.3%. Bitcoin is looked to set a dismal week cap on Friday. Prices have slid to $60,000 region. This marks a 50% decline since its all-time high of 126,000. September 2025. So this is technically 10 months ago. And the last time that it has traded below that $60,000 region is September 2024, not looking that great. Also, Zcash has been linked to an apparent exploit that has been found in coding of the token that allows hackers to reproduce unlimited counterfeit tokens, and also broader crypto prices, as we're seeing today, we're falling under heavy selling pressure. With that, Zcash USD almost down 30% on the day, and ETH with that down 10.4%. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. So we did breach 130, but it was very short-lived. 133 high. We're putting an aggressive sell now. I feel like there is a short really earmarking this 1 1/3, 133 area. Look again how staunchy that resistance is there despite the earlier breach. Be on the lookout here. There is somebody really targeting this 1 1/3, 130 area as resistance, showing here on VVOS.
Cloudy scrummy, but maybe. All right. Oh, it's our friend from down under.
Something's wrong with the mic, Assassino. Everybody, you're doing tests? Okay.
Let's see his mic. All right. Yeah, we got the Uncle Sharif currently trading SPCX USDT futures on BTC. Says TLE 790. Shout out to you. And then Cloudy Scrumpy. What's going on? How we doing, fellows? Hughes call at 7:30 expire today. $19.50 on Wednesday. 22 cents now. Absolutely fuming, mate. Take about a drop bear market. Time to make some lemonade, boys. Let's get at it. And Sharif, up the Gunners. All right, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, 10 Australian dollars. Go, our good guy from down under. We're coming over to Goldie, so be prepared for when Trader TV storms the down under. Maybe we go see what cooking with Volk.
On the company, right?
On the company. Well, how else would we be going there?
Looking at Brandon.
Brandon, he's already. We're already in talks with that with Brando. He said we booked the flights.
He's good with that?
Yeah, man. We were gonna book the flights and everything. We're already rocking and rolling. First class too, one way, no layovers or anything. All right, guys. Here it is.
Yeah, we don't do layovers.
No, we don't. I can't do a layover. Traveling Trader, $5 Canadian. Sharif, hit the flag. Hey, Sharif, could you please look at BCDA? You did that one already. Upon it, feel I can skyrocket and get a huge position. But once again, Cloudy.
I hope he does, man.
Canada 2.0, or maybe we're Australia 2.0. Looking at TE, did you do the Allen Bertatoni?
Remind me what it says?
Looking at TE and Keel for a leap and shares play, is it looking like a good entry point right now? Well, you're talking leaps. That's my neck of the woods. Let's get involved into this stuff. Keep it up there for me, Assassino, or I need to type in some of the tickers.
Okay.
What's really important, it doesn't really matter what the options chain is telling us right now. If you're looking for leaps, you just want to see the outlook potentially from the technicals within the stock itself. Now, let's take a look at, what was it, Keel? I've never heard of.
Key and Peel?
No, Keel Street, if anything like that. Yeah, I mean, not bad. Waiting for this pullback. There is obviously a supply zone. Yeah, we know Keel Street, Assassino. Sharif's he's not allowed over that way.
Wow, why?
Over
what
there.
The
$5,
hell?
you're down 20%, but this is a nice move, right? Like, if this is just gonna be a pullback, I think at this pace, you're gonna break through some of these pivot levels and then continue. So, yeah, be patient, allow it to come to you. If you're going leaps, then cash secured puts on the way. Keep it up for me. We're gonna go over one more ticker before we send it back over to Sharif, because he's got a monster of a trade on, I can see right now.
Appreciate
in VVOS. Cue the super chat one more time. That last one, Assassino.
Yeah. Can we put the super?
Yeah, pull the super chat back up from the previous one. Yeah, and then TE. Take a look at this one. Thank you. Oops. That's not what we want to do. Breathe, Wusa. TE. And then we're going to get over to Sharif momentarily. Leaps and shares. Listen, if you're looking to leverage your play, then I can understand the leap aspect, but just remember the example of our friend from the down under just gave us within his contracts, just losing the majority of its value relatively quick. Leaps, it takes longer, it's a slower decay, but shares, you never have to worry about that, right? You can always just grab a little more, grab a little bit more, and you don't have to worry about the decay in T1 energy within the share itself. Always have to be cautious of theta when you're buying options contracts.
All right, I just got to look at MRLN here for Rachel. Absolutely, Rachel. Very good one, but it's a little consolidative at the moment. It had a big day. MRLN is the ticker, so we're going to throw on the 5. See, very bull flagish. The problem is the flag part is taking a little too long here to kind of gonna go. But hey, here we're about to break up above the volume weighted average price, Assassino. Just one, see ya? Just 1 second, yeah. Okay, so we've got resistance here, Rachel, certainly at $10. Whether or not we hit that at 4 a.m., we got to 1081. But look at all the prints, Rachel, that do reject that $10 area. So first and foremost, I want to see if we can close a 5-minute candle above $10, because we already know it can get above 10. It just doesn't stay above 10. Whether you're looking at today's price action in the pre, or whether you're looking at yesterday's price action in the aftermarket. Here we come again, popping off. Good call out here. 966 current candle high on MRLN. I'm going to put this one on the side chart, man. We're going to take off SNBR, which is doing bupkis. MRLN. Thank you for this one, Rachel. So again, you know, you can try to get in here and work your way into that $10 reject, possibly, and then stop out. Or you can take the other side of the trade, wait for a decisive close of 10, and then a move back up. I'm willing to bet, you know, that you can probably get something here between the 9.5 to 10, because, you know, most of these area highs have moved into that $10 area, only rejected. That gives you about 50 pennies currently worth of room, but trade it using a trend following system. So for example, if it loses current bar low, or even more aggressive, prior bar low, you need to be on the lookout there. So trade it with using good risk management parameters. Just before we go to happening now and Neil's lesson of the day, VVOS has the current high, right? Sorry, the current 5-minute chart, 5-minute candle. Lower low and lower high relative to the prior candle. So watch out now for an aggressive retracement here on VVOS. Separately, I've gotten back involved in NOTV because there's a lot of bottoming tail candles into 22.5, and I'm looking for a move back into 30. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. 12:02. We're sending you up to the big desk. Then Neil's lesson of the day.
Let's start by taking a look at 3 major averages for today. The S&P in the red, down 1 4/10%. The triple Qs down 2.64%. And the Dow currently trading flat. Our first ticker to discuss for today, I have news for you, is BA, Boeing. We talked about the story before, but there is an update. BA will be beginning its 737 MAX production next month as early as 6th of July. Boeing will be beginning its new airplane production of the new airplanes on the 6th. Final assembly line on its opening of north of Seattle. The new 737 MAX final assembly line will happen in Everett, Washington. Will be serving as a catalyst for increasing to 52 jets per month. We had talked about this. Currently, the production rate stands at 47 jets per month. They want to increase it to 63 per month. That's their target, as said by the CEO of the company. And Ortberg and Boeing leadership have also set a long-term goal, like I mentioned, 63 per month. It's the supply chain that can support this increase. And with that, Boeing currently trading flat. It did have a bit of an uptick when the news just came out a couple minutes ago. Let's take a look at the second story for today. Amazon unveiled its latest warehouse robot. With that, Amazon is rolling out its next-gen warehouse robots that respond to natural language. Amazon has also, as we know it, laid off thousands of corporate workers, citing its plans to further invest more in artificial intelligence. And Amazon executive John Bomfrey has said in an interview that their experience of robots is that they have actually driven employment rather than reversing it. All right, that's an interesting take on that. Currently, Amazon also trading flat. And Neil, I wonder what you have for us today.
Thank you, Sia. Well, if you were trying to be long today, it probably wasn't easy. I think that goes without saying. You have a market where the futures are in an obvious trend down, and that trend was established not just at the open. We were gapped down, so that's already red. We were trending down in the pre-market. At the first available opportunity on the Qs here to bounce, in the first 3-minute candle, it rejected VWAP and headed back down. Basically, everything lined up that we were in the opening range weak. So if you were trying to buy, it was going to be more difficult. Days like today, that's what determines, if you're trying to dip buy, let's just say, that's what's going to determine how you're going to do in the long run. Because if you were shorting things, they were relatively easy. Like, I remember that at one point this morning, I was simply saying, you know, I liked one long, and you try to take your shots when you can, and you try to keep them really, really tight stops. And I know, like, I'll get criticized sometimes, like, yeah, but Neil, why you do a tight stop here or there? Because when you get into something to the long side in a downward trend, well, if you don't have that stop, look at the expansion. That's a 3x loss, and I'm using this as the first example. See how there's that first bounce? If you're trying to be a reversion trader or a bounce trader, unless you just magically pick that number out of thin air, like this low, you're probably getting entries around here. But if I leave it like that big of a stop, then what's gonna happen is my winning trades aren't gonna be able to back it up. Now look at the difference in the short. I like something to do a long, a bounce, give it a tight stop. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But if you're shorting something and you short a pop, like you'll get like topping tail and then just instantaneously, like someone was I'm pretty sure I was in and out of Q&T for almost $2 before you could even blink an eye. It went bounce off 55 even. The play was really 60, and then the even dollars at 55. You can't get to 60 short unless you were sitting in it. The breakdown of the pre-market low, again, was a swing and a miss because there was no liquidity. But the first available bounce, like I said, first bounce, gonna take it into VWAP, and then boom, you're already out. It's just instant. Getting the shorts and holding the shorts is gonna be easier. The thing about also too, like you can join shorts late. And even if I'm sitting there with not even great entry prices, and at the bottom of the move on IBIT, well, it just keeps on going lower. So I can be sloppy for entries, imperfect, not even getting tops, and you can still make money. You can't do that with the long side of the trade. And when you know there's an established direction to the short side, I'm not saying to be loose with your shorts. You can give them more room. You can be a little bit less particular. It's more important the other side of the trade that you keep things a little bit tighter to the vest when you're trying your longs. Like you take your shots. Again, like at NVIDIA, I didn't draw that very well. That's the all-day trend, which is useless. Looking at the bottom end of the trend, when I look for that trend line, keep it really tight to the vest, get your scalp trade, get in, get out, take your money, and it doesn't have to last very long, it just has to win. Intel was another one. Just get this little break, give it to the high, obviously at the short. If you're trying to get long, temper your expectations, scalp it, have some relatively tight stops if you have to. You know which direction. This was not ambiguous about what direction we were heading in. There wasn't. Gap down, trend down into the open, immediate selling of the first pop at that open. Like this was very clearly, it doesn't mean it was gonna go down forever, but it was very clearly a weak morning. So with the shorts, you could be short the first pop, short the consolidation, maybe not get the best prices, hold for a little bit. All of that stuff would work. But to the long side, the only way you're going to be green today is if you limited the losses with like very, very tight stops. Am I giving this to the prior? No, tight stop. Take profit. Maybe in a situation where I would have thought Intel could go 2 or 3, I'm looking for 1. In a place where I think NVIDIA could go 2 or 3, I'm looking for 1. I'm just looking to get in and get out very quickly on that long trade. And it's just a bit of an adjustment. And a lot of times it helps you to navigate a weak day because a lot of times if you're sitting there and you're going to try to buy, like it's just, I've seen traders do this all the time. You like the dip buy, it's been working before, your brain is programmed that way, and you're just looking for it, so that's what you're gonna take. It's hard for you to short at the bottoms. The best you can do is either get what available win is there with tight stops or lose as little as possible. Those are your options on days like today when the home run's not there for the buy the dip on the long. So you've got to be able to take what the market gives you. And in most cases, you don't know that it's that weak at 935 or 940. In this particular case, we had a very unique situation where you did have gap down, trend down, immediate fade at open on the futures. It's a pretty rare circumstance that you have gap down, trend down, immediate pop fade. We're being told that it was relatively weak, and so yes, my first trade was a short. But after that, I was looking for some longs, and it was really just about losing as little as possible and taking that quick profit. So there's your lesson of the day. You're not going to get every single day where you'd have that kind of a setup in the morning where it looks like a short in that regard, or it just looks weak in that regard. Most days will not be that clear, but if it ever is, you can adjust your trading and your expectations on the long and your entry style on the short based on what the market is telling you. There's your lesson of the day. The lunch was okay. It was kind of like we said, like the spaghetti and bolognese. Solid. I didn't eat all of the...
Bitcoin lost 60.
Bitcoin just broke 60? Oh my goodness. See what I mean? You could have just shorted anything on Bitcoin. Every short. It didn't even have to be particular about it. It just eventually worked out for you. Like it's insane. So a bit of a weak day. You have to be able to preserve capital if you're not just sitting in a short. Temper expectations on the longs. Keep some tighter stops. It was something we were talking about in the morning show, so make it an easy lesson for you guys. Good luck through the rest of your midday. Good luck to the market. 3% on the NASDAQ. Almost 2.9. I mean, might as well be 3. Wow.
All right, guys, as we zoom to the downside, huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI to autonomous driving to life. We are talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. Go check that out, guys. As the market, yes, is bleeding, but we do have, let's take a look at the best performing sectors here today.
Oh, what website is that, Joey?
That's me, bro.
It's all right, it's all right. Hey, you see, well, we can see it up there, man. Everybody knows.
Zoom in on it. You can't even read that, man. F11, that bad boy, man. My goodness.
My boy. Yeah. Over there. Consumer defensive, 1.88%. Healthcare, guys, utilities, and real estate. Those are going to be your best performing here today. Guess who's at the bottom of the barrel? Tech sector, man, bang on that one, my boy. 4.5% to the downside.
That's an ugly
absolutely
one, Joey.
Insane. We actually have the TQQs down 8.6%. That is insane. I haven't seen the NASDAQ down that much in quite some time, but guess what?
What?
The market is a roller coaster ride. We've been zooming to the top, and then watch out for that big time drop. I don't know how deep it's going to be in all reality, guys. I know we have a little bit of fun with it, but we also have to accept the fact, Tina Man said that for the past couple of days, if you weren't aware that stocks go down, then, I mean, you got a rude awakening, man. Listen.
Yeah, we can't become myopic and just, come every day thinking things are going to move up. And we should want these because, we should want these days because, which is going to lead me to my next question. Are you going to go shopping now that we've had a larger correction? Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. I've mentioned it before, but listen, let's look at it from both sides here, Sharif. Sometimes when you go on these bull market runs, when you're fully allocated,
yes, sir.
And you're holding on to things, I understand the aspect is like, well, how do you expect me to buy things when things are on a discount if I'm not sitting on any cash?
Right.
Makes it more difficult,
of course.
Right? And if you happen to be sitting on some cash, then congratulations. You get to buy some of these high quality names at lower prices. But for me right now, I went through the mistake of not having any cash on that previous run to the point where I'm like, hey, okay, we have some names that aren't performing as well. Let's reduce some exposure and sit on some cash for when these high quality names, the Googles, the Microns, start to come in a little bit. I have the opportunity to buy some. I made the mistake once. Our job is to not make it twice.
That's absolutely accurate, man. I mean, you have to. I think you hit that right on the head. Grandmother's Garden. Okay, first, just before I get that, the OG Bovin did point out LGPS. Come on. She's so embarrassing, these charts. Anyway, there it is. I hate you. LGPS, 95 pennies, dropping back down into 88. Keep your eye out on this one. It just had a volume spike, so it can retrace. We need to see more volume. We need more price discovery, but it's moving up, okay? Grandmother's Garden, Sharif, would you explain SOXL being a leveraged ETF? Is this when you would take that risk? I personally don't like holding leveraged ETFs as swings or investments because of the decay that comes with these. There's also, other issues. I just personally would go straight into that's how I would do it. And I also think that some of these leveraged ETFs as well to kind of get that beta. They don't put all their investment or the majority of their investments. I don't know what SOXL is at the moment because it's actively managed, but sometimes they put it in treasuries and they put it in things that are nothing to do with the semiconductor industry. I haven't looked at SOXL's composition in a while, but I do know that they do typically do that. So my suggestion for myself, and it's never financial advice, is just to get into SMH. Do you have any comment about ETF decay and holding that for swings or?
Yeah, listen, it's great on the way up, horrible on the way down.
Okay.
Right? Like, again, you drop 25% in an underlying, you're catching 50% in the leverage if it's a 2x leverage. Right. And then now you need the actual underlying to gain 100%. So it needs to double from that aspect for you to even just get back to break even. They're great on the way up, disastrous on the way down.
There's some Tesla headlines.
Yeah, are we going back there? Let's fire it up.
TSLA below 400, and the information reporting that the company is pushing its Roadster demo to August. Again, we heard about this Roadster going back to, I believe, 2024. Apparently, the demo for this was scheduled for August. It's going to be pushed back. Now, apparently, the point of this demo was to showcase its work with SpaceX on a cold gas thruster system. For what it's worth, again, this is being reported by The Information, which in the past has released reports that are later been proven to be maybe not the best contextualized or a little bit delayed in terms of their information. Either way here, The Information sharing this report, TSLA pushing lower. Now we're going over to CF for small caps.
Thank you so much for that, Adira. Let's take a look at the board for today. IWM currently down 2.5% in the red. Let's talk about individual tickers. BE, let's start with that, 8.3% in the negative. No apparent news here, just seeing some momentum. Hut 8 Corp down 11% on the day, $4.25 billion of 6.129%. Senior secured notes will be financing its Beacon Point data center project. Next up, we have AGX is up almost 7% on the day. Revenue coming in for the quarter at $291 million. Net income at $46.1 million. Diluted EPS $3.24 and an adjusted EBITDA of $56.4 million. GIII, the G3 Apparel Group, up almost 8% today. Companies raising $850 million to fund the acquisition of Marc Jacobs, which LVMH has agreed to sell it to a joint venture which this company is a part of. Q1 results have exceeded expectations as well, with $536 million in sales, and the fiscal 2027 guidance for the EPS has also been raised. With that concludes your small cap. Sending it to the guys.
Great look there, SSC. And who remembers this? Adira just brought us that headline with the Roadster. But who remembers the Falcon Heavy and the launching of the Roadster into orbit? I don't even know where this thing is, but it's actually in space. Let's play this. So this is the Falcon Heavy launch there, and this is real. This is from a while ago, but this car is still floating in space, and this dude here, I think they nicknamed him Spaceman or something like that. He's literally floating. And the reason they did this was obviously proof of concept that Falcon Heavy could put, you know, payloads into space, but they've since moved on from the Falcon Heavy, obviously, for Starship. But this is super interesting. Like, this is still in orbit. I wonder if there's a website that actually tracks where the hell this thing is in the solar system right now. So interesting look. This is, and you'll see, like, look at the shadows on his chest, like right there. You can see it moving. Like, that's the angle of the sun, obviously. And this is the Falcon Heavy launch. This is from years ago. How long ago is this? That's not fake, Fabian. It's 8 years ago. You're killing me, Fabian. It's not fake. It's just killing me. All right, I got to find out where the hell that Falcon Heavy is at, or sorry, where that Roadster is still floating around at the moment. Guys, stopped out of VVOS, more than break even, but it did break down. I held this one through. I wanted to see if it was going to hold that volume weighted average price. It had a couple of candles that defended that 110, 115 level. It didn't. It failed. So I'm stopped out here, a little bit ahead of the break even. So we give back a little bit off the top on VVOS, but there is not a whole lot that is good today that isn't a short. Okay, at least in the world of small cap gappers, there's not much moving. Fabian, where are you, Fabian? People want to know if you're a flat earther. Yes or no? Of course he's not. Of course not. So I'm on all earther. There you go. I love this guy, bro. He's actually good vibes, man.
Yeah, Tesla's. I mean, Fabian's good stuff.
Absolutely.
I want to bring up something.
Go ahead, Joey.
Neil brought it to my attention. Now it's our job to bring it to yours. Look at this massive volume spike here in Bitcoin, and it bounces right off of this roughly 33.85 marker. That's a lot of shares. This is going to be your largest volume print on the day. And then here it is, man. You're gonna want to hope and pray a little bit that you get some form of a bounce here on Bitcoin. If not, it's gonna get really ugly for quite some time. You're already in almost a year downtrend. When did we start? October, a couple months away, and then it's just straight a year to the downside. When did this come into play? January of 24. I told you guys I was buying this up, so it's just multiple years of just dead money. We took a little bit off around here, and then we took some more off the way down. We just offloaded some more. I was mentioning the fact that, full disclosure, I had approximately 400 shares of this thing in my long-term account. I have now reduced that to 100 shares. So really dropping the size on the way down here in Bitcoin. With that being said, that puts me in cash. What else did I offload a little bit off of? Netflix. So gives me a little bit more. So why? We're going to grab some of these hot AI trade names off of the pullback. Now, Google. What are we down? We're down 10%. We had a high of around 13% to the downside. And I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Sharif, we're literally down less, like 4% in the NASDAQ off of the highs. So if things start to get a little bit uglier, be prepared, man. You're going to have to put on those diamond hands and those gloves to just have to sit through some of this plane. You want 10%?
I want 10% off.
Yeah, that would be.
You go shopping.
That would be more ideal.
As long as it's not structurally negative, where there's like a fundamental change.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But if it's regular, pullbacks.
So what I believe, man, is like come next earnings season, right? Like what is going on from a CapEx standpoint? We already have a pretty good outlook. Are they going to be increasing things? There's just too much money funneling between these top players, in my opinion, for us to not continue for the next little while. And then when they start to cool down on CapEx, what I do believe we will see, Sharif, is somewhat of a selling scenario happen. But what does that mean? Now these guys are going to go cash heavy once again. We've seen Amazon deplete a lot of their free cash flow in this build out. Google's running to the debt markets, but what happens when they start to build these things? And the reason why Apple is remaining strong is because they haven't been CapEx heavy. So if we like them when they're spending all of this money, I like them when they're starting to accumulate.
You're absolutely right. Everything you said is right, but let's not forget that Apple now has changed their financial position about not being cash neutral, right? They could take on more debt because of the CapEx. They haven't really, Apple, man, super secretive. We're not going to hear it until it's typically happened. Yeah, we get some inklings from Ming-Chi Kuo and some other, insiders that leak some stuff. But I think certainly we're probably going to see a little bit more capital expenditures from Apple in 26, in 27. And I don't think that's such a bad thing, Joe. This is a product company. They got to have a lot of money thrown into R&D in order to come up with that next thing, right?
So I was just using it as the example of because it's like, hey, they are the individual who hasn't been spending money. What happens when these big boys stop spending as much money as well, too? So I agree, right? Like we want to see this company take the next step in either the wearables or what is that next real hardware device? Like
whatever it is.
Bring us that because you have the cash, you have everything at your helm for you in order you to do so and just really take a stranglehold. No one even knows what Zuck's doing. I don't even know what this conversation brings to the conversation. I'm kind of getting the feels here, Sharif, of a metaverse 2.0.
Wow, that's a statement. That's a statement. You're thinking the AI CapEx is akin to the metaverse and their reality labs?
Yeah, so let me bring this to you.
Go.
So we know why Google's spending, right? They have the demand. They need more compute so they can generate more tokens for Gemini and all the tools that come with Gemini.
Yes, sir.
Azure, a little bit of that stock has been hit, but Amazon Web Service providing that for other companies who need that, the OpenAIs, the Anthropics, everyone else.
Exactly, yeah.
No one's using Meta's tools.
You called it.
Right? So no one's using these tools. So, hey, man, are you going to have like this glut of compute that you're not necessarily doing with what Elon Musk is doing with XAI, renting it out the cloud space? I think it's a completely different story if people were like all over MuseSpark and all over the wearables. They're not. They're not. So I think that's a little bit, that's the major difference, I believe, in what's going on.
Yeah, no, you bring up some solid points there. Zuck is eating bugs in his backyard like the other crab people. Why'd I read that without reviewing it first?
Isn't that a Futurama thing?
I don't know what it is. Go ahead, Adara.
I have nothing to say about crab people. I just want to know if he's going to collaborate with T-Pain again for another deeply uncomfortable cover of a 2000 song to give to his wife. Every time I hear Get Low, I can only ever hear Mark Zuckerberg's weird croon. So yeah, if you haven't heard that also, please check it out.
Yeah, I do remember that. Shout out to Priscilla, man. She puts up with a lot.
Is that his wife?
Yeah. Cool.
I would put up with a lot of my
if you had that money,
absolutely.
No, but she's like, I think she's a day one though. I'm not 100% sure.
She's a day oneer?
She might be.
Damn.
She might be. I'm not 100% sure. We can go back and check that. But anyway, top VoIP, voice over internet protocol. Shout out to my man Sharif. Triple Q is down 50 from the June 3rd high. Let that sink in. 50 loss in 2 days. I get it, brother, but we've seen this story before. You take the escalator on the way up and you take the elevator on the way down. How many times have we seen that only to recover and make all-time highs? Should we show him the chart?
Show him it.
Should we show him the chart?
Pull it up, man.
Let me pull up the chart.
That's great.
Okay, Assassino.
Hold on, remind them that you collect a 73-cent dividend. Let them know.
Wait, man. I'm going to show you guys the monthly chart on the triple Qs, okay? This is what it is, guys, all right? I'm sorry, it's freezing here, and there's nothing I can do about that, but this is it. Like, here it is. It populates from 2007. If you get worried about investing in the NASDAQ, if you get worried about putting your money in the S&P 500, throw on the chart and go to the monthly. Is there anything else to say?
No, other than please sell more so I can buy it. Listen, don't make the mistakes that we did. That's the whole point of us being here, is that if you have the ability to lock in some profits and sit on some cash, there's going to probably be a good opportunity to buy a little bit more. Not telling you what to do, but just be prepared for that scenario.
And that's the thing too. Like, when I started saving, when I sold the car last year, I had a decision to make. Did I want to hoard the money in cash or even put it into a shorter dated treasury, grab a couple of, sorry?
Who's that up there?
Oh, yeah. Grab a couple of, you look back the wrong way. We love you, SSC. No, there was somebody on the screen that Joey was enamored with. That was all. My bad. No, but I had to make the decision. I'm like, do I put this in shorter dated treasury? Mm-hmm. And the reason I was asking myself this question is because I had a 2-year window, 2.5-year window before I wanted to get the house.
For sure.
So I had to ask myself, what if there's a market downturn and I lose 25% in a shorter time frame, 30% of my investment? Of course, I'm a big believer in that 10-year, 15-year, 20-year picture where that obviously is compounding returns.
Absolutely.
So that was a decision that I had to make, right? And there wasn't an easy decision to make either, right?
I totally agree. Again, for me now as well, Sharif, it's been a long time since I sit on cash for a little bit, but I tried to deploy it at the time. I don't have, literally, if you hold cash for too long, if you just put it into your account, you lose money just due to the fact of inflation. Right? As everything continues. So it's just not really worth it to just hoard it for a long period of time because it's not doing anything for you. Now, just going a couple months or a year or so of just slowly building it so you can buy something, I think that's the more or less ideal game plan that you need to look at.
Why are you laughing, Assassino? All right. We got to throw it up to Sia, but I love Assassino, man.
Let's take a look at the board today. There is weakness across the sector and the market. We're seeing a lot of bleeding. Final day of trading this week. Tesla pushing its roadster demo to August, and also analyst comments neutral from underweight by JP Morgan, currently trading down 4.53%. NVIDIA has made, this is just a quick cool fact, it's made the list of companies alongside Google, Microsoft, and Apple that exceed India's profit 50 that it generates. It's pretty cool. Senator Elizabeth Warren also has invited Jensen Huang to testify before the Senate Banking Committee on the 11th of June with a focus on NVIDIA's China business and U.S. export controls. Seeing a lot of that, NVIDIA in China, going on all around. Oracle also, where is it? Down almost 9% on the day. No news here. Yeah, Adara and I were speaking about it earlier as well. Meta down. Apple trading flat, Microsoft down almost 2%. Health sector, however, looking pretty strong over there. Reuters reporting that the GLP-1 will be hitting $150 billion in the year 2030. This coming from TD Cowen. So that's a pretty good look for Lilly, right? With that, sending it back to you.
Yeah, these GLP-1s, man, I think we're just scratching the surface here. You know, we've spoken about this before, but they're being studied now for substance abuse addiction. We're talking alcohol, we're talking drugs, gambling as well, being studied for that. The efficacy for those labels, I don't know if they're quite there yet, but potential TAM expansion, that's what I'm thinking there. And then you also have retatrutide, which is going to come out probably in the next year from Eli Lilly. It's in phase 3, very promising. Retatrutide phase 3 study came out, I think, like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks, something like that. This drug is already being used heavily in fitness and bodybuilding. So there's already all this off-label knowledge, you know, aside from the phase 3 trial and everything that Lilly is doing. So I think it's going to be big. But you know, you never really know how these things are going to be. But that's kind of the look there. Guys, I worked in the SOAR. The pickings are slim at the moment, so I'm trying to work into this one. But I also want to mention SPHL. Why would you do that?
Bro, you said
don't time him out.
He got a minute, man. He said I'm missing him. Timeout right away.
So why? That's not even that bad.
Don't say any crazy activity like that, man. Around these days.
Leave my boy alone, man. Free Jesse.
It was my boy first.
Free Jesse,
man. 60 seconds. You say anything along those lines to me, my boy.
Look at what people are saying here, Joey. Retta is amazing, says Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna know pretty shortly whether it is or not.
Milo dog. What's up, man?
So this is SPHL. Look, it's still trading below the volume-weighted average price, but it did find a little bit, free my boy, says Milo. It did find a little bit of a move here off that 5 1/3, now moving into 7. There is resistance at 7, and I want to bring your attention to that white line above 7. That is always the volume-weighted average price on my charts, which is showing about 7 1/5, 7 1/4. So we got to clear there before we start getting involved with this one. But SPHL, very aggressive move on the day. Keep your eye out on this one. It could recover. And for the individual who was telling, you know, the Qs are down 50. So this is the monthly. Again, we already showed this, but I want to show the daily. This is how far off the daily. Guys, look at this parabolic move from the end of March, March 30th. Let's do this here, Joey. March 30th low to the high of a few days ago. The entire market moved 34 2/3%. It stands to reason that we at least get a move back down to 700 or something. I mean, I just think that's normal price action. I don't think that this is the end of the good days or anything like that. That's just my opinion, obviously. But SPHL in focus here, still holding SOAR. I'm looking for SOAR to kind of move above that 41 penny area. If it loses 37.5 pennies. I'm sorry, the charts are acting up again. It's Friday, maybe they're tired. 37.5 pennies on SOAR. I stop out. That's a local area low. I'm looking for this one to kind of stay above the 10 EMA and try to take out that 41. And then if we're really, you know, really get going here, looking at that 43 1/3, which is the high of the day at the moment. But guys, the pickings are slim in the world of small cap gappers, so we will have to be selective here, Joey, going into the afternoon.
Absolutely, man. All right, so there it is. We have Walmart right back at the high. There was a good reload opportunity at the volume-weighted average price. I was thinking about doing it. This isn't a name where you play momentum into the high of the day break, even though you can, but what I would do is just, if it punches through, wait for a pullback and then engage. Excuse me. So for me, doing that specific play isn't it right now. Let's head over to the TQQs, as we've been sitting in this since 79.40. And what are we trading at right now? 77.12. All right, so we'll hit that there, and then the Katina man on that one, as it's just bleeding. Support level break, you have that key definitive level at 79.40. We're playing the breach of it, especially with how some of the larger companies were performing here today. Let's send things over to Adara.
Keep an eye, guys, on ASML. Business Insider reporting that Elon Musk, yes, that Elon Musk, will be pitching SpaceX's Terafab chip moonshot to ASML employees. Once again, Business Insider saying that Elon Musk will pitch SpaceX's Terafab chip moonshot to employees at ASML. Of course, this timing pretty serendipitous here because SpaceX is set to IPO next week, 1 week from today. You?
What does that mean? He's just pitching them to invest?
I don't have further details yet.
What the hell?
Maybe he's like, hey man, maybe you can build.
Oh, I see it right there. It says Elon Musk will pitch SpaceX's Terafab chip moonshot to employees at ASML. What are the employees running the company? Well, what is happening here? I don't understand. Okay.
Maybe we'll get them behind it. Anyways.
Cover super chats.
Yeah,
when you're done,
go over super chats. I mean, we're just bleeding here. We're down 5% in the overall. We're close to 5% now at this point, especially with the Nasdaq continuing to slide. Tesla south of 400, and then we have Meta running into that $600 marker. Man, it's ugly in the tech space. It was hot for some time. Be prepared for some more selling.
We got to go back to Adara.
Let's go back there.
A little bit more context here. So we know ASML CEO Christophe Foucault has previously indicated that he really wants to work, or he wants his company ASML to work with SpaceX. Now, apparently next week there's going to be a fireside chat with Christophe Foucault and our friend Elon Musk. It'll be next Thursday. Apparently during that chat, Elon Musk is really going to push that new chip. That's what I'm hearing. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, keep an eye on ASML next Thursday when this fireside chat is set to occur vis-a-vis Moonshot. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. All right. Thank you very much to Random Oddities. In April, for the $10 super chat, thank you very much for that. In April, Burry bought a large amount of SOXX in January 2027 puts, or he has, January 2027 puts at a 330 strike. This is probably your world here. Wondering what they are going for in April and where SOXX needs to go by end of year for him to profit. Joey?
Pull him up. Pull up
so SOXX.
Yeah, I have that.
January 2027, 330 strike.
Puts, right?
Yes.
Can we get it up on the screen, maybe, Assassino?
Me?
No, Assassino. I want him to put it up here. Who's it by? Who's the super chat
by? By Random Oddities.
By Random Oddities?
Random Oddities for $10.
Let's get right into that, man, and get our conversation going on with this specific subject. So, I'll just read it one more time. Puts at 330.
Yep.
He bought a large amount of puts at 330 that are going to be expiring January 2027. Wow. Okay. I mean, that's an interesting, very interesting play. Those are, like, I don't even, there's a term that I was going to say, but those are extremely hella out of the money there, man. As that is not good. I don't know what he bought them for, wondering what they're going to do at that $330 marker. We can head over and see what there are and then take a look at the actual chart in itself. 16 January 27. There it is. This is the expiration. He bought these 330s. I mean, you can pull up the advanced chart. We're not going to get any data on them, really, I don't think, at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to tell what's actually... Oh, here it is. Okay, that's not too bad. So, I mean, if you bought them a while ago, they haven't lost too much value. Like, you're looking at $19 and you're currently trading at that level. Guys, don't forget, when you are trading options contracts and you have something like extremely outdated like this, you don't need underlyings to trade in the money. You don't need it to go south of 330 or head to $330. What can happen here is that, hey, you go on these big runs, he's buying something so far out of the money as it's continuing to climb, it's like, okay, you experience an aggressive pullback, he can still profit from that if he's in at the right place at the right time. I would need to know a little bit more information, but don't forget, when you are trading options, just because you buy something so far out of the money, like these 330 strikes, you don't need it to trade to $330 to gain profit off it. Why? Because think about the two things that contracting is derived from: intrinsic and extrinsic value, time value, and the moneyness. Those only have time value right now, and it seems from the description that you've told me, that's the objective. It's time money, and then sell them to some schmuck, as Sharif would say, who believe that it's going to continue to move once he's already profited off of just holding the contracts themselves.
All right, I tried SPHL, failed attempt. We got a couple of profit takers, had to lose about 15 pennies per share on this one, so we'll give back a little bit here. SPHL was trying to make a move above the volume weighted average price. It looks like it kind of rejected a little right back down. Bovin is saying SUGP is moving up, and it is right. It is at the day high right now. Pardon me. It's at the day high at around 90 pennies. Still light on volume generally for a 90 penny name, but it's done, I believe, 1.81 million shares. It's ripping Bovin into 99. SUGP is on its horse here and could see that dollar sooner rather than later. The volume is starting to come in. It's not great yet, but I'm going to keep a close eye on this one, especially since there's not much going on. SUGP, the ticker I'm talking about. But I'm keeping a close eye here on SPHL, especially if it takes out prior bar high, which is at 836. It was a really aggressive seller between 36 to 33, and that's where I got the prints there, but it ended up failing that level. So if it continues up, takes out prior bar high, shows me that that move above the volume weighted average price wasn't just a bull trap. I'll get back involved with this, and then we could see $10. And it was, in fact, we've already seen $10 on the day, because for SPHL, the HOD on the intraday is 1071. But SUGP should be in focus as well. Shout out to code named Ed. He's dropping 2 in the chat. We're going to thank him for that. Assassino, can we throw that one on there? That was me, always in the money, now easy money. Oh, the money, shout out to code named Ed. Thank you for the $2 super chat there, brother. And the continue to watch here. Here comes SPHL. It's on its horse. It might take out the prior area high. That's another rejection at that level. We're going to get in small shares here, and we're going to look to defend. So we got 32s essentially right at the high, showing 28s. Let's see if this is going to be a double top rejection or whether I'll be able to pick some up off 7 3/4. The current bar low is 745, so essentially around that 7.5 area. Light shares here initial because you're getting in at the high, so it's always risky. That obviously means that if it goes, you're going to have to add at the highs as well. Otherwise, you're going to exhaust your shares. Another attempt there to take out the prior area high, which failed. So continue to watch here, Joey. Let's see if we can pick up some off that area low. There it goes into 40. 44s, what the beak there, looking for 50, not immediately clear. If we're going to be able to get 50, you might as well just post at 48. I'm also going to wait at 69. Let's see if we can get something above there, but there we go, right back into the 40s again. That's another move there into 48s. Didn't get the print, didn't cross. Now we get it into 50. It goes. Good continuation here on SPL, Joey, but we're still not out of the woods.
Good stuff, man. Just give a little notification there. All right, let's see. There it is, guys. 5% to the downside here in the NASDAQ. We're still holding on to this T-triple-Qs. We have Walmart heading towards the high of the day. I do like this for a move a little bit north from where we're currently trading at. We could head over to the staples and the top performing sectors. If you're not about this bleeding, then where are you going to find signs of strength? I know we've been talking about it quite often, but it's the consumer defensive that's up 2% here today, guys. And then at the bottom of the barrel right now, 5 1/3 here on the tech sector. Utilities holding up, real estate and healthcare. Consumer cyclical, not performing well. Energy, same thing. And materials, 1.6 to the downside percent, that is. So yeah, be patient, guys. I don't know if today's going to be the session where you're trying to pick bottoms. If you have been, then it's been an absolute horrible time. As Tesla's now at 396, Meta's down to 609, and we're looking for this $600 level to hold. We're going to head over to our options chain here and see what we have going on with that specific strike price, which I was referring to this morning. It's just that head over to expiration cycle, and we'll see how we've been holding up, and has that size increased at that specific strike price, which is really important to know, because if that breaks, then you have to reassess the situation. That's not it. That's not the cycle. And here it is. Oops, there it is. Were we looking at 12,000? So smaller, right? Like we were looking at 13,000. You have some positions being closed, some people getting wiped out. But Sharif, I really want to point this out. Okay. This is why writing can be so dangerous. And when I refer to writing, I'm talking about selling options. Because in the span of one day, you're on the opposite side of this trade, you've lost as much money as you could have potentially collected just naked, right? So if you happen to have 60,000 cash at that specific level and you decided to write one contract, well, congratulations. I'm being sarcastic here. That one contract went from $500 to now $1,100, okay? So that's where you have to be really cautious, and being patient is important, especially when you are writing. So you would have to get out of this position and then re-engage in it once again to collect $1,100 from that decay standpoint. It's pretty attractive at these levels, if you ask me, and we still have the options market pricing in a 70% chance that these contracts are gonna expire OTM. But once again, we were talking about it not too long ago, 114%. When I documented this last night, that specific contract gave you a over 100% return. And if you're a writer, that's completely against you. And it's really difficult to sit through that type of volatility.
Great advice, Joey, and as well. SPHL into $0.75. We've got the third on here. I'm still looking at defending key levels. We've got a lot of volume exchanging hands here, right around the $0.50, about 23.5, almost 23.5 million shares so far. Back into the 60s it goes. We already got 69 for I think it was Ostentatious Productions. I was finding that a little bit funny. Here we go. Seller locally here at 60. So technically we are putting in some lower highs here as we come right back down into my entry. Crap. Trying to flip to the 5-second chart. Let me go. No, you piece of IB, bro. IB. It just the premier platform over here. 850 seller, big 850 seller coming in here. That's a problem. They just got killed. Back into 60s we go. Looking for more, man. Let's go. It's such a thick trade today. Anything long is super difficult. You can feel that. So we're gonna have to wet the beak at lower areas than I typically would have liked. How many shares do we have left? We still got a lot of shares, so we're good. Looking for a bigger move here into the 80s. I still have 88s that went unprinted. We did get 77s. We didn't get 88s. We got 77s and 69s. We didn't get 88s quite yet, nor did, of course, did I get anything above 9. So there's a lot of resistance. There's, it's been above this area obviously before, so there's bag holders as well as shorts that are trying to base their entry off those previous area highs. But it's an epic struggle right now between longs and shorts at this 8 2/3, $8.50 level, Joey. So interesting look there. By the way, SUGP halted up. Shout out to the OG Bovin. 108 halt time, 12:44.02. Earliest open, 12:49.02. Current time, 12:48.24. Back down into this area. That's going to end the trade for me there, as it will fail. And right down it goes. Nice catch. Okay, that was really good. Come on, that was really good. I mean, I got the hell out of there before the dollar flush, right? All the way down it goes. You can just smell these coming away, bro. Just smell the way that the level 2 starts setting up, man. So we make a little bit on that one. Not the greatest trade, of course. We didn't even get $1, but, not too bad. So what are we going to look at here? Now we can focus on SUGP. But by the way, SPHL is not done. There's a lot of zig and zag. This one above 9 could really open up. SUGP open, Bovin. All right, here we go. Let's give this one the old community college try. I stop out below $1. Let's watch. Do I get to pick this up for cheap? Let's watch the defending of the dollar here. 105, 104 stepping in. Let's go. We're going to go 98. Let's see if we can get something. Oh, we'll go 97s. Right around there. So what do we got? Let's a little bit of 11s. These, and then I'll quite frankly, if it loses the dollar. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. But we saw this one also rip up earlier. Let's see if it's got the juice. No, right back down. I stop out immediately. So someone comes up with a big sell order there, immediately takes me out, and then halting down now into 91 pennies, false halt into 91, still holding 90 above the volume weighted average price. Let's see what this one wants to do. Does it want to hold 90? Because VWAP is right at that 90 area. Wow, that was an epic stop. Right back above the dollar. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, there's something big going on here right now because we had Wally's World just flush Tank City off of that high of the day break. But then now we're starting to get the same print. Gaurav, where are you, Gaurav? I need you right now at this moment. Here it is. Volume increase in the Qs. Volume spike, guys, across the board. So when we see it on multiple names, let's wait for this market to turn around. And I think there's going to be a good opportunity if the volume, so that's that 5-minute candle is already printed, all right? But that's going to be the second largest volume print of the day, relatively close. That could be potential stopping power right now, all right? And stopping volume. So this is stopping power. It's crazy. Anyway, stopping volume. So there could be somewhat of a retracement play coming in. And also, I was looking at IBIT 3442 for a potential breakout. Massive volume at the low of the day at that key support level. So be patient, wait for things to turn around. When you have that momentum to the downside, again, I use this speedboat in a cruise ship analogy. Speedboat can turn around relatively fast. Cruise ship takes a lot larger. The bigger the asset is, the longer it can take to turn around, okay? So let's be patient to see if we're gonna get any form of a bounce. I don't even know if VWAP's in the neck of the woods. I'd be surprised if you see buyers start to step back in. Now, we have a $10 super chat. Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Have been tuning in when there was kid pics next to Sean's head. Became devoted at 40K subscribers. Watched you join. Your growth has been amazing. Adara, a pro, Obi, a meme, Joseph, a dog, Andy. Thanks, Andy.
I love this guy, bro. What is going on? I was like, I do know. I always see his name in the chat, by the way.
I was asking him like a dog in a good way, I figured, man. All right, shout out to Andy. Is it my dog?
Oh, Milo, maybe?
Milo?
Yeah, possibly.
Joseph, a dog. No, I think he meant or I'm a dog in itself, right?
Like in a good way, though.
In a good way.
Sure. I think
because you know what they say.
Here we go, Joey.
Go ahead, buddy.
There goes SUGP. It's Rip City here, Bovin. Shout out to the OG Bovin, man. I don't care how many times I call out Bovin. We're giving free advertising for Bovin frickin' Patel. Shout out to my man. In at 101. It's Rip City now into 118. We're taking prints. We're looking for more. Let's go. The next profit taker. 19 it goes, but no continuation. Actually, it was 18. Sorry, I thought it flashed 19s. They're super quick. There's an aggressive seller here. Bovin, what's the level? He's laughing. Bovin, what's the level you were telling me earlier that this one had a resistance? I just don't have the ability to look at the TA at the moment as I have to look at the level 2. So just tell me what you were looking at there as a local area resistance. But this one did stop me out initially. So we're 1 for 1 here. Let's see if we can go positive. Am I negative on this? No, I'm positive on it now. Good, good, good. Looking for a little bit more. 118 showing up. It feels like this one's accumulating for a top break. You can never really be too sure. And there it goes into another area high. Give me my money, man. 125 we're going to post, Joey. And now we're going to limit up, Bovin. Maybe. Let's see if this is going to be a false halt. Bovin says 125 resistance. We're at 123 now, Bovin. That is the high. Showing halt 122. We are halted.
Where's Gaurav, man?
Where's Gaurav? This guy's going through withdrawals, bro.
Yeah,
I need Gaurav.
Yeah, where is this guy?
Gaurav.
We're going to try this big dog.
Adrian.
Hey, yo, Adrian.
Hey, yo, Adrian. S. Dot about to take out 14, says the OG Bovin. Let's have a look at the dot. We were trading the dot yesterday. It was okay to us. I mean, there were times where, Bovin, it's just really light, bro. The volume is super light. Goodness gracious, these charts are going to end me today.
Oh.
That was a quick second hour, too, though. That felt.
Stop.
I'm just saying. Because usually what Joey and I always talk about the first hour going by like this. The last hour is always like the slow one. But today feels like everything's moving.
It's a looker outside, man. I might hit the old canoe Big, I know you and your Temu water jet skis, but do you like outside?
They're not from Temu, jerk. They're from China. Not everything from China is from Temu.
Do you like canoeing and kayaking
bro.
and stuff?
I
remember you went.
Activity, I'm right down.
Your aunt's up in Keswick.
Always, bro. Always. We got a whole bunch of stuff up there, man. She buys. She's a big garage sale lady. So when you live in a city by the water, there's a lot of stuff like that.
The garage sale,
right?
people,
Coming from the garage sale. So she's got quite a bit. She's got kayaks, canoes.
That's good, man.
We got paddle boards, Joey. I just want to bring up that electric paddle board, though. Have you not seen this thing? This thing is a vibe. Not the one I'm talking about, not the jet ski.
Yeah, not the
This one that you stand on top. It's battery powered.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, man. All right.
From the same great people you so callously just maligned there for not that long ago, Joey. All right.
Did you get who is you?
Who is you? It's Bovin, pronounced B. Haven, says Timothy. I spoke to Bovin before, and he told me that I was pronouncing it correctly. Bovin, am I saying it correctly, or is there a pronunciation change that I need to enact here?
I always thought it was
Let me know.
to be honest, because I used to
you
have a
already
friend
told me
named
that, but we checked it with him. I'm saying it yes. I'm saying it right.
Yeah, there
the
we go.
OG himself confirmed it, bro. So come on now. This guy, Timothy, man. Trying to bully me, Joey.
Yeah, it's
like
crazy.
Robert Kraft. That's wrong. That's so wrong. Do you know that story?
What was that
You don't
place
know
called
about
again?
that story, do you?
Yeah, I know. What
About
was the place?
the Patriots owner?
What was the place
I don't remember
called
the
again?
name of the place.
Who?
Robert Kraft at a massage opportunity log.
Bill
quantum
Belichick's girlfriend wore a T-shirt to the game of the spa. Remember that?
Yeah. I remember she's embarrassed him a couple
trolling.
of times though, right? Like
Well, I
some
mean,
of
what
the
do you
stuff she
expect?
says too. Like such a big age difference. It's a little funny, but
Hey, man.
It is
Joe
what it
knows
is.
the address. That's crazy, man.
let's get to the super. We already got to that one. Let me like that one. That was funny.
So,
Shout out to JKL.
Yeah, Orchids of Asia. Yeah.
Greg Trail, 3491. He's dropping 5 in the chat, Assassino. I'm back with more Seinfeld movie trivia. Sharif, what character in Toy Story series did George's mother... Bro, that's not a Seinfeld question, bro. That's not a Seinfeld. You're taking Seinfeld characters off the movie and now asking me stories about them? No, come on, man. I can't get that one. Guys, you don't have to super. Just tag me with the Seinfeld trivia. I'm pretty good at this. I'll get most of them. I only got tripped up on one yesterday.
Look what's up there.
What is it?
Toy Story.
Toy Story. That's fantastic, Joe. Your Seinfeld buddy dated. Okay, yes, I do. It's like, I don't know. I have no comment on that, okay? Don't get me involved in that. Seinfeld sucks. 6 Degrees of Seinfeld. Potato Head. Mr. Potato Head. Mrs. Potato Head. Everybody's answering the question for me there. I have no idea what the lovely Mrs. Costanza was doing there off the thing. All pipes. Yeah, shut up to Random Oddities. Yo, BNAI still got a bounce here. So I'm looking at it, man. It's still in the side chart, but it's not to my liking. It breached VWAP and then it immediately dropped a little bit lower. Sorry, the charts are going to freeze, guys. So, yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. But BNAI, it looks okay. So does SPHL. Mind you, it's trying to make a move above the volume weighted average price again, but we're still involved in this SUGP halt up 70 and change %. What was the name of Mr. Costanza? Oh, that's a good one. It's Frank Costanza. That's the name of the dad and his brother. Yes, because it was long lost brother. Okay, I just have to take this print because SGUP is open. Here we go, Bovin. We're showing 30. Boom. More highs, Bovin. 33. Here we go, 35. Let's go, Bovin. It's Prince City. Now we're going to start taking less. Into 40 we go. We screwed up here. No, that's not what we want to do. Into 41. Limit up again. Into 140. Go, SUGP. This could be a false halt right now. Watch out, guys. SUGP ramping up in 95.42%. We're showing limit up. 40. Halt. Limit up, Joey. What a move up here for SUGP. Big boy moves. He did mention his name in that episode when they brought him the picture. They were at the restaurant. And then he was talking about how they split up. You know, one came, oh man, I don't remember his brother's name. That was a tough one there.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Okay, so that's a second one there. I'd love to know, does anybody know? I can use chat, let's find out.
Yeah, put it on chat there. I'm gonna talk what we got going on here with TSLL. We're still holding on to the short here in the NASDAQ. We're deep ITM on this, so we're not gonna complain about it. But let's head over to TSLL and see what we got going on here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, slowly starting to work for us. What are we in at? 1330. We're printing 18s right now. You can see that we're probably gonna print 19s momentarily, especially if this bounce is sustained. We just want to see how deep it's gonna be. When you see the same signal across the board with multiple stars aligning, you have to take the trade whether it's going to work or not. I was already in the NASDAQ. Could I have flipped short? The issue being, I don't know if the risk to reward is even worth it. Because, I mean, I guess it is the more that I think about it. I wasn't holding on to anything of the position. You get out of that and you look for a bounce with an extremely tight stop, then maybe you can make it worth your while on there. But I mean, I've seen the same signal here on Tesla. Meta not printing the exact same price action candles, but you can see the floor being held at 608, and then it's SPY and the NASDAQ holding correlating prints, all right? And there goes Bitcoin. So we were selling aggressively at the end of the day. I mean, at the beginning of this session, sorry. Excuse me, and then now we're starting to engulf that one volume print, and it was just AC Slater to that one there, Sharif, as we just really, that one specific candle, it's an engulfing print, just really covered that whole range, which is pretty good. And I mean, we're talking about a $35 hold on IBIT. That being said, before we send it back to Sharif, let's take a look at the options chain on IBIT to see if any of the open interest metrics or volume metrics have really changed. You're going to see an uptick in implied volatility up to 102%. But let's head over to this expiration cycle right here. I might just be a witching date, but $30, $67,000, but $62,000. We were talking about this marker holding up by this time, by this expiration. So let's see if it's going to or not. If it breaks and this person capitulates or just decides to dump their position, watch out for $30. If it's at $30, I'm going to be looking to grab a little bit more of this because I offloaded at a higher price. Why would I not start to buy it $10 lower? And by all means, we say this all the time, you don't go all in at once. You grab a couple percentage points here, you grab a couple percentage points there, and by that time, you've worked your way into a full position months down the road. And when things start to turn around, that gives you the ability, if and when there's going to be some form of exponential move within Bitcoin to the top side, you're going to be positioned at the price that you want to. So don't chase this falling knife just yet, or if you are going to, start slow and build into it.
Oh, you're talking about that? What celebrity? John Voight, brother. So he bought the LeBaron off John Voight, but it was spelled differently. It was spelled John, so it ended up being the dentist, but the actor actually spelled his name Jon. And then Jerry pointed out that to him in the car, and then he kicked Jerry out of the car because he pissed him off, and then Jerry just basically had to fend for himself there. That was so good, man. What chocolate syrup does George, is George's, Bosco, bro. That's easy, man. The whole episode with the ATM, that's easy pickings right there. Come on, man. Bosco. And then the mom of, I think it was Elaine's boss. What was Elaine's Elaine's boss name? Mr. Peterman. And his mom was dying, and then her secret lover, his name was Bosco, and she screamed his name as her last word, right? J. Peterman, there we go. I hear he's trying. Get it, TT Mass, man. Missed two, right? By the way, I searched up George's dad's name, and it says it was never disclosed. In the Seinfeld universe, Frank Costanza actually has a brother named Mo, referred to as George's Uncle Mo, who passed away at a young age. If you're thinking of George's long-lost sibling, George mentions his brother. No, I think the AI misunderstood me there. What are the general rules for investing in IPOs? That's actually a really good question, man.
So.
I don't have a general specific set of rules, but what I typically like to follow are companies that were doing very well in the private market. Sorry, I just have to pause here because we're open. We're going to hold down here on Sugar Cup. I'm going to hold this into the halt. Let's take a little bit of a beak wetter there. It's not going to give it to me probably. Let's see if we can get it. No, it's not going to give it to me. So I will be caught in this down hold. I have 101s. It's going to hold at 126, so that's all right. You know, it gives me some room. Let's see if this one pops back up, right? We give a little bit off the top there. We're still holding some shares. Let's see how Sugar Cup here, I don't even know if that's the name of the company, actually trades upon resumption. What was the question? What are the general investing? So, do you have specific rules that you go by?
I thought we would do something pretty fun here. Sure. We're gonna need the chaps. We're gonna need the chat's help. So if I forget an IPO of 2025 and Sharif forgets an IPO of 2025 or earlier this year, please put it in the chat. Give us a list of some of the IPOs. But what we're gonna do right now, Sharif, is just go through some of the names, right? CRWV. And what am I doing? It's just like, hey, look. I know they had Steve Tallman on yesterday talking about waiting multiple years. CoreWeave, I believe, is going to be our best example here, okay? So if you were to buy the IPO price, like when it opened, yeah, sure enough, you're doing really well, okay, within CoreWeave. CoreWeave is an exception. Look at Fig. Figma, absolutely disastrous, okay? Give me a couple more IPOs, guys. You're not Circle. Yeah, Circle, we're going to go through that. I need all of you to participate, just in case I forget some. Circle, are we below that? We're right, literally. So June of 2025, a year ago today, today's the 5th, right? Yes, it is. A year ago today, we are at the exact same price from what we were at in Circle, okay? What's a couple of more? Cerebras, same thing. You're way under that. Now, I think that what I do believe is CRBS, right? Why? Yeah, CBRS. Why you gotta fool me? CB. Thanks, Adair. I appreciate you. Same thing. Cerebras, below the IPO price. So, I mean, I think that this is, and Neil and what Sean and everybody around here truly believes, this is probably a generational IPO. In my opinion, it is. Can it act differently? Absolutely. We were talking about to be more orders than shares. The demand through this absolutely seems through the wazoo, okay? NMAX, Newsmax, Figma, we did that. Bull and Coin, we gone through some of those, right? So I don't know if there's a specific plan, but what we say here, it doesn't matter what it is you don't go YOLO all at once. Break it in. If you really want to get your fee 30, start slow, and if it really starts to work out, you can always add to a winning position. That's where I stand.
Okay, so with respect to the rules for investing in IPOs, Kilgore Trout 7464 recommended a book called The Life Cycle Trade. So I'm not going to, obviously, I don't have time to read that book right now. But what I threw into Gemini was the life cycle trade. Give me the rules that this book articulates as the rules for investing in IPOs. So here's what it said, and you guys are going to have to do your own homework on this, lest it's obviously it could be hallucinating. One of the rules is never buy a day one. Buying massive opening day surge. Over 90% of IPOs eventually trade below their first day highs. Wait for a minimum of 7-week base or minimum 7-week base. Never buy an initial breakout unless the stock has consolidated in a proper IPO base for at least 7 weeks, within 12 to 16 weeks being optimal. Confirm the breakout with heavy volume. Only execute a buy when a stock breaks out past its pivot point on volume that is 40 to 50% above its recent daily average. Never average down on a losing position. Do not add shares to a falling IPO falling phase 2 IPO, as consolidation periods can drag on destructively for 6 to 18 months. Keep phase 2 positions slightly tightly capped, sizes slightly capped, Limit individual breakout trades to a maximum of 1 to 2% of your overall portfolio to protect your financial and mental capital. Enforce a strict 8 to 10% stop loss. Honor your predetermined downside exit point immediately on every trade without exception or hesitation. Hold winners above the 40-week moving average. Ride your biggest winners into the massive institutional advance phase by staying long as a stock holds above its 40-week trend line. Sell entirely when the 40-week trend line snaps. Exit the position entirely if the stock closes 5% or more below the 40-week moving average on heavy institutional volume. Only 2 more here. Prioritize the chart's timeline over corporate fundamentals. Remember that even excellent companies make terrible investments if you buy them during the wrong life cycle phase. But not least, take a mandatory rest break after a loss. Step away from the markets for 24 to 48 hours after hitting a stop loss to fully preserve your mental capital and avoid revenge trading. I think some of this is not specifically applicable to the IPO. I have to stop out here as we gap down. We held the dollar. Looks like we're ripping right back up. That's a bad stop out for me there, as this one is moving right back up. I'm talking about Sugar Cup here, SUGP. They'd hold the dollar. Now it's going to limit up, you little punk. Back into 118, 115 it goes here. We're going to have to keep a close eye out on this one. By the way, if you're wondering where I was reading that from, that's from a suggestion from Kill Gore Trout 7464. He recommended, Katina Man, a book called The Life Cycle Trade for anybody who that interests. So just want to read that out. And yeah, hope some people get... okay. This is for you, Andrew.
Yes,
you two on me. In LA opening new bar by SoFi soon. The dime of three of us would wreck rooms that the dog, I mean, brother, train at Fortune Gym on me. Oh, I like this. This guy is all.
I like this guy, man. Shout out to
I like this guy, man. Shout out to Andrew, man. How do you say that? Fischella?
Fischella.
Is that one of your boys there, Katina? Fischella. Yeah, obviously, yes. So how do you pronounce it? That's why I'm looking over for it. I always, anytime you think there's Italian, I just look over to the Katina Man.
Can you speak Italian, Katina Man?
No, he can't. He says he can't. Fischella?
What's up, my brother?
Yes, sorry, Sia. We got caught up there with some super chats. We are going to start the news. It is 1:11. So why don't we send it up to Sia and get things going?
Yeah, let's start with our first Lulu. Lululemon has beat Q1 estimates on both revenue, $2.47 billion versus $2.43 billion, and EPS at $1.69 and versus $1.68, but it has lowered its first year and second quarter guidance. Full year revenue guidance has been cut to $11 billion, between $11 to $11.15 billion, from a range of $11.35 billion and $11.50 billion, while EPS guidance has also been reduced to $10.95, between $10.95 and $11.15, from $12.10 to $12.30. Management has also blamed weaker traffic, negative media attention that, as you know, it surrounded founder Chip Wilson's criticism of the company, and the big concern lies in the North American sector. Comparable sales have fallen 5%, marking the fifth consecutive quarter of declines, while international sales have risen 22%. That's all for Lulu. Before I send it to the guys, Adara, give us your take on Lulu.
More here about this sequential and year-over-year decline here, specifically with net revenue and comp sales. Now, if you saw us yesterday during my new segment in the wall in the afternoon that we call To the Chart Window, to the Wall, I looked at the infographic for this for Q4 2025, and as you could see, then we had some declines. Canada, though, did grow slightly year-over-year for revenue. That is no longer the case. So U.S., Canada, Americas, all down here year-over-year for net revenue. And Asia was mentioning, as we discussed this morning as well, lots of strength in other areas of the world. So it's interesting, too. This is a Canadian-founded company, obviously founded in North America, but they're really catching on in other areas right now. So now what concerns me is what happens if we start to see a slowdown in the rest of world comp sales and net revenue growth. That, to me, would be the next frontier in terms of as far as areas of concern would go. That's my opinion.
All right, let's get right down to work. Okay, so they did okay on the current quarter. It was just marginally beat, but there is a lot of concern ourselves with 400 basis points in their gross margins, down to 54.2%. Tariffs and markdowns. So the tariffs, obviously, that they don't control, but the markdowns they do. And you don't mark down a product if it's selling. So right away, you feel there's headwinds for sales. And this is a company who specifically goes out of their way not to mark down their products. That's point number one. Point number two, the girls already mentioned, America sales not doing as good as some international, China being the standout. They continue to grow there. Thirdly, away from body. This is their new yoga segment that they were trying to get everybody on. It was a rare product misstep, according to the management. They acknowledged that the new look yoga marketing campaign, which introduced looser, away from the body silhouettes, didn't do well. It completely failed to generate expected consumer traction. Those were the words used on the call. And a 37% reduction in operating income, and they're blaming that on employee overhead expenses, aggressive brand activations, and the other one is the proxy fight that they didn't expect, obviously, from Elliott Management. If you've been in a proxy fight or you know anything about proxy fights, you got to hire a proxy advisory firm who takes a pretty hefty retainer in addition to lawyers. You've got to be basically spending up a storm, things that you hadn't anticipated in previous quarters. Last but not least, full year revenue guidance reduction. So they're guiding now for full year 2026, 11 to 11.15 billion. If that was to actually manifest, it would be a 1% year-over-year sales reduction, not something that you really want to be caught involved in. Typically, you're growing year-over-year sales, not reducing them, Joey. So a bit of a tough look. But as you and I have been talking about, man, anecdotally, I go to the store, it's rammed, whether Saturday, but it may have something to do with that fact that it's a Canadian brand and there's a push to buy Canada with the issues and tariffs with the United States. There's a lot of that kind of stuff going on this side of the border, and some people are even taking that to their advantage. Have you heard of this maple washing?
No, what is that?
It's like, so basically you try to say that a product is Canadian, produced in Canada, or has Canadian origins and it doesn't, or like has some very loosely held Canadian origins, only to get that, buy Canadian only buyer to buy your product.
Maple maxing. No, Sharif, I was literally going to say that, right? Like here, Canadian made, you're going to see some, the stores being busy. But then when you go south of the border, there's so many brands that are going to be taking that market share from Lululemon, especially when you're caught in the middle. It's like, hey, things are a little bit too expensive, but you're not completely a luxury brand. One thing that I always talk about when it comes to retail space is inventories. Well, guess what? Inventory totaled $1.7 billion this year. That's up 2% from a perspective, okay? What happened? Sharif brought up the fact that, hey, he's not seeing any discounts, but you're complaining about margin compression. But where are the discounts coming from? Probably in places that aren't as hot. United States, all right? So when you have a space that's so crowded and you have these new brands and it's an ever so revolving door within the retail space, one day you're hot, one day you're not. It's like you have the Aloes of the world, the On, who are actually competing with Lululemon now. It makes it significantly more difficult. And you're not getting any serious discounts here, so that's going to have to be happening in the United States. Sharif also mentioned the fact that sales are up 23% and 30% respectively in China. So you're gaining a little bit of ground there, but you need to tap into the American consumer, and you want that to be your best product, because what you're selling here in Canada isn't going to subsidize from what you're going to miss out in the United States. So increase in inventory, not good for a churn rate, especially when the states aren't participating, and then your operating margins falling off an absolute cliff from 18.5% down to 11.5%. It's not good for the retail space. That's why I don't like retail names for the long term.
Right. Let's go back to Sia and talk a little NVIDIA.
I think we've been beaten this to death, but let's also just dive back into NVIDIA and China. Again, Senator Elizabeth Warren, like I said, has invited Jensen Huang to testify before the Senate Banking Committee on the 11th of June with a focus on NVIDIA's China business and U.S. export controls. Lawmakers are also increasingly concerned about this. They're saying that the advanced AI chips could strengthen China's military and surveillance capabilities, placing NVIDIA directly in the midst of a national security debate. NVIDIA, however, is arguing from their side that excessive restrictions could also hurt U.S. competitiveness and drive customers towards foreign alternatives. With that, NVIDIA is down on the day, 5.2%. Adara, NVIDIA.
So we have beaten the whole China thing to death.
Yeah.
And everyone knows I feel that way. But guys, it's my favorite Senate committee. I'm so sad that I'm going to be getting my tooth fixed while this meeting is happening, because there are some heavy hitters here in the Senate Banking Committee. You've got, of course, Elizabeth Warren is going to be of interest. Now, Tim Scott, this is an individual, just to contextualize this for people who aren't aware, he was very much part of the Investigate J-POW situation here when it came to the Fed building, but there's also some other people here on note. John Kennedy. He's on the committee. He tends to ask some pretty interesting questions. You've got also a lot of pro-crypto individuals. Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming. You also got Bernie Moreno, another pro-crypto guy. So lots of interesting individuals here on this committee. I think this hearing will absolutely be of note, and I might even be watching it at home from Winnipeg while I'm getting my teeth done, because this is going to be like must-watch TV if you are interested in. Could be an interesting meeting, and I'm very curious to see what Huang says should he actually testify when he is behind the mic.
All right, so here's what we're talking about for this meeting. Warren's invitation specifically triggered here by the unsealing of a new Department of Justice memo or investigation, which alleges that multi-million dollar illicit pipeline of H100s and H200s are making their way into China via a new route this time. It's not just Singapore or Mongolia. We're talking about Malaysia and Thailand as well, implicated here. So she's expected to press him on that pretty directly. Also, she's pressing him on the fact that he stated his China revenue is near zero. She's going to posit that his China revenue is actually huge and that he controls about 55% share of China's AI accelerator market to challenge his previous statement. I don't know what evidence she's going to tender to support her position. Let's wait and see. Also, he just came back from a very important trip with President Trump, where he was meeting behind closed doors with Chinese officials. She's very much expected to press him on that, and she's expected to make this a political issue as well. Of course, how could it not be? Let's also talk about the fact that she wants to use this little banking committee thing to really press what their people are calling a new federal AI excise tax on data centers to fund healthcare, to fund childcare and vocational training. Obviously, it's going to directly threaten some of the margins, whether or not NVIDIA is going to be implicated in this directly, or whether it's going to be their customers, aka the hyperscalers, who actually own the data centers. Those are the 4 points that are being speculated on right now that she's going to bring at the hearing. Let's wait and see exactly what happens, Joey.
Speaking of China, these guys are getting an upgrade and a target announced by China Renaissance, whatever analyst action this may be, with $319 price target. All right, well, as soon as we get rolling, we're going to send things off to Adara, and then we'll hop on to the next story with Sia.
Sorry for the interruption there, guys. WBD sharply to the downsides. Reports suggesting that U.S. states are preparing a lawsuit to block Paramount's acquisition of Warner Brothers. I'd read this morning that Rob Bonta, AG of California, was apparently considering whether or not to act. It looks like, I'm not seeing which states yet, but some U.S. states are prepping this lawsuit to block the PSKY acquisition of WBD. And back to you.
All right, what do we got?
Yep. Let's take a look at the next story. NASA SpaceX S&P 500 reinforcing profit barrier. Important because S&P Global has decided to not change its S&P 500 inclusion requirements, and this effectively will prevent newly public companies like SpaceX from rapid benchmark index, despite an expected $1.75 trillion evaluation. Guess what? SpaceX remains ineligible because it does not meet profitability requirements. It's all thanks to because it posted a $4.94 billion net loss in the year 2025. And this decision reinforces that scale alone is not enough for index inclusion. You need sustainable earnings and you need sufficient public float. What do you have to say about this?
Obviously, SpaceX as a company has been profitable since, I think, about 10 years. It's only, upon absorbing X and XAI that the profitability metrics were brought into question. I don't really have anything to say on this. Good for the S&P for sticking to their guns and enforcing the rules, whether or not it's Elon Musk or anybody else. I spoke about all the details about the SpaceX IPO yesterday, the things that you need to know, some of the things that a lot of people don't know. I'm not going to read it again today because it'd just be redundant. You can go listen to it from the news segment yesterday. Did you have anything to say about this?
No, I'm in the exact same boat. Just because you're a special player and you're going to be one of the hottest IPOs, that doesn't mean the rules have to be bent for you. I mean, Sia made a fantastic point. You're operating at a net loss of $4.9 billion in 2025. What do you get? You don't meet the profit requirements, then you're going to have to be patient and wait for it to be included.
See ya.
Yeah, next story, AI is designing OpenAI's next model. SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son has said that OpenAI's next model is being designed by AI, which is a sign of superintelligence. He said that his previous forecast of AI arriving in 10 years was conservative, and he expects that it will be here a little bit sooner. Meanwhile, the developer of Claude, Anthropic, has warned that the pace of AI development should be slowed. I was wondering when I would be seeing one of these headlines, honestly.
Well, Anthropic's kind of taken that, cautious approach. That's kind of their moat. That's what differentiates them. We're the only people you can trust. They don't say that overtly, obviously. But look, I like this. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot more of this model kind of, what do you call it, a self-improvement from within the models. I think this is part and parcel of the new world of AI as we see, these Mythos-style LLMs discover legacy software glitches or legacy security issues in some of the old software, Joey. So, yeah, good development here. I don't necessarily see this as a bad thing. It's just about whether or not you got the right guardrails.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to develop however it is, right? Whatever is going to happen is going to happen. As for Sam Altman and company, we know how his image has slowly been tarnished. Whatever this next model does, I think you better hope that it's really good. He needs to start to get other things involved as well, too, because he's not meeting some of his revenue requirements, and he's missed out on actual monthly active users from an increase in a percentage standpoint. So Sam Altman, I wouldn't say he's in trouble. We talk about the constant leapfrog within some of these tools. He was at the top. He's taken a couple of steps back, but just because he has that first-to-market head start compared to some other individuals, even though we've seen Google really surpass them from a monetization standpoint, I think if he gets that in order, which is unfortunate because it can take away from the use of the tool itself, but his job is to gain monthly active users and to gain revenue, which he's kind of struggling to do right now, even though it's one of the highest used apps from an LLM and AI tool.
So bad, man. It's so bad. Like, I'll throw in instructions. I'll have to throw in the instructions 20 times.
Really?
So for example, yeah, man. And I'll even say, update your memory to reflect these instructions. It'll give me that whole, I updated my memory spiel.
Yeah.
And then it'll just generate the same garbage right after. So for example, if I want a certain part of the summary to be a certain length, I'll say, reduce this part of the summary by 25% and do so going forward, and please update your memory. It'll give me that whole thing. Like, updated, here's what I'm gonna do next. And then 3-4 summaries later, it's forgotten.
It's forgotten.
And it keeps doing the same crap. So I ask it. I'm like, why did you do that? Even though my instructions are like, oh, because it conflicted with your previous instructions.
Oh, so
but I'm like, okay, but I very specifically gave you new instructions. Why are you not able to work off those, right?
Yeah.
It's just it's falling behind in terms of quality, right?
It is.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You could have accepted this kind of, recurring problem in 22, in 23, even 24. But are we getting to the point now where this problem needs to be weeded out by chat? Because this doesn't happen with Gemini. It doesn't happen with Claude, right? Like, these are not problems that I have recurring. I don't know what it is with chat, man. It's just, it's not there.
Yeah,
it's not there.
I'm gonna say, so I agree. I agree with you, Shri. But I don't think you. I think you and I are in the same boat. We're not gonna completely count him out just yet, because I still believe we're in the infancy of this stuff.
That's fair.
The quicker he gets it right, the better, right? I mean, if things aren't well, think about how Gemini first started off. It was pretty much a dog's breakfast.
But they made it that way on purpose, Joey. They were preventing me from summarizing anything that had President Trump's name.
In Gemini?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I stopped using it, because so many of the news articles included President Trump's name, but it refused to mention anything about him. That was purposefully done.
There was an issue within that, but like, the bottom line is that there's an issue within the actual tool in itself, which they cleaned up. So I'm going to say we'll give Altman a little bit more time. You don't want to fall too behind in this race, because the further you get behind, the harder it is to play catch up.
And some people may leave and never come back.
Exactly, right? So he can fall into that realm, but I don't want to count him out just yet, but it's not looking good from a tool perspective, because I mentioned to us yesterday 900 million monthly active users, or I think it's users based across the Gemini ecosystem.
The ecosystem.
Right, and the Google ecosystem.
Yeah.
Right? That's really tough. So we're talking about a 1A and 1B player here within monthly active users.
Yeah, honestly, like the same thing. Don't know what's going on with Gemini. Even today, a simple prompt just was, I don't use AI that much, but I was just putting in a prompt to generate something for me, an image. Joey and I talked about it, and it could not do that. It was giving me an HTML code today for some reason.
What? You were trying to use Nano Banana?
No, I did. I tried it. It's just glitching. It's not working. I don't know what's going on.
Usually, it treats you pretty good.
Right? As of late, it hasn't, but I got it.
As of late, it hasn't?
Yeah, it hasn't been performing how I want it to. But what I did is I got it to generate something that's repeatable, so I don't have to rely on it all the time.
That's smart. Yeah. That's the problem. Getting that same repeat outcome.
That's the thing, right?
It doesn't. Because it's a mathematical prediction. That's why it doesn't give it.
So if I give it a specific prompt, like do the exact same thing that you did before, it struggles with it. I think with Nano, it's more or less image generation in those cool little videos that, remember, you were messing around with, right?
Yeah.
From a coding standpoint, I never really liked Gemini.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I used Gemini to make this risk calculator here, by the way, guys.
Nice.
Like, this is a Gemini one right here. But, I actually threw in this app, Assassino, if we can show the screen. I threw in this app here, and I said to chat, make a better app than this one, but it wasn't necessarily better. So I was like, okay, and I left it. All right, let's talk a little, I think we're talking a little RAM. See ya.
Yeah, for sure. Let's dive right into it. Let's talk about IBIT. Bitcoin's losing its narrative. Bitcoin is under pressure. We did cover that a little bit today in the morning. Capital is rotating, main reason, towards AI, semiconductors, and other higher momentum trades. Spot Bitcoin ETFs have now seen 13 consecutive days of net outflows. Assets are falling from $107.8 billion to $82.8 billion, which removes a major source of demand. Sentiment has also weakened. Further strategy, that's MSTR, has disclosed the sale of 32 BTC in its first Bitcoin sale since the year 2022. This amount wasn't material, but it also challenged the market's never sell kind of narrative. This move has also helped trigger roughly $594 million in crypto long liquidations, which has accelerated a certain downside momentum. And regulatory catalysts have also faded, all because of the expectations for near-term crypto legislation that has, the progress of which has cooled currently. IBIT on the downside, a little bit towards 5%.
13 consecutive days of net ETF outflows, spot ETF outflows, 13. Now, Michael Saylor took to X yesterday trying to explain away the reduction in Bitcoin, saying, look, there's $400 billion being invested into AI within the next 6 months. His opinion is that that money is funneling out of Bitcoin to finance that, whether it's money being flown into equities or money being taken out to actually fund it directly. That's his opinion, right? So you can believe him if you want. But the fact of the matter is, the bleed is hyper concentrated. What am I talking about? Of the $4.4 billion that's come out of the spot ETFs as of late, 3.3 billion of that 4.4 is coming out from one source and one source only. I'll give you guys one guess. IBIT. So hyper concentrated into that specific name. Secondly, we spoke about this in the morning. When you look at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the CME, and you look at the open interest, Bitcoin futures plummeted to 97,935 BTC. That's the open interest. That is the lowest institutional volume recorded in 2.5 years. And what some people say it confirms is that the macro hedge funds are actively dismantling their basic kind of trade arbitrage position. So something to think about there. And then, of the $1.8 billion in forced liquidations that took place in one single day, $1.35 billion came from what they're saying are overextended positions. So again, margin, leverage, featuring again into Bitcoin's price volatility, Joey, it works well on the way up, but it works equally as well, maybe not so well if you're along, right?
Absolutely
on the way down.
Listen, I agree with what Michael Saylor has to say. I mean, like you're sitting on the sidelines and you're watching some of these other stocks. Never mind what it has to fund, but from the average investor, including myself, who's just like, okay, we're seeing the memory names just go on these big time runs. You're seeing this AI build out. And you start following that money, none of it's going to go into Bitcoin. Even the individuals and the companies who are mining this stuff are like, this isn't working right now. So we're going to pull the chute on it, and then we're going to find something else that has been working, and that's this AI trade. The crypto space is not hot right now. Regardless if it's CapEx or whoever's spending whatever it is, it's just not hot, and it's the same thing. You see a rotation from what is hot and out of what's not, and I think that's where we stand in this Bitcoin scenario, guys. Like for me, it's just, why am I going to hold on to this dead money when you have the NASDAQ putting in all-time highs day after day, the S&P putting in all-time highs day after day, and you're 40% off of the highs in crypto, in Bitcoin? Like, what am I going to do? Why am I sitting in this dead money when I can go potentially wait for a pullback, whether it be 5 or 10% in the NASDAQ names, and buy some of that with a better opportunity for some appreciation than what we're seeing? I don't hate Bitcoin. I told you guys, full disclosure, I have drastically reduced my position. Does that mean that I'm not going to get back into what I had from before? Absolutely not. Nothing is concrete.
Let me ask a question.
I'm not going to sit in this dead asset right now when there's other things moving and I can sit on cash and you have hot IPOs coming out.
So my question to you is, you're not excluding adding Bitcoin to the portfolio going forward?
No, it's still up there in my largest size.
So
no.
Let me set up the question.
Yeah.
So if Bitcoin is pulling in to these into these areas we haven't been in a minute, right? Why are you not? And I'm not putting any pressure on you, but I'm not doing it either, just so that I'm not sounding hypocritical.
Yeah.
Why are you not taking advantage of the down move to add into your position? Because that's what Sailor was saying. Sailor's like, yo, sure, their money was rotating out. I admit the money's rotating out, but now could be a great time to buy. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, and I agree. It is. But what I believe is that there's going to be more downside.
Okay.
So if there's more downside, I have the dry powder. I sold at higher prices. I could buy back some today, and I'd be getting it at a better price than what I sold last week or earlier in the week before.
So you're going to wait for the chart to flip then?
Where I'm going to wait for. I need to see. Hey, we're ready to turn around. I'm okay with buying a little high and then selling higher. That's the objective on this one. Listen,
I got you.
We're kicking Bitcoin when it's down. Yeah. Next year, we can be having a total conversation, which we typically do with some of these names during the tariff tantrum. Sky is falling, sky is falling. Months later, what happened?
What happened?
Sky is falling in the crypto space. Sky is falling a year and a half from now. What happened?
Yeah, where did NVIDIA go on the deep sea craze?
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. What are we talking about now? I wouldn't be surprised if that scenario happened. But again, reducing on the way down, I mentioned that we can buy it back at a cheaper price than what it was yesterday. I'm not going to jump the gun too quick. We need to see a sentiment shift within the whole space in order for me to get involved once again. I still have exposure. Let's make that clear.
I want to make my position very clear. Like, I'm going to be adding on the way down into technical levels. And I put the orders out there so that they can trigger whether I'm asleep, whether I'm at work. And the subjective part is removed entirely. Throw the orders out at what you believe to be key technical levels. Allow them to trigger and set and forget, so to speak. I do that for all my long-term, all my swings. This is something that, I had trouble with, because emotional side of it, when you come in the moment, when it's red 6-7%, you start, should I really be buying this? You know what I mean? Remove that component.
And I think the question truly needs to be asked, Sharif, and I thought the narrative was going to change when you had IBIT come onto the market, when you had the actual underlying asset being optionable. Yeah. That's a huge factor. Why? Because you can hedge against downside. Now, what I've heard on multiple occasions is that, even including myself, you would think that some of the volatility would step out of the asset just due to the fact fact of the hedging aspect of things. That's not the case. You're down 50% off of the all-time highs. A lot of Wall Street is like, why would I put my money into this BS if there's a potential of a 50 to 75% pullback?
Yeah,
right?
you're absolutely right. I mean, if that's what they're thinking, if that's what their bias is, they're going to wait for that 37, 40,000 to come in before they punch.
Exactly.
And that's why that's why support levels end up being support levels. It's not some willy-nilly reason. There's buyers down there because they're earmarking that area. Yeah.
Exactly. And like, think about it. There's nothing great. There's actual tailwinds for the space right now for it to climb higher. The Clarity Act, Genius Act, and the fact that it's on the public markets now and it's sliding. Do you see if that so if Google and Apple happen to fall down 50%, there's probably something much bigger from an economic standpoint happening. The fact that there's positive and you're selling, it's like, why would you actually kind of get involved with that?
That's actually a good point.
You know you know what I mean there? So
it's like, oh, you should be going up, but you're going down.
But you're going down.
Yeah.
And if that were to happen in some of the hyperscalers or these mega cap names, you're down 50%. There's actually something much bigger going on, in my opinion,
You don't
from a macroeconomic
on a hyperscaler.
Right?
Shit's not hitting the fan. Shout out to Dave, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Dave. Condolences to everyone's long-term account.
That's crazy.
It, quote, feels, Ram, like the Q's found its bottom for the day. So maybe a little relief the next 2.5 hours. I wouldn't be upset with that. Man. Yeah, there's a little photo shoot over here, Assassino. Let's show what's going on over here. There's Ram is there, and I want to expose Ram. There she is. That's her right there. Right there. And that's Katina Man right over there. There's a little photo shoot going on,
I'm trying to be a part of the photo shoot, too.
What's going on, girl? That's a little close, huh? Yeah. You're too close, man.
Where you going? Oh.
Whoa, Ram, bro.
All right, hold on.
All right, let's send her back to see it,
we got Nicole here. We're going to beat this one
Nicole Harris, or as you call her,
Vada. All right. If Bitcoin is following its code, it's in a bear cycle until 2027. My question does this change Mara and Riot? They entered the data
That's
center
exactly
space.
it. And that's why they've been moving up, Nicole. And that's why they've been, until recently, they were bucking the Bitcoin trend. We would see Riot, CleanSpark, Cut, Mara. Who else, man? There's more.
Hive Digital.
Hive all ripping on days where Bitcoin was red simply because they were throwing their hat into a ring that they may know. Data centers. Now, they obviously were not using the same type of chips, nor did they need the same type of equipment, but, you know, there is some synergies there that are overlapping.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's a great question. I think, you know, if they do actually get some customers, perhaps they don't have the latest and the greatest or as much as the hyperscalers have, but they could be able to get, you know, some mid-cap, small-cap clients like a Temu CoreWeave, for example, you know? Who knows? Shout out to Mopar. Thank you, Nicole, by the way, for the super chat. Mopar for life, $1.99. Yeah. Just need Trump to say buy the dip and we're off. He's done it before.
Dude, we're down 5% off.
He may do it again. What? I know. I think he's talking about Bitcoin. Maybe, because we're talking about Bitcoin. I have no idea. But yeah, shout out to Nicole. All right, and shout out to Mopar. And shout out to Sia.
Thank you. Let's move on to our next story, DRAM's AI memory demand. So SK Hynix has told investors that it has received a tremendously positive feedback regarding its planned U.S. listing, which could raise up to $14 billion and broaden the access to U.S. institutional investors. Also been one of the biggest beneficiaries of the AI infrastructure boom. Shares have roughly been booming 250% this year, and market cap has surpassed $1 trillion recently. Management is continuing to see a favorable pricing environment for high bandwidth memory chips, which is the HBM, more commonly known as that, which are critical components in the AI accelerators supplied to customers such as NVIDIA. But SK Hynix also expects a strong demand from NVIDIA's upcoming Vera Rubin platform. I remember talking about this on the show a month or so ago to tighten the broader memory supply going into the year 2027.
This is it, Assassino. This is SK Hynix, okay? It's 000660, because we know the Asian markets use numbers. So this is the chart. I mean, this thing is Rip City. Now, it's had a tough week, obviously, with all of tech getting hit as well. In the prior bar. So SK Hynix, I was talking to the Katina man about this morning. They are actually $1.4 trillion market cap right there. Yeah, it's a big one, Katina man. 1.482.420.888. You guys get it. The point is, it's a hell of a company. Samsung included. Some of these South Korean companies are giants that we don't necessarily have listed in North American markets, but they are what they are. Management continues to see a favorable pricing environment for HBM, critical components, of course, as Sia mentioned. We also expect strong demand from NVIDIA's upcoming chipset that is going to be basically into 2027. So they're doing about a 1 to 2 year window. But I think this is speaking more to the change, Joey, in the sort of the RAM business, the memory business here.
Yeah.
Where before it would be boom and bust, right? You'd have a lot of inventory and not that much demand, and then it would be the other way around, and you would have kind of these peaks and troughs in demand. I think that's balancing out, at least for the next, say, 3 years.
I would agree. Just because of the super cycle that we're in, from a CapEx standpoint, and just the complete need for compute at the end of the day.
There you go.
So I mean, there's not enough of this stuff, and you're going to see that trickle-down effect, and it's falling into the SK Hynix, the Microns, and the SanDisks of the world, and that's why you're seeing these insane moves. What I also wanted to bring to us here is that we talk about DRAM, the ETF. Well, there's another one that's coming out, which isn't as heavily weighted as what DRAM is. It's high bandwidth memory, HBMX there, Sharif.
I heard.
A potential one there. So DRAM has 15 stocks. 29% of that weight. This HBMX holds 23 stocks with DRAM at less than half that, 9.14%. So, I mean, there it is. Some more ETFs being launched. Is the space going to get too flooded? I don't think so. But expect things to cool down a little bit and then continue on this run, because what Sharif mentioned, 3-year outlook, I think that we have plenty of more time to go. And just this, we're such in the earlier stages of this build out. And if they continuously need more and more compute, and Zuck happens to get his things together, and Google's Gemini just continues to explode, and people are making videos using all their tokens. You need more token, more compute. It's just it's a really strong revolving door and cycle that I think can go endlessly at some point, man. Just more and more use of these AI tools, I think people are implementing in their day-to-day.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. See ya.
Let's talk IoT's very strong quarter. Samsara has delivered a strong fiscal Q1, beating both on revenue and on earnings, while also raising its full-year guidance. Its revenue has increased and jumped 31% to $470 million versus $455.2 million, which was expected, while adjusted EPS has come in at 17 cents versus 13 cents expected. Annual recurring revenue has increased 30% to $1.99 billion, which is slightly ahead of expectations, also reinforcing a continued enterprise demand. Management has also raised its full year guidance to $2.005 billion to $2.013 billion in revenue and 70 cents to 72 cents in EPS. With that, IoT on the upside, but currently trading flat. Let's quickly go to Adara, see what she has to say.
I'm seeing some comments here from President Trump. Now, I looked into this. I'm not sure quite where he is speaking. He also didn't post this on Truth Social, but he said that he will be leaving the decision to cut rates up to Kevin Warsh. He says he would like to see lower interest rates and, quote, I will leave the rate cut to Warsh during the October meeting. So he's basically saying, hey, Kevin Warsh, you can make your own decisions, but also make that decision in October. So if I get any other comments or details, I'll let you know. But pretty pointed message here from President Trump. He also was just now saying, quote, wouldn't mind if Warsh lowered the interest rate. Back to you.
We know Kevin is the FOMC there, Chair Donald. Thank you very much, President Trump, for letting us know that he's going to be the decision maker. It's actually the committee, of course. But all right, IoT, let's get down to work. $30 million legal windfall. So everybody and their mother was talking about, you know, the full year GAAP EPS profitability. Well, $30 million of that is a one-line item that's not going to reoccur that they made from winning a lawsuit. Also, 200 basis point contraction in margins as a result of elevated data hosting costs and hardware inputs that are required, of course, for its AI operational tools. Something to think about there. Also, the AI data center boom. Management introduced a surprising new structural growth thesis, reads this article, explicitly tying their long-term growth pipeline to the build-out of physical AI data centers. I guess that's a way for them to justify all their money they're spending to their shareholders and why that's important for their company. If they tie that in to their future growth, then, you know, likely to be, better received, so to speak, by the shareholders as well as the board. IoT, Joey. By the way, I think samsara in Arabic, it means like middleman or brokerage or something like that.
That's what they are, pretty much.
Yeah, because
right?
that's exactly.
You know what I mean.
Because I knew that's an Arabic word, right? But I just don't know who's behind this company.
Yeah. I don't really, like, again, they're the middleman. Like, they're building some digital infrastructure or something along that all of this is. But I find that the CEO stated something very interesting.
What did he say?
So the AI data center build-out and grid modernization will be roughly $106 trillion. That's $106 trillion. I can't even. That's a lot to kind of just really digest. But nonetheless, nearly $2 billion in annual recurring revenue, up 30% year over year. 101 million in new net annual recurring revenue, up 30% year over year. So, I mean, what I'm getting at here essentially is you're seeing some strong growth within the company. Is it performing that well? Some analysts putting price targets of $40. We're trading around $35 right now. We don't really talk about Samsara too much and too often, nor do I know from top to bottom really about the company. But when you see growth like that and you're talking about the trickle-down effect, $106 trillion by 2040, it's quite a bit of cash being spent on this whole thing.
This stuff over here?
Yeah.
You ever see those money guns?
Yeah, I wish. Have you ever used one of those?
I've never used one.
Would you use one?
Would I use it with fake money, right?
But say you won the Powerball. Would you put like 1,000
around? I'm not that kind of guy that would go into the club and start going like that. That would definitely not be me. No matter how much money I had.
If you won the Powerball, you wouldn't tell anybody, but there would be signs.
But bro, they put your name all over that bad boy, and then your face and stuff. Did you see the guy who wore a mask? That when he won the big lottery, he wore a mask because he didn't want his family asking him for loans.
Yeah, I would probably do the exact same thing.
Oh man.
The first thing I do is I win the Powerball is I get my grandma to sign the ticket.
Oh yeah.
I don't own anything.
Why?
So I don't know anything.
Are there any creditors after Joseph?
No creditors after me, man. You just got to be forward-looking. Shout out to your boy. Shout out to your boy.
2 steps ahead. We're all playing behind.
Shout out to your boy. Who's that soccer player who put all his assets?
Hakimi.
Yeah. Got to learn from the best.
Yeah, he got away with that one, bro.
Did he though? He was forward.
In North America, it would be okay. So in North America, there's common law and there's equity. Common law can say one thing, but the judge can look through that and say, no, that's inequitable, right?
Yeah.
And so he can kind of reverse the transaction.
Yeah.
It's called tracing.
Man.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
There's no real doing. You can't hide.
You can. You got to have a really good lawyer, I think, right? Yeah. But anyway, let's throw it back to Sia and talk some PL.
A beat both on top and bottom lines, but shares are still trading lower. Stick around to the end to find out why. Planet Labs has reported a beat on both lines, posting a 0.03 per share loss versus expectations for a 0.04 per share loss. Revenues come in at $94.2 million versus estimate of $89.9 million. RPOs have increased 81% year over year. It's a good thing to $816 million. Backlog has shot up 72% to over $906 million. Management has also raised first year 2027 revenue guidance to the range of $425 million to $441 million, which is well above the analysts were expecting. And the company is benefiting from 3 things: a growing demand for satellite imagery, defense intelligence, and also the AI-driven geospatial analytics. But why are the shares trading lower? Well, the report is strong, but investors are appearing to take these profits following the rally. Currently, PL down 25%.
Yeah, that's a bad one, Sia. 25%, that's a big one. Okay, let's talk about the fact that the media is touting this only 3 penny gap loss. Non-gap loss of 3 pennies. Let's look at their gap loss, though. Basically $140 million is what they lost, okay? So that's, obviously, that's the difference between gap and non-gap, so that's one thing to look at there. And then they have apparently $730.8 million in free cash. They didn't mention, though, that about $108 million of that came from the mandatory public warrant redemption in the quarter, and that's going to be a one-line off item. And then they were pounding the table on their 81% spike in RPOs up to $816 million in remaining performance obligations. What they didn't mention, though, is of that 816, they only anticipate of recognizing 35% of that $816 million backlog over the next year. So things could change a lot. There could be less remaining performance obligations because there's less demand 12 months from now. Perhaps there's some sort of technological change. Perhaps they don't do very well and people go to other companies. So those are the 3 points that I want to make, and I think maybe that's probably why we're selling.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense there, Sharif. I mean, 35% to the downside this week alone. Just to add to Sharif's point, backlog grew 72% to over 900 million, but you forgot to read the fine print within that. Increased sales by 42% and net dollar retention around 114%.
Net dollars.
Still, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still generating positive cash flow from operations. What's the company that Amazon's in bed with that Apple owns 20% of?
Globalstar, GSAT.
Right?
Yeah.
So do you think a lot of this could fall into the realm that GSAT is missing deliveries into orbit, I guess we can say it? Like they really didn't hit the amount of satellites that they were supposed to get out there compared to the quota and the outlook. So they were like 20 to 30% of what they were behind in a backlog from sending these things to orbit, right? In Planet Labs. So it's like, hey, maybe they're starting to fall a little bit behind from actual getting their material out there. I don't know necessarily what's happening in that scenario and within that specific scenario, but maybe that could be something along those lines.
All right, we got to go up to the big desk because President Trump, he's speaking again.
He's talking a lot about oil and AI, of course, two things that we can trade here, so we're definitely going to talk about it. Let's talk here about USO. A little bit of a move here. President Trump just said, quote, there's more oil coming to the world than people know. So unclear exactly what the implications of that comment are going to be. He also did say that people expected the oil barrels to cost more, so he's actually saying it's less expensive than people thought it would be. Also say, further here, again, a lot of oil is coming into our country. That's also being said here. Saying furthermore that on AI, that all major AI companies are heading to the White House possibly next week. When he was asked what this would entail, people asked Anthropic, OpenAI. He just said all the major ones. So if there's a major AI company, I know SpaceX, I believe, was mentioned as well. So if there's a large AI company, it could be, I guess, visiting the White House next week. If I get more details, I will let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, so that's exactly the one that I was trying to explain to you. Look at his back though, his rhomboids, his teres major, his minor, his trapezius, everything's activating on that move.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right? Yeah, this is really interesting. Obviously, I want to see exactly who's going to be making it over the White House, whether it's going to be the top level brass. Are we talking about CEOs? Are we talking about CFOs? Who's going to be going? Because it's going to be a major event for us, obviously. When you have all the AI brass at the White House, I'm anticipating some sort of announcement. I'm anticipating some sort of policy change. Let's see what happens with that. And while we wait for that,
hold on, who do you think gets left out? Because there's always someone. There's always someone who's like that should be there that isn't there.
Well, that's going to be an interesting one there, Joey. Maybe your boy Dario.
You think so?
Well, he's him and the Pentagon. They haven't resolved their differences quite yet, even though we've been hearing a lot of the fact that U.S. government is still using Anthropic's models internally, despite that whole fallout. Who do you think doesn't come?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, I think the biggest shocker would be if Sam wasn't there.
No, Sam's gonna go.
Sam's gonna be. But I think that would be the big. Like that's the thing. You think he's
Sam's
gonna be
a brown noser, bro. He'll be there immediately.
A brown noser.
Oh, 100%. Sam's a brown noser.
That's funny.
Absolutely. All right, Sia, what do you got?
Might be our last story. We are running a bit out of time, but we're going to talk about Service Titan. Service Titan has delivered a strong quarter, reporting adjusted EPS of 37 cents versus the expectations of 28 cents, while revenue has grown 25% year over year to $268.8 million, ahead of estimates. Management has raised first-year revenue guidance to $1.13 billion to $1.14 billion, up from $1.11 billion to $1.12 billion. Q2 revenue guidance of $284 million to $286 million, ahead of consensus expectations. Company is in a gap unprofitable, but losses have narrowed from a year ago. This has improved operating leverage. Stock has gained more than 30% this year alone, and TTAN is currently up almost 3%. We're going to take a quick pause and go to Adara. She has breaking news for you.
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac on watch. Sean, I know you're watching this one. President Trump was asked about FNMA and Freddie Mac, saying that with Bill Pulte, who of course leads these agencies, given that he's now going to also be acting National Intelligence Director, will that change the IPO trajectory for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac? President Trump said that he still thinks that they will IPO. He's not in any rush for that IPO to happen, that a lot of people have offered him a lot of money for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac in his first term, and that they're worth even more now. So FNMA getting a spike here as President Trump talks up a potential IPO and says they're in no rush to have that IPO occur. Back to you.
Yeah. Pardon me. Yeah, so President Trump also said Big Billy P is not going to be at the helm for much longer. He's temporary. Big Billy P, Bill Pulte. I have to, Katina, man. So Titan, do you have any comments on this one? Because I personally don't even really know too much about the company.
No, yeah, I don't know too much about Service Titan. But
all right.
Hold on, man. We'll give him a second. We'll let Neil sit down here.
We're going to let him sit down?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't need to sit down. He's okay.
Giving him a hard time. Yeah. What fun would it be if everything was such a breeze?
Joey, should we remind everybody who's going to be on shortly or what?
Yeah, actually, absolutely do that. Service Titan, crapping the bed with the rest of the market. Yeah, Sharif, please, because it was your hard due diligence and your kind words that essentially got the job done.
Hopefully within the next half an hour to an hour, we are going to be very excited to welcome Eric Jackson. Adara's going to be interviewing him. We're very excited to have him on. Open Door Army, if you're there, send your questions to the big boys. Send your questions to Joey and I, to Sia, to Adara. Tag us in the chat. We'll throw them his way as well, get kind of an idea of how he feels about things. And it's not just the Open Door trade. He's obviously invested in others. He's got a hedge fund. So throw your questions. We're very excited to have him on. He should be here in the office within the hour. So very pumped about that, Joe.
Yeah, are these guys ready yet? There's little technical difficulties. They're not ready.
They're not ready.
No. You know what I think? You don't remember whatever Katina Man? Yeah, well, I don't know.
Stays ready.
Last time he had
some... Stay ready so you don't have
to get ready.
He's breathing.
See, the thing is, like last time Katina Man, I was like, hey man, you do know that you had like 3 hours to just get your mic sorted and
bro, you don't give suggestions to the big boys?
I know, I don't know if I apologize.
Katina Man is not going to accept that kind of thing,
I know.
All right, no, we're having a good time. I believe Neil is just getting set up at the big board there. Should we spell you, Katina Man? You good to go, or Neil's gonna go to the big board?
No, I mean, well, we could put the camera on Ram and she's back there.
Ram loves to be on camera. You know about that, right? Like there you go.
Oh, snap!
Oh,
do it again,
Assassino, bro. Do it again. Come on, man. Are you kidding? That's all we get.
What kind of flash is that?
That's all we get, Assassino.
Tiffany, take over the sticks. There you go.
Ram. Yay. All right, guys.
All right.
Having a good time. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. It's going to rain tomorrow in Toronto, but Sunday should be good. So,
bro, why do you got to be like that, man? I've been waiting. Literally, I have my... Yeah, hold on, man. Let me finish.
Me?
Yeah, because listen, I have all my...
No, stop. Let me finish the radar, bro.
Okay, I have all of my plans, all of my summer events planned out.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
And it starts with Due West Fest.
Right.
I don't need to hear that it's going to rain on my parade.
It's going to be fine, Joe. Don't bring an umbrella. Go out, have fun. There's not going to be any rain. Here, Joey.
I know.
We're doing it live.
It's supposed to happen in the morning.
It's not even. This is to 8 a.m. So it's not going to rain till 8 a.m. Yeah, that's 8 a.m. right there, man. Look. Oh, yeah.
PM, my boy.
That sucks,
You're not going to get there. Trust me.
What kind of a bootleg app is this?
I'm a veteran. Man. I'm a veteran of the radar. I know when it's coming. You know what I mean?
All right. We're going to send you up to Neil. He's got exit strategy for consistent profits. Actually, sorry, we're going to send you to the Katina Man first. My bad, Neil.
Man.
It's not an exit strategy about consistent profits.
Later.
Take care.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, I mean, wow, what a market here we come entering into today. I mean, NASDAQ down 3.5% right now. Bitcoin actually takes out 60,000, and we start to go a little lower, but it did bounce off 60,000, so that is really good. You all know that as these shows continue to go on, we give you a little bit of tidbits of knowledge. And today's is going to be the following. Look, traders, when you enter a trade, that's the easy part. You often get in, and you're riding that trend higher. It hit your setup, and you're in, you're all in, and you're watching it go higher and higher and higher, and you're excited, you're celebrating that victory. But then all of a sudden, the trade just comes back down to earth a little bit, and it starts actually even going against you. And what's wound up happening is you've then turned red on that trade, and you've given everything back. Well, we're here to tell you that professional traders just don't let that happen. You have to have a rule in place. You have to have a stop. You have to have an idea of when to exit the trade. That's where all the money is made. Neil's going to go over a great idea and a way to exactly do that.
Exactly right. Anyone can pick an entry. Real money gets made if you know how to exit the trade. Don't turn a winning trade into a loser. All that hard work. Oh, it's so important that you keep it. But you know what? Before you even get into that, how to properly get out of a trade, you've got to understand another aspect of how to get out of the trade. The fear loop is something that doesn't always intuitively make sense. Sometimes what will happen to a trader is right when it starts working, they're getting too many shares out. And what that can mean is, I'll just use a pretty simple example. You know, Palantir here will have a downward trend, which right at the open, little liquidity grab at the bottom, then a nice little breakout of the opening bar. You get a long, you're looking at about the 140.80 level. And then that first candle where it starts working, you've got the 1-to-1 stop to profit taking, and it's getting too many shares out just as it starts to work at, 0.2 to 1, 0.5 to 1. And then at the point where it starts working, you've already taken too many shares out. If you're giving it a certain amount, you want to make sure you hold some to that 1-to-1. The second thing that we always have to think about is the greed trap. This is where you get yourself into trouble. When you outline a trade from entry point, breakout, 140.80, with a stop here, about 55 cents below, you've got your 1-to-1. You also have a clear target up top, which is at the pre-market highs. It's getting into this level. Now, sure, you could obviously be getting some out in this range. Maybe you miss it by a little bit. Maybe you don't get enough shares out in that top end of the range. Whatever the reason might be, it's very important to have some kind of an out. VWAP in this particular case gives you an obvious one. It was trading beneath it the entire time. It breaks out. Here's your volume weighted average price, and there is your breakdown for sure. You've got to have a structured out. It'll be a stop, a trailing case at a very, very key level. And when you move on, the thing about it is all of this is defined before, right? Your structural levels come before the trade. When you're doing a downward trend break, I know when I get that bottoming tail wick that I'm looking for the break of that bar. I know it's going to be the 140.80. And once I plug in that 55 cents, it's easy to know that I'm going to have my first price target at the R1. That's easy. My support level is defined. And when you have that entry, you can then immediately, once you get the entry and you're defined, you then do the math for your 1R, and then your 142 is obvious because that's going to be the high the entire way. Do you want to leave some on in case it goes? Fine. But it is so incredibly important to understand once you are breaking down and getting closes underneath that volume weighted average price, you have got to get out of the trade. What will often happen to traders is they will leave their original stop in, which is fine at the beginning of a trade. Before it's worked, of course you're going to have your stop. If it just goes right down, you got to protect yourself. But once you've already gone close to your target, what are we doing? Holding it all the way back in and allowing it to break for a negative trade. And remember, all of this should be done. If you're executing on a 3-minute, then your targets, everything should be on the 3-minute. It could be a 5-minute if you like, it could be a 1-minute if you like, but you're keeping the same time frame for all of these entries. And the same thing with your VWAP. VWAP's gonna be generally the same regardless, but you do wanna make sure you're tracking this all on the same time frame. You might have come up with the trade on a 15-minute, but if you're executing based on the 3, then you keep all of these targets, you keep all of these stops, you keep your profit taking all right there on that 3-minute. It's so incredibly important. Do not let it get to your target zone without having some kind of an anchor. It could be VWAP, it could be a moving average. I'm showing you VWAP here to make sure you lock in those profits on the way back. A 100% retracement, when it went where you wanted it to go, that's not rewarding yourself for a good decision. And at the end of the day, trading is about making money on your good decisions. You gotta have the right conditions for your exits if you want that to be you.
Great, thank you, Neil. Look, the entries are easy. It's the exits that you need to work on. And all professional traders will always have an exit, whether or not it's VWAP, whether or not it's a support and resistance level. Thanks, Neil, for that lesson. Rewind it back. That's a good one. Have an exit strategy and get paid. The decentralized alternative to central banking. Right. Yeah, this, I mean, I
don't remember.
Someone had brought this book into the office. I think it was someone that had visited us at one point. And unfortunately, I have to admit, I do not recall the name of that individual. But here we go, man. Bitcoin, this is what it says in the back. Bitcoin has no owner, no authority that can decide on its fate. It is owned by the crowd. It's owned by its users. And now it has a track record of several years. It's an animal in its own right. I mean, we can keep this book here for a minute, and you know. Well, first of all, welcome back, everybody. We are just long right now. Let's see if we can wind up working out. We're gonna put some trades on today, that's for sure. With the Nasdaq down almost 4%, we're trying to go long. I'm gonna put this back in my ear because I hear some news over here. Meta mulls $200 a month for consumer agent tool. Short. Okay, so you know, just looking over here, I'm gonna try. So we've been buying here, Obviously, we're up. We haven't had any slip ups yet. Watch out now. The futures are really close to breaking that low. And as Neil just described, I ain't gonna sit here without a stop. So watch out for this 76 to break. We're gonna let it go a couple pennies, maybe 20 cents underneath that, but the stop order is now in, and we're gonna do it live right now. We're trying to go long on the futures with a very small stop. I mean, forget about, I'm trading the TQQs. We talk about Beta Pro with their triple levered opportunities. That's what I'm using right now, but it's on the Nasdaq on the US side, and there's the low of the day. We actually was trying to run this thing through the 50-period moving average, which is, whoops, let me close this, which is where that first trade was coming from. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit here. Out. We actually got almost all of it out, to be honest with you. We were using 77 as our top. That came in. Once that made that second move back in, that's where we took it. But here we go, man. We just broke the low of the day, and I'll give it back. It looks like I'll be giving it back. If it does break below, actually put in 80. So right now we are getting ready to get triggered out of this trade. 20 more cents down and we're out of this trade, and it's hands off the system, and the stop order will hit, right? And we, you know, whether or not, you know, you consider us professional traders or not, you know, that's the stop order that you have to have in there. And if you get taken out, you get taken out. And then we always say something over here, like, you live to trade another day.
Oh, one important thing about the hands off for the stop.
Yeah.
There is a situation in which the hands will not be off for the stop orders. And that is next Friday.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Because I'm telling you, right, like, no, I'm being real.
Yesterday was already like tense, and it was nothing.
When we have SpaceX, it's basically the IPOs I'm talking about. Yeah, well, I have a stop instantly when I go long on SpaceX. 100% I will, but my hands are going to be on the keys. Because if anything happens, and you're like, you know, what you consider to be like max risk or a lot of risk, I'm not taking that chance. You don't want to take that chance. Once where you throw the stop and it's an aggressive limit order, it doesn't fill, right? So you got to manually punch out. That manual punch out could save you a lot. I have a stop set right here on, if we can come to my screen for a split second, on SoFi, which also just hit. So that was going to be hands off. It's like tight stops on the longs, and everything else has just been, it's been short, all of this. And if you think about where some of the worst what's the word I want to use here? Damage has been done.
Damage, yeah.
MSTR 11% down. And Bitcoin's over 60K. This is precariously close to being through its February lows, if that ever loses 100. But it's not just that, man. It's the Q's down 3.75. You've got, I mean, Meta's absolutely tanking. We're going to go to Adara, but it's just across the board.
I mean, I just did the thumbs down. I mean, we saw that note. I went Meta. We should have looked at it.
It's another story here.
Equity raise. Yeah, what's up?
Financial Times reporting that Meta is considering a, quote, big equity raise after Google had their own equity raise. So once again, here, guys, Financial Times reporting that META is considering a, quote, unquote, big equity raise. If I have any more details, I'll let you know. But Financial Times reporting this, we broke 600. Back to you.
I flipped over into the short. We talked about have that ability, so have that ability, please. We're now into the short right now for the TQQ, so let's go and let's see how low can we go. Shout out to Scott, shout out to everybody else in the chat. We made a hell of a lot of money on Google today, but we just got dropped out of that right there on that news. So Google, she bangs today. Nice move there to the downside now for Google. And we watch out, we wait to see what happens next. Who next, Neil, with these futures? Like, who is the next one to get an equity raise, right? If you're gonna look over there, I would say watch out for Oracle, who tried to do it a couple times and did do it. CoreWeave gonna need it, Nebius gonna need it, we all gonna need it, and who's there to fill those orders? We don't know. I mean, a lot of air gonna come out of the trade next week when SpaceX is in the building. Now, I mean, how much money is going to go to that? Is there enough money around to support these big names? The NASDAQ in free fall territory as we speak, down now, almost 4%. But there it goes, Meta, see ya, right there to the downside. And wow, man, this is starting to get real juicy like right now. And your boy is short right here, the futures. So let's wait to wind up what happens as we always tend to go back to the future. Shout out to my boy Michael J. Fox right there. One of the best franchises. I mean, they didn't really do too much even with it because there was only 3, and I think the third one was was that the one that was a Western or something like that? Okay. By the way, yeah, we'll just I'm going to throw it over to Neil right now, but we've got the chicken dinner winner right here, right now. As look, went long. Now we take that short. Break through some levels. We've got it good. Hope that's not understood, but it's to the downside right now, 75.25 coming in for the TQs. It's 50 cents. Here we go.
Yeah, those are just a flat bottom break in, well, support levels going on Bitcoin. It was all after, all lunchtime. It was holding right about 60,700. Oh my goodness, 67, yeah. And then we just broke down, but I actually just got to hit accept, locates, because CoreWeave has a lot of debt. And if people start getting concerned about this, CoreWeave's down 10%. Like, this is one that I think could continue to flush. It's through the $100 level. Remember the $100 level, the 200-period moving average? We probably talked about it at some point in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, it's well through. And if this is the next, I don't know, shoe to drop, and Meta's needing money, and Alphabet's needing money, hit confirm, then I think they're going to as well.
I mean,
I'm going to try to jump into this one. I mean, I just feel like these guys are so debt. They have one of the highest debt levels out there, and they're not Meta. They're not Google. Like,
they're gonna have problems raising.
There'll be all kinds of problems raising.
I mean, here's a weekly on Meta. I mean, so for those of you panicking today, you should be, because the market's getting crushed, and you know it's you're seeing a lot of profits disappear. I'm not. If I open up the account right here, then not good.
Not now.
Yeah, not now, not today, maybe not even next week. I had said earlier last week that the sell in the market was coming due to all of these IPOs. Now, obviously, we get that Meta news today, and we got a lot of froth in the space. But I hope that some of you are able to get out of many of your positions, or at least get into a little bit of cash. But here we go. This is the weekly for Meta. Where's it going? I would say, 550 maybe even by Monday. 525 by Wednesday. 500 by next Friday. So I'm going to say that you might want to see Meta chilling out somewhere by the 200-period moving average by the time SpaceX comes through. That's 460. So I don't, that's if this is true. I mean, obviously, I don't know if it's a Wall Street Journal talk here or not. I just heard also that they have Financial Times, okay. I also heard that they haven't found bankers yet for this or whatever. So let's just hope that, Meta is okay. I still have, it's in my portfolio. I'm not like oh my God, I'm so smart getting out of it. But it is to the downside. I haven't sold any of Meta at all. What we did sell over the last couple of days, of course, and we talked about it live on air, right? I mean, we sold Meta, we sold Marvell. That's down huge. We're completely out of all of our ARM, so I don't have this anymore. When I told you, when a stock goes from 200 to 400, we got to ring that register, man. I have way too many kids. So that's downside right there on ARM, on Marvell. And then other names, man, like I put money into NVIDIA. And now to put some money into this at 215, right? And that's down 6% today. And then the NASDAQ, we talk about, having some money in the markets. Well, that's down 4% now as well and can't really get out of its own way. ES, though, only down 2. So quite aggressive. Neil, I know you have lots to say. I just want to throw it over here 1 second. Bitcoin, but I just want to see the dollar because I know we don't really probably talk about that too much as maybe we should. Here's a 1 minute chart on the US dollar. Okay, so here we go, man. Straight off that jobs number, just boom to the. I haven't seen a move like this in the U.S. dollar in quite a long time. So going back up to there. Look what just happened here to the U.S. dollar. We're breaking way above May. We're breaking way above. Oops. We're breaking way above every single thing. April. So we're back into some of those numbers right there from April highs. So watch out here as the U.S. dollar on one right now, and the TQQs continues to go short side, but yeah, that was fun.
October of 2023.
That was fun.
You know what that was?
October of 2023. Halloween. The last time we were in a rate cut cycle. Oh, I didn't even look. Yeah, gold.
The last time GLD was underneath the 200 period moving
we talked about that this morning.
October of 2023. Well, we're here now. And you look at the dollar, if the dollar's doing that, the metals are taking it on. I didn't look at silver, I just looked at gold.
Yeah.
SLV is probably, it's not good, but it's over the 200 period moving average. We'll see how long that lasts. Spoiler alert, probably not that long. Maybe it can, maybe it doesn't. But these are major trend breaks on both of those. And that's the other side of the dollar trade. Maybe silver does, on demand, maybe silver does a little bit better, who knows. But like everything is getting bent here today. Like you're not getting spared. It almost doesn't matter who you are. There's a few, like Apple would be, I guess, one of the best examples of relative strength.
Apple is green.
Apple's secure.
Believe that?
Walmart's up 2.5 points, right? But if you're debt ridden or you're relying on all the growth, and I saw a great point in the chat where it was basically along the lines of, yeah, but if you still have the orders and they're being fulfilled and you've got the backlog and you're still generating revenues and it's generating future revenues, then you should be fine. All of that is true, but you have to consider the other end of the coin, and that would be what happens when the sentiment around debt, the sentiment about available capital, the sentiment about the circular nature of spending. When that turns and the dip buyers who believe those things aren't there anymore, you get this. You get Oracle down 10%. You get like corrections. And if it only stops at correction, fine. If things go into bear territory, 20%, and stop there, fine. That's what's been the case. And we said it this morning, it's the case until it's not true. The dip buy has been good till it's not been true. And it was weird that it was only this morning that really we were discussing man, this one feels like it could be worse. Well, whether it's right or wrong, whether it's what's going on in crypto, whether it's all the money that everyone keeps assuming is going to be funneled into SpaceX, something broke a little bit differently today. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. We'll see how it recovers to the end of the day. We'll see how next week goes. There's a lot that still has to happen for sure. And if you got some dry powder, that's fantastic. I'm glad. Like the other day, I remember I'd sold another tranche of ARM at like $400, and it was like 30 minutes later, it was at $415. I'm like, well, that doesn't look very good. And now it probably looks absolutely fine. Like ARM's probably at 361. 342.
340, yeah.
I did close my eyes and make a guess, but I was probably anchored to the last time I looked at the chart this morning, and it was probably at 361 the last time I looked at the chart. I should have remembered that the NASDAQ had puked all over itself for about an hour or two and adjusted my guess. But this is my whole point. It was just at $400. Like, we were just there. The stock was also just at $200. And the stock in February was also under $100. And this is a lot of what we're talking about here. So Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Oh, and don't forget, after the bell tonight, we get to find out who's going into the S&P 500. At 5:15, an announcement will get made. Some have speculated Marvell.
You know what's not going into it? SoFi. SoFi's going into hell.
No, but I think SoFi is underneath. Like there's a market cap requirement.
Yeah, I know.
And SoFi is broken underneath the market cap requirement.
Look, I mean, I own SoFi.
I still have SoFi too.
And I own way too much of it. So yeah, not the greatest. Oh, I got to re-sign into YouTube here in order to chat with all the lovely people over here. I restarted the Chrome extension on the browser there because it was saying relaunch to update. So I did do that.
Oh, mine's saying the same thing too.
Yeah, I always kind of do that.
I'm going to live dangerously though.
Yeah, I try. Yeah, I try not to do that too often.
If I don't update, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get that chat back. Yeah, exactly. What are you going to do? Some people probably have the same old versions of everything, right? I mean, do you guys even update your cell phones when it says to update it? I'm on the Apple beta version. Yeah, but there goes SoFi. I mean, yeah, okay. It was just last Friday or whatever. I wasn't here, so I think it must have been a Friday, but when it almost broke through $20 and we got right back into that level, and now you're back down to $15 one more time here. So I'm just gonna refresh to make sure I can listen to whatever news winds up hitting here as well. But yeah, SoFi continues to go downside. The reason why we have some of these bank stocks, we did, obviously we're a little bit concerned about the rate environment, but JP Morgan up, right? Eli Lilly up, J&J up, and we just bought some of these names the other day. So, we talked about Eli Lilly, we've talked about J&J a couple times. There's J&J up 3% today. I got it at 222, so that was a good buy recently on J&J right into that. Is a nice spike higher there, and it's just sometimes all these stocks aren't built the same, and we'll go over the board. Oh, here we go. What's up, my guy? Right here, easy peasy. Yeah, there it is, man. Listen to Neil's and Sean's lesson of the day. I just hope that we can actually execute what our lessons are, right? I mean, because we want to make sure that you follow your rules, and I think that that's very, very important, especially with today's lesson. If you don't have, it's just, okay, here's a perfect example. Thank you, Easy Peasy, by the way. $5, you must have had a great day there. Yeah, was down 1K, reversed it up. Now you're up 2K, so we go roar on that one because the bear.
That's the wrong bear.
This is the better one right there. So I'll show you an example of what Easy Peasy's talking about, what we just did on that video as well. So here's my very, very smart self saying, hey, and by the way, we start off here with short Bitcoin, short Bitcoin, short the market, the futures. But there it is right there early. We got it at the 200 period Tesla because it came right in. And again, there's that move up, basically a big fake in the first 3 or 4 minutes. Then let's go TQQs, man. It's getting lower, man. The Nasdaq's about to break 4%. Has it already just broke 4%? There it is. Wow. Alert. Hide your kids, hide your wife today, and hopefully mine aren't hiding. I think they're going to be on the ice soon. But there's the move. Okay, now we're starting to get accelerated down to the downside right now. But what I'm trying to get at without getting too excited, because I'm short right now, the market, right? And there's Tesla. If I don't have that out, and then I don't have that out, these outs are at 412. Okay, this out right here is at 415. So sure, we took hits, we lost on it, it's going to be bad. But at the end of the day, it's not that bad, as here we go all the way to the downside, and we just keep on bleeding. There's 392 coming into play again, and the market just gets lower and lower. So yeah, without trying to lose our mind over here, play the trend, play the momentum, and don't make a mistake. Here's TQQ coming back in as well to the downside. There's 75 and change coming into play there for the TQQs, now down 12%. We're on one right there. It's almost a dollar club. So there we go, man. We ride the short right down into the downside. So let's pay attention to where this market's going. We've got it right now. We've got the short.
And by the way, this is now the first 4% down day on the NASDAQ since April of 2025. You might have remembered that was during the tariff.
So this is a buy then, right?
So it was a buy then, but it's a little bit different of a situation here. That's for sure. We got a super chat. Is everything craters to the downside? Take some profits on the way down. Thoughts on VRT losing the 50 on the daily? I feel like this is going to be a theme. What was said yesterday? Oh, great quote that we liked. I'm not going to pretend I'm smarter than the major moving averages. I think when you're continuously holding the 50 and the 200 on a trend, great. You buy the dips, everything's good. if everything starts losing the 50 period on the same day and we don't recover it, like it's not a bottoming tail wick, decisions have to get made. Right? Like if you haven't been taking profits, like I don't like, if something isn't a long-term core holding of mine, then I don't really like it when it breaks a 50 period moving average. I would hope that I've taken my profits before then. But certainly VRT, there's nothing wrong with banking. This stock was at, where was it? $190. Sorry, check that, $170 at the beginning of the year. Losing the 50 period is still a 40% gain. 40 to 50% gain or so, or even more than that, if you got out 10% down from here. It's still fantastic. We have Kushner and Witkoff traveling to the National Lab in Tennessee for meetings with nuclear experts on Thursday.
Okay.
I mean,
nuclear, I mean, nuclear name's getting nuked today.
Did you see SMR?
For sure. I saw it earlier. I didn't see it today.
SMR is back to 10. $10 on SMR. This thing wants a hat size. One more time. And IBIT, by the way, almost low of the day because that's what it does. Remember Apple? Like Apple was the strong name, the positive name. Well, in a couple of points, it's not going to be green anymore if this continues. So you're still seeing, like even the strong names are starting to give it up a little bit, for sure. And I like this from S.A. Walker. Why are people complaining? Whoops, I didn't mean to zoom in there. Complaining about overselling. The market was overbought. And I'll paraphrase some of the other stuff. Yeah. This all cuts both ways. We've had parabolic moves out the wazoo. It's not, we don't really get to complain about Micron being down 11% when Micron just did a triple up in 2.5 months. This is just how it works. The more rapidly you go up, then, you're gonna have swifter and more exacerbated corrections. This is one of the reasons why we keep talking about Apple as being boringly safe, because Apple has been boringly going up. It's been a steady, non-parabolic climb. So what does it do today? Not much. Not a heck of a lot. I think that's the thing that you've got to consider and keep in mind. And I'm not saying people shouldn't be freaked out about 10% down. There's nothing wrong with being upset about your stock being 10% down. But when it's up 350% in 2 months, you have to put things a little bit into perspective. One into perspective around here.
Yeah, we have, we're very obviously thrilled to have, what a great guest today. I mean, we've talked about many of the names. We've used his name many, many times on the show as well. It is the man himself. It is Eric Jackson. I want to ask him how come Drake never got involved. We're gonna get into that in a couple minutes. We have a lot of fun on the show, and we're about to have even more.
Let's hut the football.
Yes,
back over to the desk.
Right now, back over to Adara.
Going to open the door to this conversation with Eric Jackson, founder, president, CIO, and portfolio manager of EMJ Capital. Thank you so much for being here with us today. How are you doing?
Great. Well, despite the market. I mean, it's a terrible market today, but doing well.
Yeah, good asterisks to have for sure, despite the market. I just want to start here. We're definitely going to talk about open, of course, but I want to start by having you just tell us a bit about your background. What are you looking for when you're looking at an investment?
So I'm a tech-focused investor. I've been running a tech-focused hedge fund for 10 plus years now, and longer before that. And I guess in terms of tech stocks, I'm looking for multi-baggers over like a 2 to 3 period. So I don't get that interested unless I think a stock has the potential to, either 3 to 10x to, like in some cases, 100x over 2 or 3 or 4 years. And so the biggest win that I've had over the last 5 years was getting into Carvana early in 2023, when it had been like a high-flying, IPO, came out in I think 2016, 2017, it went from $20 to $400 at post-COVID in 2021. And then, like a lot of tech stocks, it rolled over when interest rates rose, and there were all these fears that started to come up about, do they have too much debt? Who's going to lease a car now with these car interest rates jacked up the way that they are now? And so the stock dropped from $400 to $3.50 by December of 2022. I got into it at $15 the following May, and it took off, and it got as high as $487 just last year. Now they did a stock split, so, but it's still at old price, like well over like $300. So that's what I dream of looking, finding and getting into those kinds of stocks. Not every stock, sells off that much. Not every stock comes back from the dead like that. But that's my. You asked me like my dream. That's my dream stock to try to find.
So with that in mind, I want to talk about a dream, I guess, for a lot of investors that started. We'll take you back to late July 2025. You post about going long Open Door. Now, I know there's been a lot of hype around this now with the Open Army, et cetera, but can you get to the technical fundamental thesis for why you were first interested in Open Door and for your price target for it?
Okay, so just talking about Carvana, like a lot of tech stocks obviously crashed in 2021, 2022. I had terrible down years in both of those years. But I was on a podcast in the middle of 2022, sort of in the middle of that downturn, with Josh Brown called The Compound and Friends. And they were asking me on the show about why tech stocks were dying. Would tech stocks ever come back? I mean, this always happens at extremes, kind of like what we're talking about now with crypto being, selling off so much. People sort of believe it's just always going to be like this. It's never, the sun's never going to rise, kind of thing. And they wanted to know which dead stocks would come back from the dead. And so I gave them two. One was Carvana, and the second was Open Door. And Carvana, it took 6 months, but it did come back, obviously, and started to move. But I would always get asked about Open Door because Open Door did not come back from the dead for a long time. And so you're talking about like last summer, so that was 3 years after that podcast. And I'd kind of chalked it up to, well, I guess I just screwed up that trade. I guess Open Door is not like Carvana. I guess it'll never come back. They obviously don't have a great CEO there and doing the kinds of things that Carvana was doing to turn itself around. But I kept getting asked about it because Carvana became such a success story. I figured one day, last summer, okay, let's sit down. Let me try to understand this. Because in theory, this should be the same playbook. Because Carvana, basically was disrupting, up here they call it Clutch. The Clutch is the sort of knockoff version of Carvana. It's basically, don't go to your used car dealer to sell your car and haggle with some guy about what the price he should pay for it is. Do it all online. Automate it, make it easy, make it dead simple. People will use it. And okay, that's the way it's worked out well for Carvana. The same thing, though, applies to Open Door. So the theory is, why would anybody want to use a real estate agent to sell their house when you could just do it online? What if you could just go to a website, type in your address for your house, and then immediately somebody on the other side says, hey, I'll buy your house. I'll make a bid right now for whatever, some amount of money. And if maybe it's a little less than you want, but if the idea was, wow, somebody's going to make me this offer today, and they're willing to close next week, and I don't have to have people come into my house and have the uncertainty of knowing how long is it going to take to sell my house, and maybe I need the cash right now, that certainty, it should work. But Open Door wasn't working at that time. But I could see some signs, some were macro signs, some were kind of signs, I wasn't too impressed by the management team, but I felt like the one thing that Open Door had going, it had been originally started by a bunch of people that are sort of seen as tech royalty. Yeah. There's this guy, Keith Raboy, who wrote the original business plan. He's part of the PayPal mafia. He was the number 2 at Square for a long time, working with Jack Dorsey. Super smart guy. He left the board, it's kind of in a huff in 2022, but I felt man, if somebody like that could come back, then people would be hey, maybe this could be magic again. So that's what got me in. It got as low as 51 cents, I think, last June. Wow. I got into it at 73 cents. It started to take off, a bunch of retail folks jumped in. I think it became the biggest thing since GameStop from a retail investor point of view. Went as high as $11 by September. But now it's pulled back. So as of today, it's down 9%. The last time I looked, it's $4.50. So it's still I'm still up a lot from last year. I wish I'd sold more in September, but I do get a lot of questions about it. I get a lot of retail folks who jumped in at $10 or $11 or $8 or $9, and saying, you know, like, what's happened? You know, tweet something, you know, make this stock go up. I can't take it anymore. Like, what's wrong? And, you know, why isn't Kaz doing more? And all this kind of stuff. But I still believe in the company. I was there at the Toronto office yesterday meeting with the CEO, Kaz, and the president, a guy named Lucas. He used to be the president of Coinbase Canada, and before that worked with Kaz at Shopify. And it's just a super impressive company. I think they're heading in the right direction, so happy to talk about that if you want.
Yeah, I also want to kind of just to pivot off of this, and this is less about the company and more kind of about this move, but you are from an institutional perspective. You mentioned a lot of retail investors got really involved, and as someone who I spend a lot of time trying to kind of deconstruct how all of this happened, because as you mentioned, management changes were made, right? Keith Raboy goes back on the board, Kerry Wheeler leaves as CEO, Kaz Nejadian comes in. So I guess I'm wondering here, you already mentioned GameStop, but what do you think the Open Army move in the summer of 2025 has to say about, I guess, the pivot towards retail investment and the strength of the retail perspective in the market?
Well, I think it shows like retail investors are much more sophisticated than they get credit for. They typically get a bad rap on places like CNBC or Bloomberg, or they sort of get talked down to. Like I remember CNBC always, like if they ever covered Open Door last summer, and it was taking off. Obviously it'd gone from 50 cents to like $5 in a couple of months. A 10 bagger is nothing to sneeze at. And yet they would always kind of dismiss it as, well, there's all these crazy meme stocks taking off. Retail, they don't know what they're doing. And today it's GoPro, and tomorrow it'll be Open Door. And then, for a while it was like Abercrombie and Fitch took off because Sydney Sweeney was in a bus ad or something like that. So anyway, I just think there's this sort of, like, oh, we got to protect retail. They're so stupid. They don't. What do they know? We're the smart guys on Wall Street, and the people that try to get retail people to buy ETFs, and there's like, you should never try to trade individual stocks. You can't beat the market. You just give your money to us and pay us the bips, and you'll do better if you're just stuck in the S&P 500 for 50 years or whatever. But it didn't jibe with the kind of people that started interacting with me on X about Open Door, and even the people like I would bump into in real life. Like I had this moment last summer where one of my daughters, she was watching a YouTube video and doing an art project in her room, and she decided to stuff a bunch of toilet paper into her sink, flooded it. The water came over, dripped down into our kitchen below, and so I had to hire a painter, to come and touch up watermarks in the ceiling. And so I'm talking to this guy, and he's like, hey, Eric Jackson, aren't you on Twitter? Yeah. It's like, hey, I want to talk about quantum computing and BTQ. I know you like BTQ. What do you think about, and he starts having this conversation, and we're getting into it, and I'm realizing, after a couple of minutes, man, this guy knows more about quantum computing than I do. And I was like, hey, I'm super impressed. How do you're a painter, this is your job. And he's like, yeah, it's my job. I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. But, I spend 2 to 3 hours a night studying stocks, because I realized that, my income from painting is only going to take me so far. For me, and I've got a young kid and new wife and all this kind of stuff. And so, I'm not going to spend my money on, sports betting or something like this. I need to kind of invest it into stocks and find a few stocks here and there. Not blow all my money on any, go YOLO into one name, but, concentrate my bets and really make them pay off. And I kept hearing those kinds of stories from Saudi Arabia, Spain, oh man, price of housing, it's ridiculous, cost of living. I gotta spend more time studying stocks as sort of a way out, raising, your lot in life and your family's lot in life. And I thought, this is not dumb money. No. These are people that are taking this very seriously, spending a lot of time studying. There's never been a better time to be alive. We are walking around with these supercomputers in our pockets all the time with AI. If you want to spend some time, 2 to 3 hours a night, bettering yourself, there has never been a better time to be alive than this moment. And so you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps, I think. So I totally am on the side of those people. Yeah. I tried to encourage, originally everybody was focused on Open Door, but I wanted people to realize, hey, it's more than just open, you know, and like we need to kind of branch out. So I started talking about this thing called like rising dynasty, which is basically like the idea that, hey, you know, we're all kind of working class, you know, we all start from nothing, and we got to, you know, unless we're like born with a silver spoon in our mouths, and we got to pull ourselves up, and let's learn from each other. And so people were like, oh yeah, man, this is great. What, are you going to sell me a course? Are you trying to sell? Are you trying to hawk a book? And I was like, no, I just want to like talk about like how we can all like learn from each other, you know, share ideas on places like X and whatever. And you know, I think people, they're so used to being sold stuff when they, you know, open Instagram and click on here to like buy the makeup or whatever it is, you know. So I think people responded to that. So you know, I'm totally like on the side of team retail.
Very well said. We're going to send it over to the guys in a second here. I do have one last question for you, kind of a combination of the last couple questions. You said you've been talking to management with Opendoor. If you could just briefly here, for the people who are the detractors maybe, why is Opendoor not a meme stock, as you kind of said?
Well, I mean, like I said, they're trying to like revolutionize like buying and selling your house. They want to make, you know, now we are all used to talking into our phones, right? Like we would all prefer just to text rather than have to call somebody. Yeah. Sometimes my wife says, you need to call so-and-so and like get them on the phone and give them a piece of your mind. I'm like, I don't want to do, I just want to text. You know, everyone's kind of antisocial these days. So if you could just buy and sell your house through your phone, you would. Yeah. And that's what they're trying to build. Kaz was formerly the COO at Shopify, $200 billion company. So he quit to become the CEO of Opendoor, which at the time was a $3 billion company. That usually does not happen. And because he could have just, like the normal thing for an executive at his level would have been just like, keep your head down, say nothing, do nothing, you know, don't rock the boat. The guy Toby, who's the CEO, is going to retire, you know, or is going to bump up to like chairman. Just and you'll get like millions, tens of millions in stock options, you know, as the CEO of Shopify. He threw that all away, and he left like hundreds of millions of dollars, you know, in stock options on the table to come and run Open because he thinks it could be a much bigger opportunity, and so he has to do a lot of cleanup. The woman, Carrie, who preceded him, another Canadian, by the way, so not all Canadians are always smart. She was terrible. She drove the company into the ground. He had to clean up a lot of her messes, but he is doing that. So the frustration I get from people is like, oh, the business model's never worked. They always lose money. Okay, you drive your car always looking in the rearview mirror, or do you actually focus on like what's coming up ahead? Just because it's been a bad model, and you know, the Apple didn't make as much money until the iPhone kind of showed up. And then all of a sudden, you know, nobody had seen anything like it. So I'm not saying like they're the next version of iPhone, but just because they haven't made money in the past is not a reason why you shouldn't invest with it now. They are doing the right things. It's taking time. They're very impressive. They're very smart guys. I was very impressed from my meetings with them yesterday. So I think they're totally on the right track.
Thank you for getting into that for us, because I know I'm curious. A lot of people here curious as well. We also have some curious people over on these sides of the desk. I understand the guys have some questions, I thought. So if that is the case, we can send it over here to Sean and Neil potentially.
Eric, it's fantastic having you here. And I think it's the perfect day to bring something up. And you said you like multi-baggers. 10's great. 100's amazing too. So I want to ask you specifically about HUT. Because back in October, HUT 8, the thesis was, okay, it's being mischaracterized as a Bitcoin mining play. From here, 3, 4x, it's disconnected. It was at the highs as recently as a week ago with Bitcoin in the tank. Done. Thesis is obviously correct on that. As this market is pulling back, if you're looking for a 10-bagger, what's the approach now? Do you hold for the absolute? Do you trim, look to buy back when you see this further mispricing? Because the trader in some of us would say, hey, if it breaks a trend or a major move average, I can take some out. If it's still good in a month or next quarter, I can buy the dip. Or are you just holding this, looking for the absolute dream of that 10-bagger?
It's a good question, and my natural trading style is buy and hold, because I've never been a good, jump in, jump out, or at least maybe I'm more emotional, you know, and I've made a lot of dumb mistakes over the years in trading, and usually it's like, you know, on a day like today, like if opens down 9%, like, oh my God, I can't, you know, I gotta slip my wrists. You know, yesterday I was worth this on paper, and today I'm worth this. How am I gonna deal with this? Just puke it out, and then I'll feel better because at least I'll have done something. And usually that doesn't work well in the long run. And then with so many, like, you know, scars on my back from those kinds of emotional mistakes, I was like, I'm just going to buy and hold. You know, these Carvanas, these Huts or whatever, you know, this is just the nature of owning these types of stocks, and you don't get the big rewards unless you kind of hold through the drawdowns. But it's tough. You know, it's really tough. You know, they can be gut wrenching. I mean, you know, along with Hut, I mean, I was in Iron and Cypher. All of these names, like, you know, they peaked out like last November. I think I got into Iron at 9. I think by November, you know, and that was in May of last year. Iron went as high as like 7 by November. And then the thing went, you know, retraced back to, I think in February, it was at like 31. And so, like, that's pretty tough to kind of just sit on your hands through that whole time. So I would say I'm trying to be more nimble, you know, and sort of recognize when, you know, the regimes are changing from, you know, a bullish market to a bearish market, and at least, you know, take some of the profit along the way. But with Hut, I didn't do that really. There wasn't a lot of trimming. And the reason why was that I had met the CEO, Asher Ganut, you know, maybe a couple months before that you know, October, like when you're talking about. And he's super young. I don't even know. I think he's like 31 or something like that. And very impressive, very, you know, big long-term focus for the company. And you meet someone like that, and you say, this is the guy running the company. Everybody else is going to take their cues from him and his management style. He's a winner. I'm going to stick with him. He was and still is very tight-lipped. So like, even if you were chatting with him and you were like asking questions and hoping you might get a little hint of, like, you know, some big deal to come or something. No, very tight-lipped, you know, and but that breeds trust with me. So I stuck with it, and I didn't expect him to have the big announcements that he has, and the stock's done great. And so far, anyway, even though you're right, like even though there's been this huge pullback in Bitcoin, these miners have, you know, or the AI HPC names have held in so far.
Thanks for that. Quickly with Dare for a quick market update.
I do have some stories to mention here, guys. Well, we've been having this awesome conversation with Eric Jackson. The market has been releasing some headlines, so just be aware here, guys. SpaceX entering into a $920 million per month cloud services pact with Google. GeoOGL spiking around a little bit as well. Apparently, according to SpaceX, Google has agreed to pay $920 million per month from October 2026 to June 2029. So this has not yet started. Apparently, as of this point, this is according to an SEC filing as well. Now, NVIDIA also implicated in this deal here. Apparently, the deal includes 110,000 NVIDIA GPUs, CPUs, and memory. So NVIDIA, Google, and SpaceX all implicated in this deal, guys. Just a quick market update during our interview.
Great. Eric, one last question here, and then we'll wrap it up. We just got news here that Meta looks like they're going to try to raise again in these markets. We just saw Google raise $80 billion after a big share buyback all of last year. What's your take on all of this? Do you think we're going to have some funding issues in the data center space? Because the market's getting down. I mean, you're here. The market's now down 4.5% today, and, you know, continues to bleed short. So what do you take on major mega cap names now having to go to the market to raise some funds?
I mean, these guys have enormous cash already, and so I realize that some people say, "Oh, it's a terrible sign because they, you know, if they don't have the money, like, oh, who else does?" But on the other side of the coin, I'd say that we've never seen this kind of an opportunity before with AI,
right.
And none of these Mag 7 names have invested thus far, you know, by the seat of their pants. Like, the way that these, like, internal decisions get made is, like, you got to go and make a business case to have billions of dollars allocated to you, and there's obviously a business case to be made. I think it's just like the opportunity is even bigger, and so if they can go to the markets and raise tens of billions more from public market investors. It's cheap money. And so I don't think it's a worrisome sign. I mean, I do think Meta hasn't done as well as Google or any of the other Mag 7s really. And I think it's just because it's not a slam dunk about how they're going to win with AI. I mean,
they haven't been able to monetize anything yet, right? They tried to roll out a subscription model last week. I don't think that went over very well. There's even a headline today. They're trying to roll out another subscription model for $200 a month. At least Google, I think all of us can wrap our head around, Gemini and what's going to be happening there with the infrastructure rolling out to corporations and whatnot. But yeah, Meta obviously has a problem there. Will people even upgrade their Instagram, to pay that $10 or $15 a month? So I think CapEx is an issue moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, and they wanted to have their own models, right? They wanted to have their own Gemini, and those models really just haven't panned out. I mean, so far the biggest upshot has been they pivoted from the virtual reality and all the GPUs they bought for that to basically serving you up better ads in your Instagram feed, and they made more money from that, and bully to them for that, but they don't have this, the next frontier model. And I think the tell with them was about a year ago. Do you remember they started to hire all these AI people from other companies, and they bought the Scale AI, this hotshot Alexander Wang to come and work for them. I think that was a tell that they just didn't have a very successful team. And it's not impossible, but it doesn't usually work out when you just at the last minute try to go and overpay for some star free agents to come in and work for you and create some magic where there is none.
Eric, great. Thank you for all those insights. We'll throw it back to Adair and wrap this up. Thank you so much for coming on such a tumultuous day.
As this market goes 0 to 100 real quick to the downside, it's such a pleasure to have Eric Jackson here on with us today on what's been a very eventful Free Fall Friday for the market. Thank you so much, Eric Jackson. Pleased to have you. And shout out to the Open Army.
Yeah, thanks, Adair.
But, we love having these guests of the day. And we want to thank Eric, of course, to come through today. But, we actually just put out a tweet ourselves. We were long the NASDAQ right into here, and then we flipped short. And thankfully, we had done that one because there's the NASDAQ right now. You mentioned worst day since 2025 April.
What did I say? April 10th of 2025.
Did you happen to catch what that ended at? Because I'm almost feeling like if we stay down 4%, I can't remember the last time we ended 4% lower.
I closed it, but I think it was 4.1.
4.1, okay.
I'm pretty sure, I could ask again, but I'm pretty sure it was 4.1.
We have an hour left.
We have an hour to not be worse than that. It's by the way, Bitcoin. So while we were talking,
Bitcoin, never
while
heard of
we were
it.
just talking there, I had the short, we got to 60K again, it broke 60 and I put a trailing stop in, I'm if it regains 60 like it did last time, I'll just get out. It then rinsed it the second time through while we were chatting, and we hit 59.
Free right now, what's the low?
59.1, 59.2, almost 59 even, so I'm just sliding over to a 15-minute, 59.1 we might have hit down there. So 59,000, we got a 5 handle. We thought we were heading here, but I feel as if not anybody really thought it would be this bad. I even said earlier today that, and I'm glad I didn't try to go long, but
thank you.
I was anticipating that we'd see a 60K bounce on Bitcoin, but it's not really happening. If we close, I don't know if we're going to close under 60K here, or at least get to the end of the day and we're under 60.
Why don't we put that poll
You still
up?
have to survive the weekend.
Andre, put a poll up on YouTube or whoever's over there because we'll see if we can get that going. Then we keep it up, right? And everyone can see. We can do it on here. We can do it both if we want.
What do we want? Do you want the market?
I want to know. I want to say, will Bitcoin close 4 p.m. because Bitcoin doesn't close. So 4 p.m. Bitcoin over under 60 because I think that's going to be something interesting to talk about. I actually think the market will close greater than 4%. Less than, so 3 point something down today. We'll see if there's a little recovery. Sometimes you get some actionable trades happening. And the reason why I say that is right now you're starting to get a little bit of green candles here with some volume starting to spike a little bit higher now. 29,000. We were joking earlier today that, oh my God, there's 30,000. Well, we just lost 1,000 points on the NASDAQ. So I could see some buyers coming in now to try to represent a little bit of structure here into the market, into the close, and maybe battle back 0.5% to 1%. I mean, I'd love to see a 2 handle on the NASDAQ at some point.
2?
Yeah, we can battle back 1% from here. I don't know. I think it's a couple stories away, right? Yeah, so
I'm not as optimistic as you.
Yo, what's up, Minnesota trader? I just want to verify, classify, verify, whatever. Yeah, when I'm talking about the market, I'm trading the NASDAQ, which the TQQs as a triple levered product. I completely understand that this is not the same as trading the NASDAQ. It's triple the volume, triple the move, and it's not contracts, and it's it's a completely different world. We've sort of talked about it a couple times, why I choose not to do. It has nothing to do with risk. It has nothing to do with anything. And that's the reason, I mean, Neil's mentioned that reason before, and it's a valid reason. It's probably the most valid. Most prop firms will have an equity shutdown or risk tolerance, and then you'll also have a futures, or whatever, options or whatever, different net loss stop, things like that. For us, it will be the same thing, but for me, this is the way it looks right now, right? It's quarter points. I'd have to adjust my screen. Like I'd have to pull this back over here to get a better read of what exactly is happening. So oh great, now I screwed this up. I just like to look at the market as if it was an equity. So I could switch over and trade the trade the Qs, but why I didn't do that was because of the price. Like there's a lot of traders that are watching here right now that might not have 10 times the money in their account. Like we trade with millions in our account, so that's not a problem. But the TQQs being $70, being quite a bit of a bigger move potentially. That's why I trade the TQs. So, we've been added many times, like, don't call the market this, or when you're talking about the futures, or you talking about the E-minis, or you talking about, the cash portion of it. But at the end of the day, that's why we try to show it, and we put it at the bottom.
It's no different than IBIT or SLV and not trading. Like we have metals.
Like we're short Bitcoin, but we're short IBIT.
Yeah, we have metal. Real trading has the futures markets for metals and all that stuff. It's there, but it's a separate risk. And you build up that risk, you build up that buying power. We actually have crypto. We can trade spot crypto. It's just easier if you have an equity account to trade IBIT. Like there actually isn't a good reason not to. It's just you add complication that isn't necessary. And in trading's hard enough. Don't make it more complicated than it needs to be. Express to trade in the easiest way possible. So here's the poll we're going to go with. People are already putting votes in. We said it. We haven't really said it, but very simple. If you're not in the chat, jump in the chat right now. Hit the subscribe button and participate. You can still type your symbols if you want to, but this is easy. Every time somebody types 1,
there we go,
they are voting that they think Bitcoin is going to close over 60 by 4 o'clock. 60K, and 2 is under. So right now, we got about 66% for the under, and sometimes we get surprised. I feel like this one could be more of a 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some kind of a massive move on maybe Sunday morning or so, but most people seem to be bearish still, 75% down. And I saw a very good point. I'm not gonna be able to find it in the chat because everyone's throwing 2s right now.
Roll up your 1s.
Which was that, I think the spirit of the comment, and I apologize for forgetting the user because it happened and I can't it'll be hard to go back, was along the lines of, hey, well now when any government or any bank can create their own stable currency, a token, Bitcoin is dead. Well, what I think is true is the whole idea of it being a store of value because of limited supply, that gets put to the nth test in that environment. It doesn't destroy that because if it's still the only place where you're not just printing more out of thin air. That will always be true of it. It puts it to a real test. You have to consider the cycles. If it's still this week in a year, then I think people will be saying it could be dead. But I don't know that you're at that particular point. There's all kinds of issues that it's got going on. So it's at 59.3. It looks like we could, if we rerun the low, that'll be 59K, just for anybody else.
I'm not even trying to do anything now.
33.5-ish is that 59,000 level, which is under pressure. And for the record, I didn't refresh my ETH. You might have seen like a 2 in front of it. It's just like, until the last time. So I sold pretty much all of my ETH, so I don't actually bother refreshing this one. 1,500. And apparently the last time I refreshed it, it was 2,000. Which I only get a chuckle out of because I watch Bitcoin every day. I don't really trade ETHA, but it's not doing much better. Oddly enough.
What's IREN at? I'm going to buy IREN right now.
IREN, we were looking at that chart.
40, I'm too much of a degenerate. This is so stupid.
51 on IREN. 50 period moving average on IREN. It just hit. Just hit the 50 period. See?
Yeah.
Oh. It gets that. Alphabet, on the other hand, is holding the 50 period as well. If I wasn't fully, it's the thing, if I wasn't so deep in Google, I'd like it here. Apple hasn't pulled back far enough.
All right.
People have asked about Circle.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, that's got to be ugly today. Oh,
Ugly.
Yeah, it's horror awful.
It's horror awful. Oh God, that's even
Horror
worse.
awful.
All right. So I just bought Iron. So hey, welcome to the jungle, everybody. It is warm in here potentially. Yeah, look, Iron down 15%. It's a name I wanted to get into. On a nibble in a bed. It's just about 40 shares. Not a huge position, obviously. Just putting in the swing account for today. See what winds up happening. Maybe we can. I mean, we won't clear out. Like I said, it's not a huge position, but maybe something can come of this name. And we can get back up to the upside. I still do believe in the build out. I believe in some of these names. The only name that I own, and again, like maybe G Vernova is better. There's a whole bunch. I've just been looking at Iron. I think it does have on possible news a good story, right? So we'll see if Iron can get going. Another one of those names that Jensen's talked about a couple times, Iron, and I do own some CEG. So I'm in the game now with Iron, and just there it is, man. You can bookmark this 304 here on June the 5th when the market was down 4.2%. Oh, you just missed him. You just missed Eric Jackson live here on the show. Open goes green today. Ha ha.
Today?
I don't even think Eric would say that. Down 10%. And, you know, this is the thing. Congrats and, credit to him for, sticking with it and talking about being a long-term investor. I love the fact that he brought up Carvana. I mean, we were sitting here on the desk as well when Carvana was tanking and got $1 downgrade and was at $3 or $4. And apparently that's when he was stepping in. I think he said 15 or so was around an average price that he had. But yeah, Open Door had that huge run up. He talked about retail, getting stuck up here when everyone was excited about it. But yeah, man, I mean, he even said himself, people asking me to tweet something out about it or whatever, but the facts are the facts about this company. He even said himself he didn't think it was maybe, he said, proper management, there has to be a change, and something has to turn, and he mentioned himself going to the Open Door Toronto offices yesterday, or is that what he said, or was it Hut 8? I can't. Yesterday, yeah, so there's thanks to Dara. But I don't know what's gonna get this name going. Yeah, Open Door. Thanks for the super chat. I probably think that was a little bit of a...
That was a joke.
You're probably trying to throw some shade. But if Open Door... look, it's down 10%. Like, we're just joking about that right here. Crypto's down quite a significant amount. Here's all the stocks that I look at in my watch list. I made the mistake of opening up the RRSP.
I don't want to...
And yeah, about that Rivian. Yeah. No, that may not be happening anymore. Here, I'm not going to... Maybe we can zoom in on this. We've had good success doing that before. Okay, good. So there's a SOC sell, right? These are just things I'm looking at. There's ARM down 12%, Marvell's down 12, SMCI down 10. I actually really like SMCI if it comes back in. I think it's so bad that it might be good. There's SMR 14. I think SMR, Adara, didn't we just get a story about, it was something about...
About nuclear?
Yes.
Yeah.
But about nuclear related to the war. So unfortunately, not nuclear really, because I was even checking the nuclear stocks. They didn't really do too much at the time. So basically, two of the main envoys here, so Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, reportedly traveled to the National Lab in Tennessee for meetings with nuclear experts on Thursday. So some people, when they heard this headline, again, because it was reported by Axios, they thought, oh, this could be a sign the conflict's over. Now, apparently, these talks are very, very preliminary.
Okay.
So it's nuclear, but it's not that kind of nuclear.
It's not going nuclear, okay.
No, it's about not going nuclear.
Okay, so we'll go Oppo on that one. SMR right there, down 14% today. Obviously the cues I'm looking at, if we go back to the screen, if you have it, and I'll just run this through and then we'll be done with this. But there's AMD down 10, Oracle down 10. Like the last time there's Robinhood. Where's all the Robinhood love today, man? Down 8% again today. And then as we look, and then we'll go to see in a second, look at the names that are up today. Eli Lilly, J&J, Walmart, Starbucks, JPM, Netflix. So, but Netflix is 80. Oh boy, like that was 87, and I thought that was holding pretty good between 87 and 85, but that's down to $81 today, and green actually for a minute there today. So yeah, it sucks when your portfolio starts with minus. I don't own Soxel or Mara, but starts with minus 12 and only ends up at plus 1 or 2. So yeah, dangerous day here in the market for longs, but I think there's an opportunity to get in there and start to do some buying like I just did there on IRA. And I think pick your favorite stock. Maybe we can talk to you guys in the chat. Put your favorite stock to dip buy. Some people talk
I already saw one for
good.
Bloom.
I saw Marvell. Bloom is a good one.
Yeah, it was a while back. Bloom was at the 50.
Okay, BE is... Okay, he's not down enough yet.
You know what?
Okay.
Maybe actually it's not quite at the 50 period on the daily. Maybe I misspoke there. It's still another 8 to 10% from getting down there. I don't know if it's pulled back far enough. Vernova pulled back pretty decently. IREN is there. We're going to go to Sia, come back, and let's start thinking some names.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you for that great interview, Dara. We're going to look at the three major averages before moving on to the headlines. The SPY down 2.39%, the triple Q is down 4%, and the Dow is down 1%. Let's move on to our news segment. AAPL is my first stop for you today. Apple is expected to make an overhauled Siri, the centerpiece of the WWDC, which is the Worldwide Developers Conference, which will be Tim Cook's final act as CEO after which John Turnus will be taking over the reins of. Investors are saying that the bar is high, with some warning that even a stronger Siri may not be enough to justify its valuation. The bigger test, however, might come in September, when Apple will be expected to present its new iPhones and potentially the upgraded Siri and much-awaited Siri experience. Currently, with that, Apple is trading flat. Next, we're going to take a look at Microsoft. Not a particular Microsoft story, but Reid Hoffman will be leaving Microsoft board at the end of the year, turning his focus to a new startup, Manus, which is the AI-native pharmaceutical company. Hoffman had co-founded, if you don't know, LinkedIn, which Microsoft bought for $27 billion in 2016, year before he joined the board. He was also early founder of OpenAI and continued to sit on the board till 2023, when he left to avoid any further conflicts. With that, Microsoft down on the day 2.71%, and that's it. Sending it back to you.
Oh, only down 2. That's Microsoft down 2 ain't horrible.
Because it's been beaten up so much, and it makes you wonder. By the way. That's at the 50-period moving average, but more importantly, when you think about it, okay, well, the AI trade is supposed to have been busting everything up in the IGV, but the IGV had made a bit of a rebound. Oh, that's not far enough. That hasn't pulled back. I was thinking like maybe the IGV's pulled back into a good level. Actually not true. You're not really getting, it's just lost the 200-period moving average. I think it'd be a little bit lower, down in the 90s. Microsoft gets interesting. You can hold on to that 50-period SMA, but I don't want.
Microsoft might be a buy here, down here $4 bills.
I wanted to try to find a spot to buy the dip in the IGV for a bit of a resumption, but I don't think it's there yet. It's too early. Yeah, this feels, because it's just like the parabolic pullback. No, I don't really like that one. I can continue to hunt. I was thinking about GE Vernova, but I want to stick to the whole. Once you've lost the 50 on the daily, then I'm looking at the weekly. And if I don't see something on the weekly, then forget about it. Like, I really do think this needs an 8 handle on it, and then it'll be a lot better. So I want to be pretty patient with this particular name for sure, because I just feel like it was just at 11.5. It's gone pretty much bare. Maybe give it 1 or 2 more weeks, and we could get down into here. Because remember, SpaceX is next week. Like, if there's any more of this, you might even get some better values closer to the actual launch. IPO.
I'm just covering. I mean, the Nasdaq is now at the lows. We're covering some more, man. We're now $2 plus in the money, and this is very, very appropriate right now because volatility creates movement. Oh boy. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs. These are built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs are tied, of course, to the NASDAQ 100 index and are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedge seeking to offset any exposure to the US dollar. For those navigating both short-term and long-term markets, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy objectives and risk profile. Trade tactically, learn more by scanning that QR code on your screen and go to betapro.ca for much more. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship of this fantastic program. And right now, we've got a special one. It's Adara at the big screen.
I was really happy when Sia mentioned the WWDC event, next week, specifically starting on Monday, because it's a really nice tie-in for today's edition of To the Chart Window, To the Wall, where we're going to take a look at Apple and how it's performed in the last 16 WWDC days. They've been doing this conference since like 1983 or 1984, so I wasn't going to go back crazy far. I wanted to start in 2010. Now, if you're noticing a pattern, you might be noticing a pattern. It's that Apple has only been green on 3 of the last 16 WWDC days. That is not a great record. So they're green in 2018. They're up massively in the first COVID virtual hybrid WWDC. This is 2.62% to the upside. They're green in 2022, and they have not been green since on a WWDC day. Now, you might be wondering, Adara, what was the metric here? Basically, I went back and I looked up for all of the last 16 conferences, what day was the keynote. So then I found the keynote day, I looked at the stock's performance. That is how I got these metrics, just to kind of explain that. You know, obviously, you can't necessarily say something 100% is going to be up or down on a given day, but this pattern is pretty significant, guys. Again, more than 75% of the time over the last 16 WWDC events, Apple has sold off. Will we get 3 out of 17, or will we get 4 out of 17? Will we get a green session on Monday? We're going to have to wait and find out. Time will tell. Let's see what Apple brings for us at that WWDC 2026. That was some quick Apple intelligence with Adara. We're going to send you back over there. Again, thank you for another edition here of To the Chart Window, To the Wall. Back over to this.
Regardless of what it does for Apple, Apple's still been amazing. And you got to, I know it reversed obviously this afternoon, but you have to put it into perspective. It was like it was one of the few things that was holding up really well. And just, you're not going to have 4 to 4.5% days, maybe 5% days, and not see some names get dragged down with it. That's just the reality of how the market goes. You can be relatively strong. That only takes you so far, unfortunately. This is definitely not a dip buy. I mean, what are you going to do? You're way too close to the highs.
That's not right.
I'm not seeing a ton of value, to be honest with you, out there, which is perfectly fine. I don't want to force anything. I don't want to force GE Vernova just because I like the stock and I did trim some. I don't have to get back in now. We're going to go to Dare for News, but very quickly, I did take a second shot. We took the buck scalp trade, but then it caught a weird bid when the market was still going down, so I took this consolidation short. But it is oddly strong in CoreWeave. It could be an SSR thing, down 10 points. Regardless, if this thing closes under $100, it's like automatically favoring shorts next week. That's too big of a level. We're going back up to the desk to Adara.
And with some news, guys, Unity is dropping here, and so is TTWO. Take-Two taking a push to the downside here, as I guess there are some leaks from Mythos. Apparently Mythos, which is of course that Claude update, can generate video game-related elements. Specifically, they can one-shot popular video games. So I guess right now TTWO and Unity reacting to these leaks to the downside. Back over to the guys.
So I usually do Unity. We do that when it's up.
Right.
I don't want to. In a down market, that's not the place. Even like the Unity, even like the DRAM ETF, like that doesn't even feel like it's at a level that you'd want it, for sure. Oh, you know what could actually get to a tradable spot? Okay, if Cerebras hasn't gotten to its IPO issue price, it's still not there. Wow, it's still $12 away from the IPO issue. So there should be defenders.
This is nuts.
Could easily go $10 more down. We're 1 day away from this stock going red for people that bought it at the issue. If SpaceX does this to people, the market is screwed. I'll tell you this. The two have opened up at $350 at a 185 issue, and we're less than a month out, and it's almost back in. That's one of the worst destructions and something you can do because you can't sell. Like if you had the issue price, like you're locked in, and you thought you had almost a double up, and now it's nothing. Here, you're up $12. So sick.
Yeah,
sick.
Not good. That's why it's tough to do that. All right, so we're going to be down 5% now on the NASDAQ. So congratulations to anybody that's short, man. I mean, hopefully you guys are short with me. If you're not, hopefully you're out and you're watching the market because you know, I'm still hella long. I'm long only in my investment accounts, and we just bought some IREN. So we are trying to dip by some names that we like here today. Just that one. And I was debating actually putting some money to work in the NASDAQ right here. I mean, if we call up the triple Qs right now, you've basically got given back. I mean, we were talking about how good the last couple months have been there. May, you know, if we go all the way back to May 1st, we were right into here, 670 or so for the May high, or the start of May, you know, 650, 660, like in and around this area is where we're looking. And there's a dip now. So you're back to May the 20th. So you're giving back about 2 weeks of trading now on the NASDAQ, which, you know, this is the biggest candle. Like I was saying that I can't remember the NASDAQ being down 5%. So, and I've been here 24 years. My memory's not good, maybe more than 24 years. But downside right there goes the NASDAQ. And I mean,
I can remember once.
Yeah.
It didn't close down here.
Yeah. All I was gonna say is that just have the, look, it's easy to say because I'm short now, but like this was what happened on Google. You know, it breaks the level, we get out. Like we made, even though this looks sloppy, we made a lot of money on Google today, you know? And then we were able to get out so that you avoid this from happening. So obviously I'm still gonna be long in the long-term account, but it's the TQs and Google and a lot of these names that if you don't have stop orders and you don't have sort of the feeling of going short, either, first of all, always have stop orders. And this, I didn't need to make this. But once we broke that low, I was just like, I'm gonna take it into the close here. And the craziest part about all of this, and I didn't change my stop yet, my stop when we had this going was right up into here. So it was 76.30. So my stop on this trade was about 70 cents. And now we're in the money $3. So it just goes to show you, we have a little bit on anyways, not a huge amount, but we've been saving some bullets to fire as we start to go to the downside. But yeah, this is part of it, man. It's taking risks, and sometimes you get paid off, and sometimes you don't. And I think today the short just made a little bit of sense because of what we showed you, man. We got negative news on Meta. Oh boy, I don't know what. I mean, I hope that some of the rhetoric that was spewed, even around here on the day when it ripped, when I had a $30 or $40 winner long there, I hope that, you know, I didn't buy anything up there. I didn't do anything with Meta. We just traded it on the show. And now it's really come back in. I don't like that whole money raise idea. I just, you know, the fact that Google can do it, I think. I know, Joe, now we're down 5%. Hopefully Katina Wilson Capital is well capitalized and not holding on to too many of these shorts or longs. But you know, what I was getting at was Google, I think, is a different beast because we can understand the monetization of, you know, what they're trying to do with everything. And we can say, okay, if Google takes a little bit of a dump here because, yeah, it's not strength. You're not showing strength when it's going to the downside, right? You're actually, by raising money, as Eric said, it's not a show of strength, but if you believe in the data center build-outs and you believe in what they're spending that on, the GPUs and trying to run Gemini faster, trying to get involved with Apple, I think Apple's the real benefit of all this because as these, you know, more and more CapEx spend, they're just simply gonna put a button on your phone that says connect to Gemini and the rest is history, and they're probably gonna make Google pay for it. So it's just like, I really like Apple in this environment, and the more and more I talk about it, I should be actually, I mean, I already have a lot of Apple, but if this name ever comes in, like we are seeing some of these names, into the 200, into the 50-period moving average, I am just scooping this one up. Like, I really like Apple, love the products, what it means, their buyback, the loyalty that's attached with Apple. I, you know, like the stock even better than the product, but, you know, at the end of the day, this one, I think Apple's a winner in this environment. And with that being said, I did buy more IREN, which is probably now, or got in for the first time. Oh yeah, I'm 30 cents in the money. Maybe I should panic sell.
Today was exactly the kind of day. Remember we had that poll 2 weeks ago? I was like, really? It was like, which Mag 7 would you want to buy right now? And of course, we've been at market highs every single day, pretty much. So back then, we're at the market highs. And it was just like, there was percent or something ridiculously low number for Apple. Like Apple was bottom of the barrel in the Mag 7. Which one would you want to own? And it just showed like peak bullishness because if you thought there was any chance or decent chance of a pullback, that's kind of the one that you would want to own. And I was really surprised that no one felt that way. But it is what it is. And Tranquility is saying thoughts on MU, hold or sell. I don't own the stock. I'm not even lying to you. Like I've been looking at some charts. Like, is there anything at the level that I want right here? Because I feel like I know exactly why I'm doing it with my personal account. It's because when I sold all of my WonderFi, the question was about Micron. And I've been only looking at charts for things for dip buys because I have more cash in my account than normal because I just recently sold all of that WonderFi that I've been holding for the deal, and now it closed and it's done. But I don't want to rush into things. If you're long, most people, if you're long something like a Micron, that's just, some people could be long from the breakout in April. Some people could be long from the beginning of the year. I don't know. Maybe you bought the dip after earnings into $700. The way I always look at things is there a trend line? Or is there the trend from the top is cleanly broken, and the support on that trend, there's two places to look. When it broke out on that trend at about $800, and then where that support was, that's the 50-period moving average at 650. So if I'm thinking about levels and I wanted to nibble into this stock, those are the two places personally I would look. But I just kind of look at it from a technical standpoint. We also have we have the president speaking. We're going to go to the desk with Sia. We have lots of questions we can get to on this bloodbath of a Friday.
Thank you. The IWM in the red, down almost 4% on the day. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers. PL, as we spoke about earlier in the show, Planet Labs down almost 26%, reported a beat on both lines, posting 0.03 per share loss versus expectations of 0.04 per share loss. Revenues come in at $94.2 million. Estimates were $89.9 million. The report is strong, but investors are appearing to take profits following this rally, which is why the shares are down. NVTS, Navitas Semiconductors, has issued 3.28 million shares to satisfy certain merger obligations. They're down 20% on the day. BBCP, Concrete Pumping Holdings, up 31% on the day. They posted Q2 earnings yesterday. Revenue has risen 14% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA up for 17%. Second quarter revenue has increased $106.8 million from $94 million in the prior year quarter. On your small cap and sending it to Adira.
President Trump is talking right now. Looks like he just got off Air Force One. It's worth noting he is supposed to be attending an agriculture-related roundtable, specifically American agriculture. That will take place pretty soon here at 4 p.m. Eastern, so it looks like he just landed to prepare for that, saying, quote, the Iran situation seems to be going quite well. Doesn't give any details on what is going quite well with Iran, but that was what he stated here. Also saying that the job numbers today were fantastic. We know he previously posted on Truth Social that he thought the numbers were great, and he didn't understand why the market had to drop on such good numbers. So once again, here, President Trump talking about Iran and jobs. If I get more details from either, I will let you know. Market is coming up a little bit here from the lows. Back to you.
All right. Just quickly here on the stop, and we'll start to talk to you guys in the chat. We do have that board up the back right now. We want everyone to start, showing, their face in the chat. We want to say a big thank you to everybody watching us live on TikTok as well. Right there, we have combined over 729,000 members now, or subscribers is the right word I'm looking for. So we want to thank everybody if you are part of that 729, and if you're not, subscribe to something right now. We got to get that number to 730. We want to thank everybody for watching again today, as I'm still bleeding this short out. And what I want to get to was right here. I want to talk that this 74 right now, obviously a number to look at for the Qs, as it's your 50-period moving average. We've been running this short ever since it broke the low of the day at 2 o'clock. So we came right back on. We always have fun with the midday guys, but as soon as it comes back on, I'm all business, and there it goes, right down there to the downside right here. Party in the front, business in the back, or neither in the front, nothing in the back. But, we're gonna wait for 74 to break. That's your 50-period moving average. We're gonna watch out for that one right now as it continues to go lower. Like I just mentioned before, and Neil brought up Micron. I'm into IREN, and wow, okay, we're long at 52 even. So that was a good fill. I mean, Was it? I don't know. We put it in. It's actually went down as low as $51, but there it is. Now starting to battle back up. Like I said, small. We just put in $2,000 worth into IREN, so we'll like to see where this one winds up going. Hey, but if this battle's back on Monday and we're green or something like that, or back up 5 or 10%, you put a little bit of coffee money in your pocket there. That's a position that we want to add to, and I think everything that all of you are talking about in the chat is right, where it's almost like, why panic buy anything? And honestly, why panic sell everything? The time to sell was a couple days ago when we had mentioned it. I had mentioned last week, actually, even that Rocket Lab, all of this air was coming out of the space with SpaceX. And I just think that now you have more pressure due to Google. And then I think Apple can talk positively on Monday at WDC. So I still think the market does have a chance to battle back a little bit here. Some dip buyers will come in. I mean, I'd hate to see, the NASDAQ not bounce back a little bit on Monday, but I think if we were only down 1% or so, that's a little bit of a relief rally. I mean, there's a lot of traders that are always looking for that continued move downside. So it'd be interesting to see what winds up happening Monday. Only a half hour left now. I don't know if there's any rebalances tonight or whatever, but the market is starting to get a little spicy here.
Nothing crazy. Actually, oddly enough, there's a really, really small increase expected for Alphabet. Very, very small. So I think it's going to be really quiet. Obviously, the big story for rebalancing was just that the S&P was not going to alter the rules for SpaceX. The NASDAQ is going forward with it, so SpaceX is going to get in pretty quickly. Right. It's just not going to be the case it's not going to be the case on the S&P. Whether that creates less of a bid early on, that's certainly possible. Early looks, you got Chipotle at 3.7 to the sell side, Merck 1.6 buy, Snapchat. Is there a day that Snapchat isn't a 1 million sell at 3:30? I feel like every single day it's the same thing with them. Snapchat kind of stinks. And there's a lot in the chat, like look at this core weave. And thank you for throwing this one out there. This is catching a heck of a bid. Like, it really is. Like, it was just like everything else. Got to like $95, did a pullback and set up for a little bit of a short, and then look at it go. Like, it's actually accelerating to the upside. This is worth sort of keeping an eye on for sure. Z Money over there on TikTok. Is it worth putting in a bid for SpaceX? I'm not here to tell people what to do. It's coming out at a 1.7 trillion valuation. Now, if you get the allocation at $135, right, then you're getting it at 1.7 trillion valuation. Now, if we're talking about where it's going to open up on Friday, I almost said Friday morning, Friday afternoon, because let's be real, they're not opening it before noon. It's going to open at like 1 o'clock. So on Friday afternoon next week, it could open at 300. Let's keep it simple. Let's say it opens at 270. That's a 3.4 trillion valuation. Do I personally think it's worth it at that price? The look on my face should probably answer that question. Do I eventually want to own SpaceX? Yes, I do. That's just me personally. And there's lots of ways you can do it. If you really like the company, you could buy things like buying a small piece and then buying another piece, like maybe if it's 20%, and then you wait a couple months and whatever it might be. I think Mitch had an example. Mitch was saying this. You buy the IPOs over the course of a year or something.
Well, you gave your opinion. I mean, you gave your opinion. You said that you're not getting involved.
I'm not getting involved at. Well,
who knows?
Yeah, I mean, look. First of all, we'll trade it. I'll trade on the first day. You will probably see. You'll see me long. You'll hear about us long because it'll be on the midday show. But you'll see us long for a day.
I hope it's on the midday show.
So let's be like that. That much will be true. Like, I will be long the stock at some point for a matter of seconds or minutes. That will be true. But in my personal account, I don't want to buy it here. I just think it looks a little bit frothy for me, and all this rule changing, some of the governance that people care about. It's just the valuation and where the market is at. I just think you got to be patient with it. But if you get the 135, that's a different story if you're going to get the allocation. That's at least not as unpalatable as 3.4 or whatever it ends up being. So be careful. I think, and there's also a non-zero chance. I do own a decent amount of Tesla in my portfolio, and there's a decent chance that within 1 year they merge, and then I own some anyways. And so that kind of works in my favor. And I think for anyone that owns shares of Tesla, I think there's probably a few that feel that way.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that one for sure. Just quickly here as we wrap this thing up in the last half hour of trade. Oh, and still on iron. That doesn't matter. Iron now, whatever, $1 in. I just talked about buying it for the long term. There's the stop out right there. It's actually not a long term account. Quick one. There's $74. We just stopped out on the TQs. Now it just came right back in. But we're just going to, and again, we rewind to 2 o'clock. We had a video about making sure that you have your exit strategies in place. And I did. So we took it out there. We had like less than 10% left or so on that trade. So we're pretty happy with, the execution that we have over there on the TQs. But yeah, nice move to the downside right now. Check out your boy Tesla. You just mentioned SpaceX right here. Oh boy, have a stop. As we always say, and good thing we did because Tesla right there stopped out at 412. Well, right now it's 390 for TSLA and has broken back down below its 200 period moving average. Like in one day, it did two things. It broke the 200 and it broke the 50. Not nice right there downside as you do not have any more technical support at all really until 340 or 350 as we await next week. This time next week, the market could also be down 5% on SpaceX sort of popping that balloon in the space. So watch out for that one next week. SpaceX coming at you pretty fast now, only 5 days away. JP Morgan, though, a decent day today. Still Greensville, so we like that one. We've been talking about JP Morgan being a decent part of our portfolio as far as bank stocks are concerned. That one's doing quite well. Morgan Stanley, I mean, we can review the whole board when we get back from Madeira, but Morgan down 3. Goldman, I thought, was down something similarly to that number as well. Yeah, down 5% on Goldman. So, wow, Goldman was up 5% yesterday, down 5% today. So these are the ebbs and flows of the market. It's not really worth losing sleep this weekend over unless you are really stuck long at the top. But hey, an up market with those job reports. And the thing is, you know what? Another tell was this morning when Trump at about 9 o'clock or whatever it was, when he went out and was like, these numbers aren't that bad. The stock market wants a good jobs report. The jobs report was great. And the market just did not react to that. And in fact, he just said it again like 10 minutes ago. And like the market is just saying no to anything that related right now. That could have been a good tell. Adara, that was interesting when he talked like that this morning and the market did nothing. Normally we hear, a much different reaction to the market, but let's throw it back over to you and see what you're up to.
He said it about an hour into the session too, Sean, around like 10:30, I believe. So a little bit later than again today, later today, trying to make this move. I apologize, President Trump. I want to talk here about the SpaceX IPO because you mentioned it, Sean. I do have to thank Ramin so much for helping me with the visual aspects of this. Here's our SPCX IPO infographic. This is not out yet. It's going to come out, though, on Sunday afternoon. So check this out here on Sunday. You will get more details here on the SpaceX IPO. As you guys can see here, IPO price not 135 billion, just $135, guys. They're targeting a valuation of roughly 1.8 trillion. Shares offered here 555.5 million. And Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are leading this. As we know, we've got more SpaceX news. They're going to be in a $30 billion deal with Google that'll last over a couple years. There's going to be more details on that as well in the actual post. But here's the infographic on SpaceX. If you want to see this SpaceX infographic, please join us on X at TTV Research. But again, it's not coming out until Sunday. And we have infographics that come out every single day, including on weekends. So there's no better place to be than on X at TTV Research. I unfortunately will not be here for the SpaceX IPO, but trust me, these infographics will be. Back to you.
I don't see it there. You can't bet on it. I was just asking Sean, like maybe you could, I wonder if you can bet what the opening print would be on SpaceX.
Yes.
250, 375, 300. I mean, what do we think the range on the SpaceX? I mean, I would say somewhere between 100% from the issue and so let's call that 270 to 325.
Whatever the math was on Cerebras, and then.
Well, Cerebras was not 2x though. It was close.
It was 185 to 350, right?
Yeah, like it was close to 2x. So if you think it's 2x, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, like 300, 275 to 325, I think could easily be there. Ja with the obvious 420.69.
Yeah, I actually thought about that myself. I was actually I think I'm going to put in a bid for 400 bucks on that stock. I do think it's going to go. I mean, we saw yesterday with Continuum, and
I don't know why I think
that was 60 bucks. Was the price. It came out at 68 and just went straight down. And now today, you're down another 12% on QNT. So a little bit of a problem right now in the market if we're trying to value some of these most recent.
Well, my
Did I just
question.
hear something in my ear about the World Cup or something?
My question to the viewers: who here is taking the allocation? Did anybody get the allocation? Throw it in the chat. Are you getting in at 135
I don't even know how to get the
from your
allocation.
broker? There was at least a couple of people this morning in the pre-market, and I saw one say they tried to get 1,200 shares and got 50. So you hear a lot of stories like this, and we got Micron Millionaire. I subscribe to it. Micron Millionaire, are you Rivian Millionaire? From the chat, we have some regular viewers in the chat, and Rivian Millionaire. I think rightfully, if it is you, then you took a long time to change your name. I'm just gonna throw that one out.
Millionaire now with Micron,
Well, I'm just saying, but like Micron went crazy like months ago, and so if it is the name change from Rivian Millionaire to Micron Millionaire, then that was a little bit overdue, waiting for it to pull back in there a little bit. But I'm not seeing a lot of people. Arun Warrior says they asked for 500 shares. Okay, so it is you. You can do the evil laugh because that is you, Micron Millionaire. Yeah, so not a lot of people, it seems like, are interested even in the 135.
Micron.
Or maybe they just didn't get it from their brokers. Interesting.
It'd be, I mean, there's going to be such an exuberance that day for those shares. I'm actually, I'm already nervous about it, but we'll be here. We'll trade it with you guys. That is for sure. Mullen Millionaire, yeah, that's hilarious.
Shorted it.
Yeah, no one probably shorted Mullen. Here it is right here. Mullen Millionaire, that's friends, man. You got friends and family shares, that's nice. I want to be a Palantir Millionaire. Yeah, well, not at these prices, you won't be. I mean, I think Palantir can go up from here. I don't think there's anything wrong with Palantir, but you got to have a number. Fisker Millionaire, yeah, actually, yeah. Or how about Polestar Millionaire as well as we continue to go through that. Tesla D-Millionaire. I think Tesla and just in the last decade, 2 decades maybe, Tesla and NVIDIA are the most wealth-created names, I would say. I mean,
Bitcoin.
Tell me, I don't think enough people believed in Bitcoin for that to be true, but maybe. So here we go. We have another super chat. Oh, we got it up here right now. What's up, Cheese? Right there, just between us girls, okay? So you, Adara, and Sia over there. Today feels more like the sound of a shotgun shell loading in the chamber than the gun going off. Yeah, I think that's about right? If this market wants to go down, it's going to go down a lot more than what we're seeing today. And this might just be that, cocking back right now. I mean, we could get ready to get nuts next week. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not buying any indexes today or anything. I think that's probably right. Like I said, just dipping in very, very small amount into IREN right now and just waiting to see what winds up happening. Because
Turn your dome into a stadium with the shoddy.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
We hope that doesn't
to anybody
happen.
Around here. But yeah, all right. So thank you for that. I think you might be right about all of that. And look,
the war's not over doesn't help either. You're right about that.
Yeah,
that's not helping anything.
The war's not ever going to be over. So I hate to tell that to people. Deal with it.
It's not about the war being over. It's about the strait being opened. If we're being
that
real.
would be.
Yeah, it's the strait being open.
That would be it. I mean, look, here goes IREN, and I just want to, people are saying, goodbye on IREN and this and that. Yeah, I mean, maybe it was, who knows? But it came in and we said 50 period. So I sat there at 52 bucks. It's bouncing now. $1.50. Who cares about $1.50, to be honest with you? We're hoping for a little bit more, obviously, on that trade. And we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening now with IREN, okay? So it's something that I'm wanting to dip buy into. Not really worth going all in, but, Neil and I don't give financial advice to you guys. We just tell you what we're trying to do, and I'm trying to dip by some of those names. And even if Eli Lilly, another really strong name.
That's not dipping.
If there's, this is not a dip, but if this can come to even 1,100 next week, I really like Eli Lilly. So I'm going to be starting to buy a little bit more of that as well.
I have a lot of it. I'm trying to diversify in that space. I bought AbbVie for the first time this year, and I'm like, maybe I'll add to that, just so I have something that isn't Eli Lilly, because I literally don't have anything else. I could buy the ETF, I suppose. From Jack, you asked me to ask the chat that got the SpaceX what broker they have. Now we have. You asked and you got it. So please, if you could, for Jack, if you did get, look, if you got the allocation, just say who you got it from. Robinhood. I heard Webull, you couldn't. So like, we've been getting lots of, just lots of commentary. No, but just let everybody know if you did. I didn't try to get it, so I couldn't tell you anyways. I see some people saying, I saw Robinhood, Well Simple, so far. Rune Warrior, I'm not selling Eli Lilly. No. I'm never selling Eli Lilly. I've trimmed Eli Lilly, but one of the reasons, every time you've ever heard me say for Eli Lilly that I've trimmed it, the thing about Eli Lilly is I got like just exceedingly lucky in my personal account with Eli Lilly. It was a few years ago, Biogen and Eli Lilly both, Biogen had big news for their Alzheimer's drug. And it was like, everyone's talking about Biogen. And I remember like, ooh, I want to get in on this. And Eli Lilly also had a drug and a better pipeline and just better diversified. So I'm like, oh, there's a lower risk play that gets me exposure to this. You know how I roll. It's the same reason I like IBM for quantum. So I bought Eli Lilly instead. Next thing you know, the GLP thing happened. And Eli Lilly went from like a company that I own in my personal account to like my largest holding. Like, oh, well, all right. So I just trim it periodically because of that. And then I bought a dip once at 700. I'm not selling this thing. I'm holding this for good. So JPM has the allocation. I also saw there as well. Yeah, so thank you guys in the chat, for instance, Schwab. It looks like Schwab as well for people. And I'm not telling anybody to leave their broker, but your broker works for you. And if you find, we're happy here trading for real trading, and I think it's fantastic to trade at a prop firm that you always get your check. Every single time, and you get every single market, and you can get shorts and all that kind of stuff. And you might want a broker that gives you access to the IPOs that you want. We have the artist says they applied at Schwab, and thank you that we get an answer from TikTok. So this is what the community is all about, everybody. That's why I appreciate it. The more we grow the community, the more knowledge, the collective knowledge that we have, and the more we can all help each other out, because we're all in the same game here. Everyone's just trying to make some coin, trying to live and enjoy life, trying to make it to the imbalances in 5 minutes.
Oh, wow,
which are still the same. Okay, this wasn't there before. EWY. So we haven't seen a big Amex in a while. I can't remember the last time we saw one of these. So this is, well, that makes sense, of course. It's South Korean ETF. Obviously, yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. South Korean ETF is 3.3 million early look sell. I'm trying to think of why that might be. What could be in that ETF that would be under pressure when the NASDAQ's down 5%? Yeah, I mean, obviously we're talking about, this entire ETF is SK Hynix and Samsung. Yeah, right. It's like, what is it, like 40% of the ETF is those two names. So that would probably explain why you have a 3.4 million sell amounts. It does not mean the EWY is gonna go down at 350. That's just not, it's not that obvious. It could pair off instantly, all kinds of things could happen, but it's enough to keep it on watch, right? And I don't remember if it's exactly 40%, I might have, a significant portion of the ETF is those two holdings. That much I know.
All right. Yeah, we'll Uber holding 70 people in the chat talking about it. Thank you everybody for participating in the chat. We want to say a shout out, of course, to all of our followers on TikTok. Keep that going. Shout out to Bravely over there, helping us with those questions and getting that going. As Neil and I always looking at the chat here to get some ideas from you guys and to be able to figure out, what names are popping off. And, the chat normally has, I mean, I'm going to say normally, but always pretty much has some of the best ideas that, we're trying to work off of every single day. So, thanks everybody for that continued support. And love right back at you guys as well. Yeah, a name that people have been liking that's really off to the races, Bloom Energy lately. That's going to be down 10%. I know Sharif's in this name, or was. I should never say is still. I have no idea. I can't remember. But that's, out of shelf area as well. And you can get this name all the way back to May 1st as well today, just similar to the market, right? We talked about the market pretty much giving back a couple weeks back. I think it was May 20th or so the market's giving back. Well, Bloom Energy's right here as well. These guys can turn anything into energy, so watch out for Bloom. I still really like that business model for sure. I'm trying to get into names that are still somewhat related to the AI stack, but maybe not. Names I'm already in, which is why I like that IREN. There's another one, Coherent, which is COHR. This is another name here that I'm kind of looking at myself at some point, and like what they're talking about, but again, pretty expensive. on a PE basis. We have a lot of work to do, but this is another name that I sort of have on my radar.
I was thinking about Lumentum, but that's still so high.
Yeah, I mean, that's another one. Their LITE, could be something that gets bought into as well. That's probably down 10. All these names are going to be down 10 today, roughly, right? I mean, that's what it seems like. I'm already in the Marvelous one, and you want to talk about Marvell millionaires. Not quite there on that trade, but this has definitely made some millionaires for sure over the last year and a half or so, maybe even the last 8 months. Marvell just boom, shagalaka-laka. Yeah, giving it all back this week, man. We didn't think that would happen, but there goes Marvell off that huge gap higher there. Jensen likes the name, so mentioned it could be $1 trillion name soon, which means it has to have a $1,000 price tag on it to get to that. So, that has some room to go to the upside if you do believe in the stack. And then here we go as well, NVIDIA. This is the name for me. This is the ETF that I want as far as, getting involved with everything. I think that if the dog wags the tail, well, this is the dog. So, we're getting ready to get some more NVIDIA for sure, if that gets into the 200 period, which I have no idea where the 200 period even is. 190 right there. So I'll be sitting there buying some. So yeah, maybe next week we do dip into the, lose the 200 handle there and get into 190, and we can, put a little bit of more money to work there with NVIDIA. I still believe in the story there. So we'll see. But NVIDIA, Apple, the big two names that I'm looking to buy into. Google maybe. I'm going to stay away from Tesla and a few of those other names, but we only have a minute left until it goes. People like DRAM there in the chat. I don't think, what is the DRAM ETF up to today?
Down 15.
I was going to say, yeah.
Well, I haven't checked in a bit.
Okay, that was just a guess.
14.
Yeah, so down 14, so there you go. The first real, this just came to market. This is the first real day of any sort of panic at all. So, obviously that's a huge move to the downside. And then, unfortunately, crypto is a story that can't get out of its own way, still hovering around 60 with the low of 59.1. So you're bound a bit there on crypto.
So with seconds to go to the imbalance, it's still just Chipotle, 3.8 million sell, EWY, which is South Korean ETF, 2.2 million to the sell side. Nokia, 1.7 million to the sell side. These are all going to change in about 20 seconds or so. Obviously, NU, literally every single day, 1 million. Oh, but that wasn't there before. BBAI, 1 million sell. I don't think that was there before. So we'll see. And again, in 10 seconds, these names are going to turn for sure. Lemon Family, yeah, we're trying to talk about just...
I just gave a couple. What did you mention?
You
mentioned what?
Lumentum's not low enough on a dip. I wanted to buy more GE Vivernova. It's not close to the entry price that I want to buy back into it. I settled on, there was really nothing there. I don't want Microsoft. I already own Microsoft. I was looking at some things that I was either buying the dip to get more. Sorry, imbalances are now out. We'll finish that thought later. You got Poet. 3 million sell. These are all sells. Walmart, 2 million sell. You've got SMR is a sell of 1.9 million. Merck as well. Amazon, there you go. 1.4 million sell on Amazon. 1.4 million buy on QBTS. Okay, there are some buy examples. ONDS, 1.3 million sell. NVIDIA's a buy, 1.2 million there, so that's not bad. Bitcoin, 1.2 million. Oh, sorry, IBIT. My bad. IBIT 1.2 million to the buy side. People give us a hard time over that. Not overwhelmingly large, and only 620 million to the buy side. You would anticipate a buy imbalance when you're down 5% because, or 4%, because people would take profits going into the weekend, and profits today means shorts.
So my last trade today was the TQQs. We're out of that. I was just trying to get higher. There is a good point. We are going to get some S&P 500 indexing after the market today. If it's Marvell, you're going to be like, what in the heck? Because that one should shoot up. Marvell not even on the board as the most expected name to come in. Find out what's the most likely name to go in according to Cal.
I went to search for the
Polymark. Okay, you'll figure it out there in a couple of seconds. But there's the NASDAQ trying to build itself right back up there. What were those imbalances again, Adair? If you could flash those back up there to see. Yeah, no problem. Take your time. There you go. Market is, okay, buy. So buy on the overall market, a sell on the NASDAQ, a sell on the Mag 7. Oh, no, Mag 7, 89 million to buy. That's, I just laugh because that's such a small number there. Navitas, down 17%. Wow, that was another name that's, well traded this week for sure, giving it all back, closing at the week low there, NVTS. All right, look, if you think there's more of this action to happen on Monday, Tuesday, into next week, if this is just the beginning, then just find names like Walmart, find names like J&J, find names that are up today and pick on them, right? I mean, these are names that if the market does continue to go down, these might be relative safe havens. Now, Walmart will get hit. Like it's not avoiding any market moves, I don't think. But at the end of the day, it's safer than everything in AI right now. So I would say Walmart could be something that you might want to look to hide away somewhere. I like Target as a much better hide than Walmart just because of the dividend, but they're not operating at the same level as Walmart. Walmart obviously operates at scale and, you know, pretty special things can happen there with that stock.
I was on the 50 of that stock, but that was already bought. So
I can't read it.
Yeah, it's, I still don't understand why Marvell's not on this list. Because you can make the market, like, why isn't someone just put it on there? Anyways, Reddit, 20%, Alnam Pharmaceuticals, I can't pronounce it. Pure Storage, 11%, Affirm, 9%, CoreWeave, 7%, Toast at 3%. We already know SpaceX isn't. Why is that even still on the board? SoFi's all the way down to 1%, even though I'm pretty sure they're now ineligible based on market cap. And then MicroStrategy, obviously it's like, okay, so zero chance. We know that's not happening. This is now not eligible. We can sort of laugh about the idea that this would be the time that they, no. It's Toast, CoreWeave, Reddit. Yeah, maybe it's just gonna be Reddit, or it might just end up being boring, and then this pharmaceutical company that I'm sure somebody that's not me actually has an idea about. So we'll find, anyways, you'll find out at 5:15, so look out for it. There's gotta be an actual reason why Marvell is not even on the betting list. Must be missing something there.
We definitely are.
I don't get it, because like, not only has it's been talked about on all kinds of major news services. There's a logical sense to it. Maybe people just understand that there's maybe too much of a weighting toward the AI stack, and it's like, oh, the S&P's not going to go that direction because of that reason.
That is why. I mean,
that's the only legitimate explanation I can think of.
So the reason why, I mean, it's a parabolic move right now in Marvell. If they add it, you know, you're adding it at these prices, that's not great. And then also the other reason potentially why is because it's overloaded with tech stocks. So the S&P 500, although it's 500 big companies, you got to be careful with that. That's why I thought SoFi was a much better chance to get in. But yeah, you need, it says the market cap only needs to be 22 billion or something like that. So it's not even that huge. So as far as SoFi is concerned, they meet that. So I don't know about it. I mean, I don't know what is SoFi's market cap. Just thinking about it myself.
No, they should have just lost it. I think they just lost it.
Right now, yeah. Well, I mean, it says 21.99.
No, but that's is that real time?
No, that's.
I think it might be down. I think it might be under it as of today.
No idea, but SoFi being that small.
But it's that point about overvalue.
Anytime soon, actually.
ALNY, which is that pharmaceutical company, like that thing is off.
Coming back a little bit.
Way back off of the highs. Not that I don't know this company, but maybe that's the difference between this and Marvell. Reddit's kind of diddling in the middle, so there's always a chance it could be Reddit. That's always talked about. You know what? This SpaceX, if SpaceX doesn't go well, and we get OpenAI and Anthropic, that could put an absolute pin in whenever we're getting Discord. They might not want to bother until next year. The way that things are shaping up, they could end up here with these most recent IPOs. We're going to go back to Adara, 4 minutes till the close on what has been somewhat of a record day for bad reasons on the NASDAQ.
This session's been wild, but if you guys are interested in interesting stuff and potentially market-moving stuff, President Trump is participating in a farmer roundtable. Looks like the streams for that are live. That's not set to start until 4 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to watch that to start your weekend, why not? Just letting you guys know that's happening. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I mean, Reddit's not really a super tech company. You know, I mean, it could be added. Reddit could be the story.
Reddit could be it.
I don't know. But yeah, guys.
But there's no favorite. That's the key. Usually there's a favorite, and it's like there's somebody that's chalked. There's nobody that's chalked this time.
No, there was one day where there's Carvana was thought to be doing something. All right, like obviously not a great day to look at any of this, but you know, Berkshire is up 2% today. You know, you're sitting on cash. You're probably well rewarded there today. MasterCard and Visa. I mean, I don't necessarily think that with the jobs number today, it doesn't really show too much hurt in the consumer, but we'll wait to see if those two numbers remain where they are. Strength in healthcare today, strength in consumer and non-durables. I mean, this is why we talk about these, big sort of companies that have that moat around them, where, cigarettes, I mean, I hate to talk about Altria, but Procter & Gamble, Coke, Kenvue here, there's Pepsi's down, so I don't know what's up with that, but Monster Beverage, like Tyson Foods, like Hershey, there's lots, General Mills. So all these, these names there, they pay a dividend, and it is a flight to safety, which we can easily, contribute some of this move to today, is a rotation away from here and over here. So, consumer non-durables. And then we had Michael on this morning who was talking about, look, I'm an Eli Lilly, I have XBI, I have XLV. I mean, I've had AbbVie since probably, I'm gonna say for 15 years or so. So I like all these. I mean, I'm, like I said, long only. I don't own too much Pfizer, but I do own some. So that's the kind of story there. Just a major shift happening today. So, you look at the indexes and you think, okay, the NASDAQ's down 5%, but then I just moved this little thing over here and the ES is down 2.5. So there's a lot of sort of destruction happening in the NASDAQ because of the there. And the funny part about it, and it's not funny, it's actually ha-ha funny, is that Apple, which is one of the largest weightings, is only down 1%. Like, if a story came out about these guys, something negative, like, where would this market even be if Apple was down 3 or 4%? And all of a sudden, you'd be getting cranked down 5+.
Okay, so Mopar here, the committee, I think, uses the last close date price month prior. So if this case is for SoFi, 1822, above the market cap. You know what, I actually don't know. I know that there is the market cap limit, but yeah, maybe it is still eligible. If it's a 2% chance, that would suggest that the betting markets, at least if people are still betting on it for tonight, to even a small extent, you would like to think that it would still be eligible. And I saw that from JKL. JKL put it in there.
What?
MSTR.
Oh, MSTR.
He's like, Neil, are you sitting down, long MSTR? Well, you know what? The 5 handle did happen for a brief minute or a few minutes on Bitcoin. Like, it hasn't spent that much time under 60,000. So it's not a matter of,
wow, IREN.
I think it's close to a bounce level, but the real question becomes, how long are you trying to be in it? Like that's what I want to know. Like, you're at the support level. Where do you think this bounce can get to? If we bounce this weekend, because I think more of a weekend flash crash bounce on Bitcoin, something on Sunday, hope maybe Sunday, we'll see. And then, do you like the 50 period? Do you like the 200 period moving average? Because there's a brick wall up at the 200. And the closing bell on this bloodbath of a day, brought to you by Origenics. Shout out to OGN on the NYSE, as the market is now closed.
Yeah, now it's closed.
Put a pin in that 4 point.
Put a pin in that one.
4.8% down. If what Gemini told me, that's the worst day since April of 2025, and I believe that was 4.1% to the downside. Yuckity yuck.
Not gonna do it. We could have done it earlier, but just ask Gemini to rank like the worst 5 days. This might be in there for the NASDAQ. But we're happy. We bought a little bit of IREN, so some of our account is going higher right here. As IREN goes up $2 and change right there, I can pay for Joe's dinner now, finally, with what I made on IREN. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there very, very soon. Of course, I lost the bet, the Avalanche versus Golden Knights, but I'm going to make it back because I have the Canes now. So there you go. They will easily win, and then Joe can sell some IREN shares and pay for my dinner at some point there.
Bitcoin at 4 o'clock.
Joe, you have your mic
over
on?
60,000.
Okay.
Over 60,000.
I wanted to see if there was a name that maybe Joe was thinking about. I know he's all about Walmart and some of those dip buy opportunities as well. So, hey, look, to get more and more fun, join us back here Monday. I mean, we want to thank Eric Jackson, of course, coming through from EMJ Capital, came through, rewinded to about 2:30. Great talk with him, all about the market, all about his investing philosophies, so on and so forth. You may not want to look at this, but the market's just made new lows again. So, have it up. Okay, don't worry about it. There goes the TQs, just absolutely making new lows right now. Wow, getting lower and lower. And look at the volume still happening right now in the markets. Like, shorty got low, 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 low.
Can't believe we didn't hit this once.
Low, low.
We've been doing the hit the market.
Man, if you got those apple bottom jeans, and you got boots with the fur, then, the whole market is looking at her right now. So there we go. The Qs right now, there's the down to 5%.
Now we see it. Now
we're down 5% as we get lower.
I love this super chat. Dave, good luck, everyone. Have a great weekend. I bought 1 share of 1-800-Flowers to be ironic. Appreciate you. Wasn't 1-800-Flowers, weren't they the ones that had that glitch? And then we were all getting, everyone on the trading floor was getting free flowers on Valentine's Day? I remember that.
Like, this meltdown is still happening.
It's nasty.
Who wants us to keep the show live still going on? All right,
make the lineup.
Crickets. All right.
We got 3 games tomorrow. Hopefully we
Nice, good luck with that.
You know what we're finally doing?
What's that?
So my daughter's, she's a
I'm never wearing the Breitling again, by the way.
huge fan of Penn and Teller. She loves Magic.
Okay, yeah.
Penn and Teller's coming to Toronto, and she has no idea.
Okay.
No clue. So we're
Sure, your portfolio magic happened today, man. That, you know,
I'm not looking. I don't.
Lost the value of those
I
tickets.
try, unless I'm actually buying something, I don't open my long term. I try
good
not
idea.
to.
Good
If I'm going to execute, then I'll look at it. I don't look at it unless I'm planning on executing. That's just how I like to roll.
All right, well, that's awesome, man. Penn and Teller, yeah. I might have saw them in Vegas when I was there, but I can't remember.
That's where they're at.
Yeah, maybe. But there was also the ones with the animals there. What were those guys called? Siegfried and Roy? So I have to ask Marissa which one I saw. It shows you the state of mind I was in then. All right, man, the market's going lower. I don't know, people saying that Marvell's getting cranked right now. 263, see you later, Marvell. I mean, thankfully, we sold a little bit of that position. I mean, that was a good call there as we raised a little bit of capital over there in Marvell. And then AMD tonight going lower. I was just kind of holding out to see if we got an S&P 500 note there about what was being added, because maybe if it's not Marvell, we get even lower right now. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks to Derek, thanks to you, Brendan, everybody. Welcome back, Brendo. Thanks to Joe, thanks to Michael, thanks to Randy, everybody over there running the 1s and 2s, Andre especially, and a special thanks to our good friend Ramin, and then Fabian, man, that board back there looks absolutely fantastic. I hope I didn't forget anybody, but all right, man, good luck this weekend with all those games. Yeah, Marissa's updating me 0-0 right now in game 2. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Ciao.